This story begins at the moment when Shiaoai, in search of immortality, accidentally joined a sect full of charlatans. The senior brothers take turns boasting, pretending to create powerful techniques. But they cannot even imagine that they will meet a strange genius who is capable of mastering even fake techniques. The whole sect freezes in shock. Who is this junior disciple? The guy ends up in another world, just like those web novel authors who love to steal plots. For 9 years he does not allow himself to be distracted by anything other than studying. He exerts all his strength, not allowing himself to relax for a minute. And now, after 9 years of non-stop work, he finally achieves his goal. Boom! And the guy finishes his training. He feels on the crest of success. He has gained what he had been striving for so many years, denying himself everything. He already anticipates how his life will change for the better. But one moment changes everything. The guy completely accidentally learns something he never even suspected, and definitely did not expect to catch from this side. His face expresses both disbelief and resignation at the same time. The outraged students shout loudly, "What? What the hell is this? Could it be that this world is really pro-cultiva?" But they fall silent, and all, as one, turn to the young man who has fallen to his knees and is almost banging his forehead on the ground. The guy, sobbing, shouts, trying to convince himself that he can do it. But then he immediately contradicts himself. No. Whimpering, he asks the invisible interlocutor, can he even guess what he had to endure over these 9 years? His body trembles. The guy has completely lost control of himself. To those around him, it seems he has gone mad. Continuing to sob, the guy begs not to joke like that with him. He declares that he no longer wants to study. Who will study if immortality can already be achieved? The guy keeps sobbing, then shouts, "Hey, wait! Rebirth? Cultivation? Isn't this exactly how a typical fantasy novel for beginners starts? Meeting for testing spiritual abilities. In a huge arena with a large rectangular hollow in the middle, from which rows of benches for spectators rise upwards, quite a lot of people gathered. Around the huge stone, on which the revealed hieroglyphs shine, stone dragons twist. The boulder stands on a pedestal, causing the boy standing before it, as well as the other students, to tilt their heads back to see the inscription. The stone determines that the student has no spiritual abilities. Covering his face with his bent arm, he sobs and shouts that he does not want to go back to Earth. He adds that this reincarnation is absolutely not like in those idiotic novels. The onlookers openly laugh at him. Some point fingers at him, while others try to hide their mocking smirk by covering their mouths with their hands. The guy sits in a secluded corner near the railing, hiding away from curious eyes, pressing his hand to his chest and looking upwards as if addressing the heavens that treated him so unfairly, saying he no longer wants to live. Unaware that a man is watching him, he continues lamenting his fate. He was sure he was the chosen one. The man, still silently watching him, asks, calling him young friend, does he want to achieve immortality? The guy, startled, asks the man again. What? His face clears up. He clearly does not want to show his suffering to a stranger, and seems ready to believe everything the man says. On a high mountain plateau, located even above the clouds, stands a large mansion. This is the residence of the Qingyuan Dao sect. Sharp mountain peaks are visible in the distance. Below the plateau, cranes circle above the clouds. The head of the Taoist Taiwa sect maintains an impassive expression. A bird sits on a perch beside him. The man, addressing Su Changyu, says that the master has a task for him. But in a moment, the indifferent mask disappears from the sect leader's face. An uncontrollable stream of tears flows from his eyes. Grabbing the interlocutor sitting opposite him by the shoulder, he, calling him a good student, assures that he simply must help his teacher. He adds that a great event is coming. Su Changyu's elder brother, politely freeing himself from his grasping hand, continues to calmly drink tea. Looking into the cup, he asks, what other great event could happen in such a small and worthless sect as theirs? The features of the head of the Taoist Taihua sect are distorted with grief. Clasping the lower part of his face with his palms and squeezing his fingers so hard that their tips turned white, the man explains. Recently, the higher authorities issued a new decree, ordering the prohibition of such lower sects as theirs. If within a year they do not gather 8 permanent students and do not advance to a third-rank sect, it's the end for them. Su Changyu's elder brother, continuing to drink tea, calmly replies that then they only need to find one more person. He clearly sees no reason to panic. The sect leader replies with despair in his voice that it is not so simple. He recounts that yesterday he went to a meeting to test spiritual abilities. All the sects there were desperately trying to poach students. The prices were insane. He practically begged each of the young people, but they did not even want to talk to him. Everyone turned away from him. In despair, he shouted after the young people walking away from him. Maybe they would talk a little more. One girl, crossing her arms over her chest, snorted angrily. A salary of 2 taels of silver per month, and he still wants to recruit students. The man says that some sects shamelessly used seduction tricks. At the same time, he recalls the very appetizing figure of one of the girls. In his memory, a scene emerges where, embracing a young man and pressing her luxurious bust against his chest, a pretty blonde shamelessly offers him to cultivate together. The head of the Taoist Taihua sect tells his interlocutor that in the end, he still managed to pick up one student. He recalls how, squatting down before the desperate Yi Pin, the young man introduced himself, and he looked into his hopeful eyes. The guy, calling the man an immortal teacher, asks if he is really ready to take him. The sect leader continues. Although the guy is a complete novice and has no spiritual abilities, fortunately, he is a good person. And what is even more important, he recalls how the guy, shining with happiness, declares that he is ready to take no salary. The guy says that money is just trifles. If the teacher can teach him to cultivate immortality, he is ready for anything. He adds, one should not think about what the sect can give the student, but about what he can give the sect. Sitting on a small elevation by a low table near a round window opposite each other, the men continue their conversation. The sect leader says, where else could he find such a fool? He stops himself and immediately corrects. Oh, I mean, a good student. He admits that he is worried because as soon as the guy realizes how weak their sect is, and that there is nothing to learn here, he will most likely run away. Taoist Taihua boasts that he has come up with a brilliant plan. The sect leader with burning eyes explains the essence of his plan. Simply put, they need to show all superiority. He orders Su Changyu to take his disciples and let them take turns inventing incomprehensible combat techniques in their fields and teach the guy. He says they need to buy time. In a year, when the sect is established, let him decide whether to stay or leave. Su Changyu, examining his pinky, then carefully blowing on it, casually replies, "Pfft, why does he take all this so seriously? It's just a pretense." Rising from his seat and bowing, Su Changyu's senior brother asks the master, does he know what nickname his comrades gave him behind his back? The sect leader is curious, and what is it? Looking meaningfully into the mentor's eyes, he answers, useless disciple. Su Changyu straightens his shoulders, as if proud of his nickname. The sect leader looks at him questioningly. Rubbing his chin with his hand, the young man says, and it accurately characterizes him. When it comes to boasting, throughout the entire land of Qingzhou, he can boldly claim to be second after. After thinking, he decisively continues. After no one. No one else dares to claim to be first. Placing his hand on his head, he proudly throws his head back, declaring that the sect leader has come to the right place. This is his specialty. He laughs. Taoist Taihua looks at him in bewilderment, wondering, can this even be considered a reason for pride? Meaningfully raising his index finger, the man says, anyway, if he can keep the disciple for at least a year without failures. Su Changyu interrupts him, throwing his palm forward and bringing his face close to his, exclaiming, no! The man looks at him in bewilderment. What? Feigning lowered eyes, slightly affected, the young man replies, since he has taken it on, dragging time for only 1 year is too petty and unworthy of him. He will handle such a naive loser with just a light move, proudly sticking out his belly, on which immediately, reflecting the sun's rays, a detail of his equipment flashes brightly, he declares. At least from this moment let him admire only their Qingyuan Dao sect, not the immortals, and in the next life become a person of Qingyuan Dao. Su Changyu proudly lifts his nose. The sect leader applauds him, asking, is this just the beginning? He praises his interlocutor. Not bad, not bad. Playing with the elegant blade that he holds in his hand, Su Changyu says, if he does not complete the task, he will eat this sword raw, swallow it with sauce. Laughing, he adds that he swears here and now that he will do it. Bowing respectfully, the young man says, if there is nothing else, the disciple will take his leave. Tonight he will wait for the guy on the back mountain. The sect leader, rising from his seat, replies, very well. He sees him off with his sword. Su Changyu runs briskly to the door, shouting, don't! Stopping, the young man, slightly turning his head back, says, even in 3 short days one can see a person in a new light. Su Changyu adds that today's self is no longer the little disciple who needed the master's guidance. Su Changyu's elder brother demonstrates a combat technique with his hand, tucking 3 fingers and straightening 2 others. The sect leader is clearly amazed. Even the bird sitting on the perch has lost its impassive look and grabbed its head with its wings. The man says, "What? This gesture? Could it be?" The young man replies that this is the blossoming, just as the master wished. He raises his hand with the index finger straightened upwards, and above it appears an energy circle radiating power. The sect leader Dao Taihua shouts, "What the hell? What kind of swordsmanship technique is this? How is this possible?" Su Changyu is clearly a mediocre swordsman who has not mastered a single full set of techniques in 10 years. The disciple looks at him angrily and proudly in response. It seems that now he will unleash all his power on the man. Su Changyu makes a flick with his finger. The sect leader watches him warily. The man's face, like the bird that has moved to his shoulder, expresses boredom. He says, "Su Changyu surely will not." A young man, lowering his hands, laughs loudly, saying that he couldn't resist and boasted a little. He admits that he doesn't know a single sword technique. Su Changyu adds that he will have to bother the master again and asks to be escorted. Night, the summit of the back mountain. A huge moon disk peeks out from behind the clouds. The moon illuminates a cliff, on the top of which a human silhouette is visible. Cranes circle around the rock. Yiping sits, hugging himself and trembling. He has received a set of awards, top 500 Qingzhou sword trial. The guy's nose turned red. He sneezes and continues to tremble. Su Changyu heads to the top of the cliff, thinking that he chose this place only to create the right atmosphere. Realizing that the guy is already waiting for him, the young man watches him for a few moments. Squatting on a small elevation, Su Changyu orders himself to prepare. He jumps down, taking a fighting stance, pretending that he descended here using a special technique. He thinks the mountain is very high and admits that the immortals are really not simple. The guy turns his head, hearing noise behind him. Fear and hope are visible in his eyes. Su Changyu proudly straightens up, hiding his hands behind his back. A scabbard with a blade is attached to his belt. He looks very impressive in the moonlight. The guy looks with surprise at the warrior who appeared before him in the moonlight, as if surrounded by a halo of glory and grandeur. The warrior raises his hand, which radiates energy, and the sword moves from the scabbard into his palm. The guy is stunned by what he sees. He can't believe it. Could it be that he is seeing the sword of immortality? But the delight is immediately replaced by puzzlement. Wait, something is wrong. He thinks that a sect willing to accept such a worthless scum like him, who lacks spiritual power, must be very bad, right? Looking at the man standing on the top of the cliff, behaving as if crowds of fans are gazing up at him from below, he cannot understand. Then why does it have such an unusual disciple? He is shocked by what he sees and realizes that this cannot be. But what is the catch? The guy reflects. At first glance, this sect looks like some third-rate, unregistered one. But in reality, he thinks that, judging by the facts presented to his eyes, it turns out that this is actually some ultra-secret sect of the hidden world. The guy triumphs. He makes a short and sharp motion with his fists clenched and elbows bent, raised to chest level. He thinks that in this sect everyone inside is a powerful fighter. Any one of them could easily send him to heaven. His joy fades when the thought occurs to him. Just like this afternoon. His expression becomes thoughtful. Propping his chin with his hand, he sinks into memories. He mentally returns to the moment when he first followed the master into the sect. Following the man up the steps leading to the settlement, the guy felt an overwhelming sense of desolation reigning around. At that time, he did not attach much importance to it, but now, recalling what he saw, he realizes that it was too much. But the thought that, no matter what, it was still a cultivation sect reconciled him with reality. Although the guy was still troubled by the question, how could it be in such a dilapidated state? But despite the devastation around, every corner of the settlement was impeccably clean. He thinks that everything looks suspicious, very suspicious. He remembers with what persistence the head of the sect urged him to come here. Everything that happened during this time comes to his mind. His failure, arrival at the sect. The guy decides that everything here arouses suspicion. He wonders, what if they deliberately stay in the shadows to hide from the world? Then everything falls into place. His eyes shine with delight again, and he rushes to Su Changyu, shouting, even among 3 million sword-wielding immortals in the heavens, they would have to bow before him, and also the incomparable dignity of the elder brother. The young man is somewhat stunned by his words. Su Changyu, looking back at the disciple, repeats his words, even among 3 million sword-wielding immortals in the heavens, they would have to bow before him. The young man mentally adds, this kid had the audacity. He thinks it's very good. He likes his style. He decides that from now on this guy belongs to him. Turning to the guy, he casually waves his hand, from which a stream of energy flows, saying, since his new younger brother praises him so grandly, it would be rude not to respond in kind. Continuing to demonstrate the power streams emanating from his hand, he adds, although he has only a little reserved, he will give the guy a chance for luck. He rushes to Ye-Pin, who is stunned by the gust of air that poured over him. Su Changyu says that he is the elder brother of the Qingyun sect. This breeze that the guy just felt on his body is actually a secret art of bestowing luck, capable of significantly increasing his talent for cultivation. Ye-Pin is stunned by his words. A single breeze can greatly increase cultivation talent? How can such an ordinary sect even do that? He bows deeply in respectful obeisance before Su Changyu standing before him. The guy says, thank you, elder brother, for your great kindness. Ye-Pin has nothing to repay him with. Meanwhile, the young man hides his hand behind his back, thinking that he pulled it too hard and probably twisted it. Out loud, he says, it's nothing serious. Su Changyu immediately covers his mouth with his palm, thinking, art of bestowing luck, yeah right. It's just a light breeze, nothing purer than that. Weary, sitting down on a stone, the young man, calling the guy his younger brother, asks permission before teaching him the art of the sword to ask something. Ye-Pin echoes after him. Ask? The guy triumphantly flashes his eyes and clenches his fist tighter. He had read about this in books. Before the incomparable master reveals the secret, he always asks a question. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. Su Changyu, sitting on a stone, asks the guy standing before him, who is already imagining the techniques he is to learn. What does he think is the highest in the art of the sword? Mentally, the young man laughs. Only he, the king of pomposity, could ask such a pretentious question. He also mentally orders the guy to answer. But whatever he says, it will be wrong. This way, Su Changyu can show how deep his understanding of the sword is. No one does it better than him. Meanwhile, the guy is feverishly thinking to answer his question. The highest in the art of the sword. He nervously brings his hands to his chin, sinking into thought. Even the very wording of the question seems perfect to him. The guy thinks that before him is a hidden master. He is sure that this is true. It's almost a fact. He tries to understand how best to answer. The question seems simple, but it hides an infinite essence. Ye-Pin is immersed in thought. His whole appearance radiates concentration and nervousness. He thinks an ordinary person would say something like, kill the enemy within 10 steps, travel 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. But he is sure it is definitely not so superficial. The guy wonders, so what should he answer? He believes that in any case, he needs to be careful. Very careful. Su Changyu is surprised by his nervousness. The young man thinks that he just asked casually, no need to take it so seriously. An hour later. Ye-Pin continues to ponder, and Su Changyu begins to lose patience, mentally urging the guy. An hour has passed, and he still hasn't answered. The young man wonders, will he die of cold on this mountain? Unable to endure the long wait, he says, fine, let Ye-Pin give him his answer now. Greatly nervous, the guy answers his older brother. He believes that the highest in the art of the sword is... After a short pause, he blurts out, a single blade of grass capable of cutting down the sun, the moon, and the stars. Su Changyu sits stunned by his words, trying to understand what he heard. He imagines this blade of grass, clenched in fingers, and raised high above the head. The young man tries to comprehend Ye-Pin's words, which cuts down the sun, the moon, and the stars. Su Changyu's jaw slowly drops down. Mentally, he curses, thinking that he has been practicing the sword for 20 years. Even the strongest of those he has seen could at most cut a mountain with one strike. But a blade of grass cutting down the sun, the moon, and the stars? That's already a level of super pretending. Ye-Pin looks worried by his reaction. He anxiously asks, isn't that too exaggerated? He hopes his older brother is not offended. Su Changyu, meanwhile, thinks that this guy speaks well. Accurately, he feels a kindred spirit in him. Rising from the stone and adopting a majestic appearance, the young man says, indeed, this is too exaggerated. In cultivation, the main thing is stability. The younger brother aimed too high. The guy sighs, as expected. He says he admits his mistake. Su Changyu, grasping the sword hilt with both hands, brings it to his face, saying, how about this? He swings the sword, and the energy streams literally blind Ye-Pin. When the elder brother lowers the sword and turns his back to him, a deep groove from the blade remains between them. Su Changyu says he will leave him a sword mark. He adds that this sword mark is ordinary, if one can say so. But it can also be called unusual. Because it contains the strongest sword intent in the world. How much the guy comprehends it depends on his perception. He says he will check everything in 7 days. Yi-Pin rejoices. He thinks. The strongest sword intent. 100% a master of the hidden world. He exults. He is damn lucky. He really stumbled upon a sect of mighty hidden masters. The guy runs down the stairs at full speed. He cannot hold back a smile. Su Changyu is called Elder Brother. He looks back and sees a long-legged female figure sitting on a stone, whose face is not visible in the moonlight. A dark-haired beauty in an extremely short skirt and corset, practically not hiding her ample chest, asks, "What does he think about the talent of their new younger brother?" The beauty raises her hand in a welcoming gesture. The young man with a slight reproach in his voice says, calling the girl little sister, "She is peeking again." The beauty jumps up from the stone and rushes to him, saying she was just curious. Su Changyu suggests to the little sister to put all this aside for now. The girl looks at him in surprise, not understanding what he means by that. A young man, raising his index finger warningly to emphasize to her that this is important, says that the elder brother wants to ask her something. He asks a question. Does she know how strong the supreme sword technique is? The girl looks confused and worried. She exclaims, "What?" Meanwhile, she thinks feverishly, the art of fencing. And what does she have to do with it? Why has the young man suddenly become so serious? Without waiting for her answer, Su Changyu says that she should listen to him carefully. He will tell her himself. The supreme sword art is to use a single blade of grass to cut the sun, moon, and stars. The girl looks at him with wide eyes, admiring his wisdom. She says, "So cool. Has the elder brother's skill at pretending improved again?" Covering his face with the back of his hand, the young man, still standing in a pompous pose, begins to laugh. After waiting for Su Changyu's fit of laughter to end, the girl demands, "Now let him answer her question." The young man is surprised. Her question? Su Changyu repeats her question slowly, pondering each word. How long will it take for their younger brother to grasp the intention of the sword? Picking his pinky in his nose, Su Changyu says, "How could he possibly grasp it? He himself has not yet grasped it." The girl clarifies that she means the ordinary intention of the sword. The response is an uncertain, "I don't know." The girl looks puzzled. She asks, "Is he joking?" 2 hours later, a cliff behind the mountain. In the darkness, a kneeling, hunched figure of a person is visible. The guy, tucking his legs under himself and resting his hands on the ground, freezes, leaning over the mark left by Su Changyu's sword. Drops of sweat run down the guy's face. He thinks hard, but no idea comes to his mind. Yeping thinks the groove looks like an ordinary crack. Where is the strongest intention of the sword here? He wonders. Maybe the elder brother deceived him. But he immediately dismisses this thought. In despair, he grabs his head with both hands and shouts, "What nonsense! Everything that happened before has already proven that the older brother is definitely a master." He flies into a rage at the realization of his own insignificance. His eyes burn with a fierce fire. His fingers dig into the hard stone he leans on. "Like a madman," the guy shouts. "It means the whole point is that he simply didn't train enough." He leans even lower over the furrow, staring into it with a mad gaze. Mentally, the boy repeats, it must be." He drills with his gaze the mark left by the sword, mentally ordering himself. "Come on, Yi-Pin, keep going." Soon a figure of a warrior appeared in Yi-Pin's head. As if in a dream, before him stands a tall, broad-shouldered figure of a man, engulfed in a flame of bluish energy. The figure holds a long sword by the hilt, secured on the back. The blade literally glows with a bluish light of internal energy infused into it. The warrior demonstrates fencing techniques to him. He moves at lightning speed. Every movement is precise and refined. They resemble a dance full of threat and power. In Yi-Pin's ears, it was as if a huge bronze bell rang. 4 sword styles, 12 techniques. With each passing minute, it became clearer and clearer to the guy. He feels as if he himself has drawn the sword and trained. His muscles remembered every movement and were ready to repeat it. This feeling lasted more than a moment. He experienced it again and again. The guy repeats every movement, gripping the shining sword in his hand. He swings the blade, starting the count. 1. Yi-Pin sharply raises his hand above his head. 2. He lunges forward, gripping the shining sword. 3 times, faster and faster. He moves faster and faster, more and more sword movements. 12 movements, 15 movements, 20 movements. It seems the guy is in several places at once, so much does his speed increase. Knowledge pours into his mind with a force fiercer than a stream of divine enlightenment. He regains consciousness, remaining in the same pose, bent low over the furrow. Straightening up, E-Pin wonders what is actually happening. He is enlightened. It must be the elder brother. Yes, it is him. Who else could it be? The guy remembers how the elder brother's sword swing sent the wind rushing toward him. He would never have thought that a simple airflow could raise his talent to such a terrifying height. He believes fate brought him not just to an unsurpassed master. Tears stream from his eyes as he thinks that after such a series of failures, he finally hit the jackpot. He regrets that at first he even doubted the elder brother, how wrong he was. The guy bends over the furrow again, mentally ordering himself to calm down. He repeats, "Calm, calm. This is only the beginning. This sword trace will surely allow him to comprehend even more sword techniques. He must continue." 7 days later. The sun generously illuminates the building on the cliff, the elder brother's residence. On the table stands Su Changyu's chest for disguise. It abounds with various kinds of small trinkets. A young man examines his treasures. With one hand, he grips a long hairpin, and with the other, he reaches for a bundle of hair on his head, which is held by 2 more such hairpins. He is getting ready to leave the house and attend another performance. Su Changyu puts on a kaftan. The young man, smiling, thinks that today is an unusually good day. Su Changyu heads to the exit. The long hems of his kaftan flutter behind his back. He says this is the perfect day for pretending, and commands himself forward. Mentally addressing his younger brother, he warns him that he is already on his way. Su Changyu hastily walks across a bridge thrown over a swift mountain river. The young man heads to the top of the back mountain, but the fast pace soon changes to a slow step. Drops of sweat run down his face. Su Changyu complains of fatigue. If he had known he would have to exert so much effort, he would have chosen another place. Stopping to catch his breath, he says, "By the way, why does everyone think practicing fencing is so easy?" He sighs, finding it very sad. Mentally, he returns to that night 7 days ago. The girl asks in surprise, "What? Even he doesn't know the essence of the sword?" Su Changyu admits, yes. Laughing, she says that big brother is so hopeless. He has studied fencing for 10 years and still doesn't know the essence of the sword. Su Changyu is angered by her words, and he strikes her on the head with his hand. The girl falls to her knees, exclaiming, "Ow, that hurts!" Fiercely flashing his eyes, the young man shouts, "Hopeless? Don't talk nonsense. She doesn't understand anything. Fencing is not an easy matter." Raising his index finger admonishingly, Su Changyu says that the Sword of 4 Thunders, which his elder brother is mastering, is not a simple technique. It ranks among the top 10 in Qinzhou. Then the Taoist of 4 Seasons became famous throughout Qinzhou with this sword technique. He explains that this sword art is of extreme cruelty and yang, divided into 4 complete sets: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. If someone masters all 4 sets, he can summon the thunder of 4 seasons. He adds that each set is further divided into 4 small levels: beginning, skill, mastery, and perfection. The girl, having listened to him attentively, says, "Sounds impressive." She asks, "So at what level is the elder brother now?" Proudly raising his nose, he answers that his Sword of Spring Thunder has reached the skill level. In total, 18 sword techniques. The interlocutor cannot even hide her disappointment. What? Only Spring Thunder? And only 18 techniques? Su Changyu flies into a rage again. His eyes fill with blood and blaze with fire. He shouts, "What do you mean, only Spring Thunder?" He explains that there are 4 main levels in total. His progress is definitely considered elite in Qinzhou. In fact, the young man is only at the beginning of the path. He has not even mastered half of the Spring Thunder Sword technique. And ahead are the techniques of the Summer Thunder Sword, Autumn Thunder Sword, and Winter Thunder Sword. And beyond that is a height he does not even dream of. Menacingly looming over the girl, who herself is not glad to have gotten into this conversation, Su Changyu shouts, "The elder brother reached the skill level in just 10 years. In less than 10 years, he will reach mastery. And in 100, perfection. Then she will see how truly strong he is." The girl humbly replies that she understands everything. She asks, then, if the younger brother independently comprehends the essence of the sword, what talent will that be on the sword path? Su Changyu laughs. This guy will understand the essence of the sword? He says the younger sister is definitely not afraid to dream. The young man explains that on the sword path, techniques are secondary. The main thing is the sword will. The stronger it is, the more miraculous any sword technique becomes. Even a simple stab inspires fear. He adds, but passing the 3 great barriers of sword will is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The first of them is infinite sword will. In all 10 states, only one master has barely touched this level. He is known as the Sword Lord Taichu and is revered in all 10 states. The girl, unsatisfied with his answer, continues to insist. She just wants to know if the guy really comprehends this, then at what level will he be? The young man answers, "That is absolutely impossible." Su Changyu, admonishingly raising his index finger, says the girl should forget about the younger brother. Even the greatest wunderkind of Qinzhou in 500 years has not been able to comprehend infinite sword will. The young man continues climbing the ladder up the mountain. Having reached the goal, he exhales, finally. He wonders if the younger brother has woken up. To his surprise, he finds Ye Pin bent over the furrow. The guy looks extremely tired. He is focused and doesn't even notice Su Changyu's arrival. He peers into something visible only to himself. He stares long and persistently, until black circles appear before his eyes. The young man is surprised. He cannot believe his eyes. What nonsense is this? Looking at the dark shadows under Ye Pin's eyes, Su Changyu wonders, how long has the guy not slept? He cannot believe that this fool seriously invested in this sword sign. It's a fabrication. Tilting his head to the left shoulder, Su Changyu realizes that now he looks like a villain. He reproaches himself and feels guilty. Looking at the guy bent over the furrow, the young man sighs sympathetically. Ah, poor child. For the sake of the sect, he will have to endure this. Su Changyu decides that later he will somehow make amends. Breaking away from his activity, Ye Pin straightens his back and notices the presence of his older brother. Su Changyu mentally orders himself to quickly assume a pose and, adopting a proud and majestic appearance, asks, "How are the trainings going?" The guy hurries to say that he mastered it himself, and all thanks to the opportunity given to him by his older brother. Su Changyu sympathetically says, "Let him not be upset. Not being able to master it is absolutely normal." Suddenly, he grasps the meaning of Ye Pin's words and exclaims, "What? Really?" The young man's face loses its noble look, distorted by a grimace of distrust and anger. Su Changyu asks, "What did he say? Mastered?" Ye Pin respectfully bows before him, telling his older brother that, counting this morning, he has mastered a total of 400 sword techniques. For a few moments, Su Changyu thoughtfully looks at his younger brother, grasping the meaning of his words. Mentally, he laughs uncontrollably. Tears stream from his eyes. Pointing a finger at the guy, he struggles to squeeze out through laughter. 400. Is the guy mocking him just because he himself never trained with a sword? After all, he knows better than anyone that he hastily scratched the sword sign, and he perfectly understands what it is. Su Changyu slightly tilts his head, trying to hold back laughter, but he does it poorly. His lips stretch into a smile he tries to hide. He thinks that Ye Ping will laugh him to death like this. The guy is disconcerted and embarrassed. He looks anxiously at his older brother, wondering, what kind of mockery is this? Ye Ping thinks, could it be that he laughs because he has understood so little? 400 in a day is little, right? It dawns on him. He got it. A master like the older brother surely knows tens of thousands of sword techniques. The guy bitterly thinks that Su Changyu fed him knowledge spoon by spoon, and even gave a great opportunity. With a small amount of talent, 1,000 techniques a day is a piece of cake. Ye Ping sadly comes to the conclusion that he is too weak. Smiling, Su Changyu says there is no need to lie. This sword technique is profound, and not being able to grasp it is completely normal. He will not look down on his younger brother because of this. The young man mentally adds, "How kind he is." The guy replies that he is not lying and really mastered 400 techniques. The smile fades from Su Changyu's face. He says, "Enough already. Empty words are useless to anyone." Ye Ping is upset. He thinks, so the older brother thinks he is not even worthy of 400 techniques. The guy says, his talent may be weak, but it was the older brother who gave him this opportunity. He admits that 400 is not that many, but he will manage. Radiantly smiling, Su Changyu thinks, 400? Not that many? Another one who underestimates the way of the sword. At that moment, the young man really got a little angry. He might not have been a master of the highest level, but the pain that many ordinary people go through to grow is no less. They are often ridiculed, consciously or not, for slow progress, and that hurts anyone. Su Changyu says, "Good. Then let the younger brother show him the techniques he has mastered." He thinks that, it seems, the time has come to teach the guy a lesson. He will help him grow. Ye Ping politely bows and replies, "Good." Su Changyu is angry, and he even dares to agree? This stubborn tongue will be his ruin. Such is the advice from a professional at pretending. The sword in Ye Ping's hands glows brighter than the sun. He swings it, taking a step forward. Then the guy raises the sword, covering his face with it. The gleam of the sword's energy is visible in his eyes as well. Ye Ping demonstrates the technique he has mastered, showing the elder brother move after move. The sword techniques that Ye Ping showed were lightning fast and smooth, like flowing water. In one moment, he performed 36 movements. Su Changyu, frozen like a statue, watches the guy. The young man cannot believe what his eyes see. All he can do is envy. Su Changyu watches as Ye Ping demonstrates the techniques he has mastered. The guy's movements are lightning fast, yet at the same time smooth, like flowing water. Ye Ping's speed amazes the young man. After all, in one moment he has already performed 36 movements. The guy makes a giant leap. Energy flows around him. Ye Ping is at the epicenter of raging fiery energy. It is hard to follow his movements. One more moment, and 108 movements. Su Changyu is unable to even move a finger. So mesmerized is he by this spectacle. At the same time, an unexpected thunderclap roared in the sky above them. Su Changyu froze in complete amazement. Drops of sweat ran down his face. Before his eyes, countless threads of lightning merged into a thunder dragon. A scene painfully familiar to him. Something he had seen countless times in his dreams. A huge dragon, woven from an innumerable number of lightning threads, rushes down from the heavenly heights. It is aimed at the young man who continues to move at incredible speed. The roar of the dragon sounds, and the stunned Su Changyu experiences such a shock that he can barely breathe. Hearing this thunderous sound, he realizes that it really is the roar of a dragon. There is simply no mistaking it. Without taking his eyes off this stunning spectacle, the young man mentally admires the great perfection of the Sword of Four Thunders. For years he dreamed of achieving great perfection in the Spring Thunder Sword technique. To hear this legendary roar of the dragon, then he could die peacefully. And this kid managed to achieve all this in just 8 days. Su Changyu shouts, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" But this was only the beginning. In the sky appeared a dragon blazing with emerald flames. Just 5 breaths later, a completely different roar of the dragon sounded. The Thunder Dragon, woven from green lightning, symbolized the great perfection of the Summer Thunder Sword. Su Changyu's feelings were in complete turmoil. And before the Emerald Dragon disappeared, following it, almost simultaneously with it, appeared the Autumn Thunder Dragon. 2 roars of dragons competing in brilliance. The Summer and Autumn swords have reached great perfection together. This is unheard of, simply incredible. Su Changyu, as if enchanted, watches the unreal huge dragons circling in the sky above their heads. At that moment, Ye Ping's sword did not stop, but began to move even faster, although it already seemed impossible. His movements accelerated and accelerated until he became a true phantom. The most powerful strike of the Four Thunders sword technique, the Winter Thunder Sword, also finally reached great perfection, and a dragon shining with cold flame appeared in the sky. This great perfection was different from the previous ones. Su Changyu, tilting his head back, watches as the giant beast flies over his head. The young man's face even turned blue from the cold, and his body began to tremble with shivers. For Su Changyu, it was as if a harsh, deep winter had come. All life faded, and he himself turned into a block of ice. Only on the 432nd movement did Ye Ping finally stop. The guy froze, bending one knee and the other leg stretched straight back. With one hand drawn behind his back, he holds the sword, and the other helps maintain balance, barely touching the ground with his fingers. Thus, the 7-day demonstration of his skill ended. Su Changyu closes his eyes, as if it hurts him to look at Ye Ping. By this time, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all 4 thunder swords, Ye Ping had brought to great perfection. However, the guy froze and did not move. He thinks something is wrong. It seems he relied too much on the sword itself. Ye Ping thinks aloud. The formless path gives birth to all tangible things. Non-existence is existence. One must look beyond the object, think beyond oneself. He comes to the conclusion that he was limited by the sword itself and exclaims, "He understood." Ye Ping asks, "What does the elder brother wish to say to him?" He anxiously awaits Su Changyu's answer. The young man is stunned silent. He has nothing to say to the guy. Ye Ping joins together his outstretched hands, clenched into fists. He dares himself to try. He says, "The commoner's sword cuts the neck from above and pierces the liver from below, which is no better than cockfighting." The guy continues speaking. "But the Son of Heaven's sword is forged from the 5 elements, opens yin and yang, and takes into the blade everything under the sky." Ye Ping's eyes blaze with fiery energy. He spreads his hands, and in his fists appears a sword woven from pure energy. The space seems to explode with energy around Ye Ping, who finds himself at the epicenter of the blast. Bright light blinds Su Changyu, who, though grimacing, cannot look away from this spectacle. Mentally, he curses. Could the guy be experiencing another revelation, simply demonstrating a sword technique? He thinks. If the Winter Thunder Sword just shown was the highest embodiment of destruction and death, then now the aura emanating from it was the complete opposite. It radiated rebirth and new life. In a single moment, it seemed that millennia passed. Energy, overflowing with vitality, flowed endlessly. In the place where Yepin had stood, dry branches scorched by winter cold rose. Now they intertwined to form the trunk of a huge tree with a malachite crown, full of strength and life. Su Changyu looked at the energy sword before him, and felt that at this moment, he was a whole world. It seemed to him that with a single careless swing he could crush tens of thousands of warriors. Suddenly he is struck. But no, he cannot believe it. This simply cannot be. How is that possible? His amazement surpasses all possible limits, and his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he realizes that this is the intent of the sword. But then the unusual scene before his eyes dissipates. The energy, a moment ago raging like a fire, fades. The remnants of the energy flow from Yepin's hand, from which his sword was created, vanish. The guy curses. The intoxicating sensation is gone and he feels nothing more. Yepin contemplates what happened. Such a terrifying power, but it lasted only a moment. As expected, his talent is still too weak. The boy sighs sadly. Su Changyu's face even turned green from the conflicting emotions that overwhelmed him. He mutters, repeating the boy's words, talent, too weak. He recalls how in his childhood he was lucky enough to once see the Sword Lord Taishu, and it was then that he chose the path of the sword. He remembers that man standing on the cliff while below a silent crowd admired him. At that time, the Sword Lord did not even use spiritual power, but his sword movements, his pressure and visions, were almost the same as those just demonstrated by the younger brother. This was undoubtedly the infinite intention of the sword. This cannot be called merely the first genius of the Jin country. It claims the title of the first genius, even among all 10 countries. With such an understanding of the art of the sword, even without spiritual power, in the future with the help of magical artifacts, talismans, and other unusual means, he will still be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. His thoughts are interrupted by Yepin. Stammering slightly, he tells his elder brother he knows that the sword movements he has mastered are quite ordinary, but he promises to work twice as hard. He begs Su Changyu not to be upset. The young man barely holds back tears. Not so much. He fears that in this life he will not even reach the boy's little finger. He believes that such an unparalleled genius must not be allowed to leave. He must hold him back, and his mask must remain flawless. Su Changyu decides that he must not praise the boy. The young man, pulling himself together, puts on a mask of indifference. He hides his hand with crossed fingers behind his back, a sign meaning that the lie spoken does not count. The young man casually says, "Yes, yes." Quite ordinary, nothing special. Mentally he repeats in a completely different tone. Nothing special. Turning away from Yepin, Su Changyu clenches his teeth harder so that the bitter sobs he is holding back with all his might do not burst out. He thinks, if this is ordinary, then what am I? A complete nobody. Behind him the boy stands, head bowed, as expected. The elder brother is disappointed in him. Suddenly, Su Changyu's attention is drawn to something. His gaze becomes sharp and alert. On the stone, he notices some object and asks, "What is this?" Yepin, following his gaze, runs to the stone and picks up the object that interested the young man. He explains to his older brother that it is just a notebook with his observations during training, nothing worth attention. Su Changyu leans over the notebook, looking at it carefully. He says, "What? A notebook with observations? Can he see it?" He adds that he will find it very interesting. The guy readily hands over the notebook, and Su Changyu, opening it, carefully studies the contents. He reads, "The first 50 movements of spring thunder. The elder brother wanted to teach the principle. White sand, when it gets into mud, blackens along with it. The first 100 movements of spring thunder. The elder brother wanted to teach the principle. Everything in the world balances each other, without bottom or top. The first 50 movements of summer thunder. The greatest straightness seems crooked. The greatest skill looks clumsy. The greatest eloquence sounds inarticulate. The first 100 movements of summer thunder." Reading the lines in the notebook, Su Changyu felt as if he were looking at the starry sky for the first time. He recognized every word, but together they were as vast and deep as the galaxy itself. Although the young man could not understand them, he was still deeply shaken. Without looking up from the notebook, Su Changyu asks with distrust in his voice, "These principles, did he say that?" Blushing, Yeping exclaims hastily, "No, never. This is just his arrogant interpretation of the most superficial side." It's definitely not even a tenth of the depth that the elder brother really wanted to convey. Su Changyu feels as if his head is about to explode. Then why the hell does he not understand a single word himself? How did this scoundrel even comprehend it? Comprehend the Tao from emptiness? What kind of monster is he? Su Changyu thinks that he has diligently trained for more than 10 years, and has only slightly touched the initial understanding of Spring Thunder. And this green newcomer brought the Four Thunders technique to the greatest perfection in just about 7 days. And, unbelievably, the guy touched the very infinite intention of the sword, to be born human and reach such heights. Mentally, he falls to his knees before Yi-Pin and asks for his forgiveness. He turns around and leaves the guy with the words, "Good. Let him continue his learning. He promises to come in a couple of days." Yi-Pin stands, looking after him. He is clearly upset. The guy thinks that from the expression on his older brother's face, it is clear that something is wrong. He wonders, could it be that he thinks his talent is too pathetic and is going to kick him out? He whispers, "Please don't." He finally found someone who agreed to accept him. The guy clutches his head. Half a year has already passed. He managed to attend more than 50 meetings on the ascent to immortality, both large and small. Everywhere he heard the same thing, no spiritual route. He was even advised not to think about the path to immortality and not to waste his strength in vain, as well as to quit early and save his energy. Not a single master agreed to accept him. Ye-Ping thinks, can he sit alone, looking at the starry sky and comprehend the Tao from emptiness? Impossible. He casts away fears and doubts. He is filled with determination to use his chance. He thinks, whatever happens, he must seize this opportunity and never let it go again, especially since this sect is gathered with unmatched masters. He mentally commands himself, "Come on, act, you can do it." The residence of the sect master. Cranes circle among the clouds, above which rises a small mansion. The sect leader is in a great mood. He sits at the table, holding a cup in his hands. A smile wanders on his lips. The man says how pleasant it is to drink tea and enjoy the flowers. Su Changyu runs into the room, drenched in sweat, eyes wide with fear, shouting, "Bad news!" Catching his breath and calming down a bit, the young man tells the master, who jumped up from his chair, that something terrible has happened. The sect leader asks, "What happened? Why is he so alarmed? This is not like him at all." The young man tells the master that his dream may come true, and their sect will finally... After a pause, he finishes the sentence, "Summon the dragon." The sect leader's eyes become as round as saucers. The sect leader, standing behind the table, says with disbelief in his voice, "Summon the dragon?" He asks, "What does Su Changyu mean?" The young man with a worried face replies, "The new junior brother started literally from nothing, and in a short 7 days he mastered all 4 Thundersword techniques perfectly." The master looks confused. He cannot believe what has happened. Uncertainly, he says, "What, that's all?" Su Changyu answers, "Yes, he's a true genius." In the blink of an eye, the sect leader is beside the young man. Burning with rage, he shouts, literally looming over Su Changyu, who is forced to step back a little, that this is not something to joke about. And he himself understands this perfectly. He replies that the recent celestial phenomenon was a sign that the 4 seasonal swords had reached great perfection. He asks, "Didn't the master see this?" The sect leader, instantly losing all his fervor, answers confusedly. He thought it was some master nearby breaking through. The man recalls the moment when he, frozen at the open window, could not take his eyes off the huge dragon woven from countless threads of lightning. This sight shook him. The sect leader says, "But it turned out to be little Ye-Pin." The man screams hysterically, "Summon the dragon! The dragon! Their Qingyun Dao sect has finally produced a genius." Tears stream down his eyes. The man's eyes roll back, and it seems he is about to lose consciousness and fall to the floor. Su Changyu, grabbing the sect leader by the chest, shakes him, begging him to calm down. He asks the master not to succumb to excessive joy. The man pours water over his head from 2 vessels at once, ordering himself to calm down. He mutters, "Calm down, calm down." He almost messed up. He remembers that the soothsayer told him that trouble awaited him when he turned 100 years old. Su Changyu asks the master, "If the guy stays in their sect, won't they restrain him?" Wiping his wet hair with a handkerchief, the man answers that he is worrying too much. Ye-Pin has already attended 50 ascended gatherings, and no sect accepted him. They chose him. This is a blessing for both them and him. So what problems are there? Clenching the handkerchief, he adds that cultivation is fate. Others did not choose him, only they did. That is fate. And Su Changyu thought this. If the guy went to a great sect, would everything have gone smoothly for him? not to mention the envy of the main disciples. Even intrigues between great sects, secret assassinations of talents to hinder others' growth happen often. The sect leader tells the young man not to be so soft. He is not a greedy person, and as soon as their sect reaches the second level, he will tell the guy the truth. He believes that will be fair. But whether Yepin stays or leaves, that will be his choice. The man asks, "What does Su Changyu think about this?" The young man is confused, but answers that he will follow the master's decision. The sect leader says, "Then so it shall be." He orders his interlocutor not to forget this and not to tell anyone. The next day, a calm afternoon. The sect leader, sitting in the courtyard, enjoys tea. He slowly brings the cup to his lips. A scream is heard. "Master, bad news!" Choking, the sect leader spits out tea. Worried Su Changyu, panting from running, says, Again. Something happened." The man freezes with the cup raised to his lips. He looks fearfully at the youth, assuming he brought bad news. The sect leader rushes from his place, shouting that he will go hide, and the sect is now in Su Changyu's hands. The young man shouts after him that these are not collectors. Not them. It's something else. The man abruptly stops and turns his head back. Something else? The sect leader runs and jumps, delivering a kick to Su Changyu's back, shouting, "Then why is he panicking like that? Why scare like that?" When the passions subside, the man takes his place on the bench again and raises the cup to his lips. He orders the disciple to say what the big problem is. Is their sect being destroyed or what happened? Su Changyu replies that it is better to see it with his own eyes, and hands over a written sheet of paper. The sect leader takes the paper and reads, "Qingzhou Sect Management Office. From today, to prevent people from being deceived by fake sects, all unestablished sects in the territory will be inspected. Within 2 months, it is necessary to present 10 low-grade spiritual stones to confirm the sect's legitimacy." The man's face lengthens and turns gray. Drops of sweat stream down his cheeks. He is seized by rage, and jumping to his feet, overturns the table, shouting, "Confirm legitimacy? Are there no more laws? Forcibly taking spiritual stones and oppressing the weak?" He threatens to go to the capital and complain to the emperor. In the cultivation world, 1 copper coin is worth 1 bun. 10,000 copper coins equal 100 taels of silver, which equals 1 tael of gold, and 10 taels of gold is just 1 spiritual stone. The sect leader continues shouting indignantly. Even if the Qingyun sect does not eat or drink for a whole year, they will barely gather 10 spiritual stones. The sect leader grabs his head with both hands and almost tears his hair out. Su Changyu asks the master not to panic. He inquires, "How many spirit stones does the sect have?" The man utters incoherently, well, it's..." The sect leader, folding 3 fingers on one hand, shows the young man 7 straightened fingers, mumbling, "Well, about..." Su Changyu says, 70 spiritual stones? That is enough." The sect leader replies, "Impossible." The young man says, 70 taels of gold? It will be difficult, but they can gather it." The sect leader interrupts him. "No, not 70. With an unhappy expression and slightly hunched, Su Changyu asks the master not to tell him that he meant only 70 taels of silver. Embarrassedly turning away, the man answers, 70 small coins. Su Changyu is shocked. He tries to scream, but there is not enough air in his lungs, as if the spirit has been knocked out of him. Coming to his senses a little, he shouts, 70 copper coins? How is that possible? Even if they are poor, they are still a sect." A little embarrassed, the sect leader replies, "Here's the thing. Of course their sect had some savings. Well, he thought that the silver was just gathering dust, a waste, and then he learned about something new. The cultivation fund." Su Changyu looks at the man confusedly. "What cultivation foundation?" The sect leader tells him. "They said that if you invest money, there will be income every month, and quite substantial too." Everyone was rushing there. He barely managed to get an investment slot. Not everyone could invest. The man sighs. But who would have thought he was looking at the interest, and they wanted his principal amount. In just a few days they took all the money. He remembers other desperate investors like himself, with tears in their eyes demanding their money back. Crying, the sect leader tells Su Changyu that his masters have deceived him. Reaching out to the young man, he asks to be embraced and comforted. Su Changyu stands still, thoughts rushing through his mind. 70 copper coins, 100 taels of gold. It's the end for them. They will be disbanded. The young man is now sure that the Qingyun Dao sect is truly doomed this time. The man, raising his clenched fist before him, declares resolutely, no matter what, he will take responsibility. If there is no other way, he will risk everything and go to the Silent Forest Mountains if necessary. They finally have a genius, and they cannot allow their sect to collapse at this very moment. Su Changyu asks him to stop dreaming. Their attention is drawn to the clouds thickening over the mountain and lightning striking the peak, where the silhouette of a person is visible. The sect leader asks puzzled, "What is that?" Su Changyu looks worried. He says that his younger brother is there. The young man, realizing what happened, exclaims, "What happened?" Su Changyu, watching the raging storm over the mountain peak, wonders, what was that just now in the sky? Could it be that his younger brother has broken through again? The sect leader does not believe it. He says it is impossible. Even geniuses are not cultivated in such a way. The man thinks that maybe it was just a random thunderclap and there is no need to imagine anything extra. But from their looks, it is clear that neither of them believes it. The sect leader, in his office, stands by a table on which lies a travel bag. He tells Su Changyu that he needs to descend the mountain and see if he can borrow some spiritual stones. Now that the dragon has appeared, no matter the cost, he will not allow the sect to be disbanded. Meanwhile, he entrusts the sect's management to the young man, and most importantly, let him take care of his younger brother, teach him properly, and no longer mislead him. Su Changyu, bowing politely, replies, "Yes, the teacher can be at ease." 7 days later, a figure of a person is visible on the rock, frozen in a combat stance. Ye Ping begins to move with incredible speed, honing combat techniques. It seems that he is simultaneously in several places at once. Drops of sweat stream down his face. Su Changyu stands at a distance, watching the actions of the guy who moves so fast it seems he does not even touch the ground with his feet. The young man's face grew gaunt and aged. He thinks, only 7 days, and the guy has already mastered so many techniques? At this speed, he will reach the peak in an instant. That celestial phenomenon was actually caused by his breakthrough. He can't watch this, the pressure is too immense. The guy gripping the sword in his hand stops and turns his head towards Su Changyu. Ye Ping exclaims, "Elder brother!" He immediately bows deeply, saying that he has finally arrived. Su Changyu raises his hand, gesturing to stop him, saying there is no need to bow. He asks, "How did Ye Ping's training go?" The guy says he has learned all 1,460 techniques. He adds that it was hard, but he managed. Tears flow from the corners of Su Changyu's eyes, but he continues to hold a smile. The young man thinks, he learned them all? It's impossible to even imagine. What should he do now? Raising his index finger meaningfully, the young man condescendingly calls his interlocutor boy Ye Ping and asks him to listen carefully. He says that even if his sword techniques reach perfection, that is only the beginning. After that comes the power of the sword, and then the intention of the sword. There are countless sword techniques, but one strike filled with the power of the sword equals the strength of an entire set of techniques combined. Su Changyu adds that only one who has mastered the power of the sword can be considered a true sword master. Does he understand this? Ye Ping sighs sadly and bows his head to his shoulder, so he is still not considered a sword master. Meanwhile, the young man thinks he needs to boast more. Otherwise, with talent like this guy's, his pretense will be exposed in 3 days. Ye Ping suddenly remembers he has a question for his elder brother. He asks what level Su Changyu has reached. The young man immediately sniffs arrogantly. He sighs. This modest disciple. He dramatically places his hand on his head, adding that he has only recently entered the legendary first level of the Great Sword Path, Infinite Sword Intention. Su Changyu thinks, how pleasant it is to boast. Ye Ping's eyes shine with delight. Wow, Sword Intention. Infinite Sword Intention. As expected from the elder brother. A true hidden master. He is ready in this life to follow his elder brother to the end. Su Changyu continues his instructive speech. When a person masters the power of the sword, he enters the highest realm. It has 3 levels, and the first of them is Infinite Sword Intention. Let the guy not be deceived by the fact that this is only the first level. Having reached it, he already becomes number 1 among 10 nations. Ye Ping exhales. How amazing. But he immediately falls silent, realizing that the elder brother is at least number 1 among the 10 nations. He knew the masters were great, but he didn't think they were that great. With his mouth open, the boy looks at his elder brother as if he were a deity. He thinks that if he studies under him, won't that make him the second strongest in all 10 nations? Mentally, Ye Ping rejoices. He has become a dragon. He has become a dragon. He never thought he would see this momentous day. Surely the ancestors have blessed him. With incredible zeal, the boy bows respectfully and assures his elder brother that he will definitely try and catch up to him. In this life, he too will achieve the infinite intent of the sword. And when he becomes great, he will never forget his kindness. Su Changyu, barely holding back his emotions, turns away from him and closes his eyes, mentally begging the boy to stop. Ye Ping makes him feel even worse. The happy boy raises his face to the sky, thinking that what is happening feels more like a dream. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary person clinging to life, and now he is in a sect, studying sword techniques, one might say. Looking at the sun setting, he exclaims, "The sunset glow reflects on the peak of Qingyun. The slopes of Hengyue burn with a crimson light." He strives to comprehend the cultivation arts of Qingzhou, taking the morning wind as nourishment. Su Changyu listens to his words with surprise. The young man says, he heard from the sect master that before ascending the mountains, Ye Ping was a scholar. The boy, turning to his interlocutor, replies, "Only half a scholar. He never received formal education. He just loved reading and drawing." Su Changyu asks the boy to help him with a painting. The request seems innocent, but the young man's intentions are quite different. Smiling, the young man thinks, when little Ye Ping soars in the future, won't this be the best reason to boast? He already imagines saying, "See, the strongest sword cultivator of the Jing nation once had him paint a picture." Who wouldn't die of envy after that? Su Changyu is delighted with his cleverness and foresight. The young man mentally exclaims that he is simply a genius. Ye Ping looks a little confused. He says, if it goes badly, then let the elder brother not be offended by him. In his previous life, the boy joined an art club to court his goddess. He trained diligently for 3 years and finally learned to draw. But alas, it did not lead him to success. By that time, the goddess had run away with a rich man belonging to the circle of the Golden Youth. Painting could not save the lonely bachelor, and for a long time he still shed tears, remembering the goddess. An hour later, Su Changyu stands half-turned, proudly straightening his back. He poses for Ye Ping, who is bent over a canvas stretched in a frame. Behind him, mountain peaks rise above light clouds drifting past them. Su Changyu looks intently at the guy, thinking that when he is serious, he looks quite handsome, almost like himself. Meanwhile, Ye Ping, with a serious face, moves the brush over the canvas, sitting on a stone. Rolling up his creation, he hands the scroll to Su Changyu. The guy looks embarrassed. He asks his older brother not to be upset if it looks bad. The young man, unrolling the canvas, asks Ye Ping not to worry. He will evaluate it first. Su Changyu's face takes on a bluish tint. He is stunned and unable to express his thoughts coherently. He exclaims, "This drawing!" On the canvas, Su Changyu is depicted with astonishing accuracy. The face of the young man examining his image expresses delight and amazement. In the painting, the evening glow envelops the sky. The Qingyun mountain ridge, in his opinion, looks like an earthly paradise. Flowers, grasses, and trees seem alive. The young man is struck by the special realism in every tiny detail. Every blade of grass looks full of life, but most of all in the painting, the image of Su Changyu attracts the gaze. Just one silhouette was enough to capture the fierce and majestic presence of the immortal swordmaster. The young man on the canvas looks stunningly realistic. It creates the feeling that he is ready to break out of the canvas and strike right at the heart of the one looking at the painting. Su Changyu says that this painting is magnificent. There is really nothing to criticize here. If there is any flaw, it is only that it did not fully convey his beauty. But this is not Ye Ping's fault. The matter is not in his skill, but in the fact that his beauty is indescribable. The guy literally blossoms from the praise. He thanks Su Changyu for the kind words and admits that he has always wanted to express gratitude for his mentorship. This painting is just a small token of appreciation. The young man exclaims in surprise, "What?" He leans over the painting, examining the signature with which the author marked his creation. Su Changyu studies the characters painted in the corner of the canvas for a few moments. Then the young man says aloud, "Qinglian, hermit?" Su Changyu thinks that the guy also knows how to look cool, inventing a loud name for himself. Suddenly, the voice of the sect leader calling him by name reaches the young man. The master informs Su Changyu that he, as his mentor, has devised a way to save their sect. Let him come quickly, faster. Su Changyu thinks, this is the master's voice transmission. He looks puzzled. A solution? And it requires so much money. The young man, glancing at Ye Ping, says that he will probably take this painting and thanks the guy. The latter modestly replies, "You're welcome." But Su Changyu no longer listens to him. He is gnawed by curiosity. What decision did the master come up with? Meanwhile, in the Taiyue sword sect, one of the 3 great sects of Qingzhou, the fearsome purple dragon, woven from countless threads of lightning, opens its huge fanged mouth and lets out a thunderous roar. The dragon swiftly rushes through the sky, flashing with eyes blazing bright light. Under the cliff of sword comprehension, illuminated by the light of purple lightning, people sit on the ground at some distance from each other. The man watching them says to the girl standing behind him, just as expected from the ancestor of the 4 seasons. Only one sword mark, and it's so terrifying. The girl with a luxurious bust and in a revealing lilac garment that does not hide her charms replies, "Enough of this nonsense. Otherwise, why would they all be sitting here? Are ordinary swordsmen worthy for them, geniuses, to comprehend the traces of their sword?" Purple lightning strikes the ground behind them with force, exploding the soil at the point of impact. Stones and clods of earth fly to the sides. The man and the girl cautiously glance back. Suddenly, a man nearby with long hair tied in a ponytail at the nape shouts, "He understood! He understood! He finally grasped it!" Getting to his feet, he continues to shout joyfully, "A great conclusion! So that's what it is!" The man and the girl stand like that, turning their heads back and watching him attentively. From the man's lips escapes, "Oh God! Elder brother Shu Heng has truly mastered this! Here is the great completion of the Spring Thunder Sword!" The girl says, Taoist of the 4 seasons, once said that even for a genius, achieving great completion takes at least 3 years. Elder brother Shu Heng did it in just 1. Truly, one of the top 10 swordsmen of Qingzhou, with such talent. She admits that they can only admire him. She sighs loudly. 3 men standing aside from the people sitting on the ground watch the rejoicing Shu Hen from afar. One of them says, addressing the person standing in front, "To have such a genius as a disciple, Elder brother Minjian really has a sharp eye. All that remains is to congratulate him." Minjian smiles happily. He says, "Not at all. This is just a great completion. Nothing special." The interlocutor says that elder brother Minjian is too modest. The third man, whose chin is adorned with thick vegetation, who had been standing silently until now, believes that Qingzhou is full of hidden dragons and lurking tigers. So it is a bit premature to already claim first place, isn't it? Minjian's face becomes sullen at these words. He says, "Yes, Elder Chen is right. How could Hengye deserve this? These few of his disciples, although they only reached the initial level in a year, they must be consciously holding back out of overconfidence, allowing Hengye to go first, so they haven't broken through yet." Elder Chen is angry. He asks, calling the interlocutor a boy. How dare he speak in such a mocking tone? The man who started this conversation says conciliatorily, calling the interlocutors elder brothers, All right, no need to quarrel. They are all on the same side after all. First place may be an exaggeration, but this time the sect master ordered, no matter what, they must take a place in the top 10. Elder Chen and Minjian cast sideways angry glances at him, barely restraining their anger. The man instructively raises his index finger and says, "The 2 of them have just come out of seclusion, so they don't know that this time those who enter the top 10 will receive a token to enter the Taiyuan Sword Tower." The looks and facial expressions of Elder Chen and Minjian immediately change. They are clearly impressed by his words. Meanwhile, the man asks, he doesn't need an explanation of what it means to step into the Taiyuan Sword Tower and pass its trials, right? Minjian's face changes in a remarkable way. Laughing maliciously, he exclaims that heaven itself is helping him. This time, he and the master will definitely take a place in the top 10. The sect master can be at ease. Elder Chen says, "Let him not speak so soon. If some disciple from a small sect really snatches his place, the shame will be unbearable." Both his interlocutors burst into loud laughter. Minjian, through laughter, says in a conciliatory tone, "All right, if any disciple outside the 3 great sects can defeat Hengye, he will clean Elder Chen's toilet for a whole year." Qingyun sect, residence of the sect master. With a fiery gaze, the sect leader unfolds a paper bundle before Su Changyu and shows him its contents. Various items, including small jars, shot glasses, and a hoop. The young man looks at them puzzled, then asks, "Is this the solution to financial problems?" On the table lies an unfolded bundle with various items, which are easier to call a pile of junk. Leaning his hands on the edge of the table, Su Changyu examines them in surprise, then asks, "And this, according to the master, is the way to solve all problems? How can they make money from this junk?" With a dreamy expression on his face, the man replies, "Pawn them. These are the best treasures of their sect." He asks the young man to stop calling them a pile of junk. He adds that as their mentor, he has truly exhausted all ideas, so let them do whatever they want. Even a dead horse is treated as if it were alive. The sect leader pushes the furious and indignant Su Changyu from behind. The young man shouts that he will not go. He will not disgrace himself along with the master. The man, putting in more effort, says that as a model disciple, the young man should help his teacher, for the last time. Suddenly, the man notices a scroll in Su Changyu's hand. He asks, "What is that?" The young man explains that it is a drawing given to him by his younger brother. The sect leader snatches the drawing from his hands and runs off, shouting that they are almost bankrupt, and he is still thinking about art. He believes the drawing should also be pawned, since every coin matters. They will buy everything back later when they have money. Su Changyu rushes after the master, yelling that it is useless. He demands the old man return the drawing immediately. Lai Zai Pawn Shop, a 2-story house with a terrace hanging over the entrance. A man with open arms rushes towards the sect leader and his disciple, shouting, "Welcome to the Lai Zai Pawn Shop." He invites the respected immortals to come inside. A man in bright clothes asks if they are here to buy or want to sell something. The sect leader, standing with a disciple on the other side of the table, replies that he is selling, and all items are of the highest quality. Shining with a friendly smile, the man reaches for the bag's ties, saying, "Well, of course. It's immediately clear that they are not ordinary." He asks permission to look at their magnificence. Studying the contents of the bag with his eyes, the man says he had a feeling that rare artifacts were before him, but mentally he evaluates the broad items as a pile of junk. He continues to peer at the objects, hoping to find at least something valuable. His gaze is attracted by a book whose cover depicts a busty girl in a revealing outfit with a seductive smile. Blushing like an overripe tomato, the man exclaims, "This is all junk, even erotic books." The sect leader immediately reaches for the bag, shouting, "Could this really be the limited edition photo album of courtesan Lan Yunjuan? They made a mistake. This is not it. This definitely is not for sale." The master, with a satisfied look and flushed cheeks, hides the book in his sleeve, saying, "Everything else is for sale, but the photo album. Even if they go bankrupt, they will not sell." The young man then asks the mentor to lend him the book. He replies, "Of course, no problem." The sect leader says he will give a discount of 10 taels of gold for everything together. How does the pawnbroker like his offer? The man is shocked. 10 taels of gold? For this junk? Has he gone crazy? The sect leader is angry. Grabbing one of the trade items and shaking it in front of the man, he exclaims, "Junk? Does he even understand what quality is? Let him look at the material of this pillow. It's golden-toed silk. He's practically giving it away for free." The man replies, "Let him sell it all to someone else." The sect leader's face immediately changes. Smiling ingratiatingly, he suggests the man behave more friendly. Let him give 8 taels and take everything? Well, deal? The pawnbroker refuses. Red with anger, the sect leader, extending his hand to the pawnbroker, shouts, 5 taels! He can no longer lower the price. If he drops it any further, he will be able to sell to anyone. Su Changyu feels awkward. He is ready to sink through the ground with shame. Sighing, the young man asks the master to leave the pawn shop. A man, noticing the canvas, asks, "Can he take a look at the painting?" Losing all his enthusiasm, the sect leader mumbles, "The painting? Yes, of course." He hands the canvas to the pawnbroker. Holding the scroll, the man exclaims, "Zhuyang paper? They must be joking. It's clear they have no money problems. So why mock their shop then?" The sect leader is struck by his words. "This paper? Is it expensive?" Unfolding the painting, the man says, he is not mistaken. It is definitely Zhuyang paper. Such paper costs more than 10 gold taels. His attention is drawn to the artist's signature on the painting. The merchant is shocked. His mouth even slightly opens. He turns to a man standing nearby and calls him, naming Xiaoluo. The man says, "They need to talk to him." The sect leader does not understand what is happening. Many questions swarm in his head, but he patiently waits to see how it all ends. He looks suspiciously at how the shop owner and Xiaoluo whisper, stepping aside. Xiaoluo asks the man, calling him the second owner, "Is he sure?" The man replies, "Of course, sure." Approaching the visitors and holding the painting in his hand, the man, whose attitude has radically changed, smiling kindly, says, he asks for forgiveness, but the owner must look at this. He asks, can they give them some time? The sect leader and his disciple look somewhat confused. The master still says, "Well then, all right." An hour later, they are again standing before the smiling merchant, holding their painting in his hands. The man says, "The old man in the shop believes that the person who brought such a rarity is clearly a professional. He asked them to stop mocking him." Su Changyu says with surprise, "A rarity? This is the younger brother." But the sect leader sharply turns to him and stretches his lips with his hands, not allowing him to say another word. He sternly orders him to shut his mouth. Turning to the man, the sect leader says, "All right, since that's the case, then no jokes from them either." Showing him 5 fingers, he says they want that amount. If the man agrees, great. If not, they will leave immediately. The sect leader rejoices inwardly. Judging by their reaction, they misunderstood something. Now it's a battle of courage. Snatching 50 taels is quite possible. He praises himself for reacting so quickly. The man sinks into thought, calculating something in his mind. Su Changyu whispers to the teacher that he is just a miser. Who would pay 50 taels for a painting? The sect leader replies that he doesn't understand anything. It's a strategy. They are interrupted by the merchant. Exhaling decisively, he says, "All right, it's decided. 5,000 taels." The sect leader proudly lifts his nose, saying to the disciple, "See, strategy. He still has to—" He realizes the meaning of the man's words and exclaims confusedly, "What? How much did he just say?" The man raises his hand, showing 5 fingers, and answers, 5,000 taels, right? The sect leader asks hopefully, is he joking with them, right? The pawn shop owner exclaims, "Why would the honorable immortal say that? Their pawn shop is a serious establishment. He never jokes when it comes to business." Stunned, Su Changyu thinks, the painting is worth 5,000 taels? But the younger brother just drew it for nothing. What is going on? Worried by the master's silence, the young man standing behind him tries to look at his face, wondering, what else has he thought up? They need to agree faster. He mentally begs the sect leader to take the money and get out of here quickly. The sect is saved. But what if the pawnbroker suddenly changes his mind? The sect leader, showing deep thought, says, he asks for forgiveness, but it seems there was a misunderstanding. He says he meant 50,000 taels. Su Changyu is furious. Burning with indignation and fiercely flashing his eyes, he almost shouts, "The old man has gone mad." Shocked, Su Changyu exclaims, "How much did the master say? 50,000 taels?" The sect leader, raising his index finger and looking into the merchant's eyes, says, "Yes, not a penny less." The young man pales and mentally begs the master to be reasonable at least now. He cannot believe the painting could be worth 50,000 taels. The merchant starts laughing. Through the laughter he says, "Excellent, 50,000 taels." The old owner was right. They are definitely not amateurs. It seems this time there is no hope for a discount. The man says, "Well, it's time to be honest. Although 50,000 taels is crazy money, for the hermit Qinglian, it is not beyond possibility." The sect leader and Su Changyu are stunned by his words. They both did not expect that they could get such a large sum. The master and his disciple stare at the merchant, processing his words. The sect leader thinks, 50,000 taels. Could it be that they will really get it? The sect leader explodes with indignation, steam almost coming out of him. No way. He just blurted out that number as a bluff to make it seem like the maximum. How can a painting cost so much? The master pulls himself together. He thinks something is fishy here. He orders himself to calm down. He must be calm. The sect leader decides that only in a calm state can he continue to find out information. Crossing his arms on his chest, he says arrogantly, "The man is right, and he should have agreed earlier." The sect leader is pleased with himself. He is calm again. He says, "To be honest, they have already asked about the price in other shops." The hermit Qinglian was recognized not only by the pawnbroker. The man, continuing to squeeze the canvas rolled into a tube in his hand, replies that, actually, the hermit Qinglian is no longer a secret in their circle. He adds that, although he appeared quite recently, in the state of Jin he is already called the first scholar. His calligraphy is not only brought to perfect mastery. The man says that the skills of the hermit Qinglian are even more exceptional. He says that today throughout the state of Jin countless women are crazy about his poetry. The merchant adds that most of the fairer sex spend sleepless nights dreaming of him, and countless arrogant scholars have humbled their pride, imitating his works and analyzing his robots. The unprecedented style of the hermit Qinglian even broke the boundaries of time, causing a cultural revival in art. The man says, "It's just a pity that by the time his works were discovered, the master himself had already disappeared without a trace. The world never got to see his true face. Since ancient times, scholars valued reputation above all. What person does not dream of becoming famous throughout the country, becoming a great Confucian respected by all? But the hermit Qinglian treated such things like dust, leaving so freely." The merchant says, "How can they not feel both shame and admiration at the same time? Do they not agree?" The master and the disciple look at the man in surprise. They cannot believe that he is talking about their little foolish disciple. The sect leader confidently says, "Correct," just as they heard before. The young man glances at the master in surprise. The mentor really vouches for him. The merchant, meanwhile, unfolds the painting and looking at it says, "Then they must have heard that this painting has a huge flaw. It is a portrait. Compared to his best landscapes, the price differs by a whole order of magnitude." Su Changyu raises his hand to the back of his head. So that's the matter. And he thought that his unsurpassed appearance would definitely add value to the painting. The young man laughs. The sect leader reddens with rage and evil hisses. How dare he laugh? Let him behave more quietly. Didn't he hear? The price differs by a whole order of magnitude. The young man calms the master, asking him not to worry. The merchant hasn't yet said exactly how much they lost. The man, holding a painting in his hands, says that at least tens of thousands of lien have simply disappeared. He adds with regret in his voice, "What a waste." The sect leader is ready to incinerate both the merchant and his own disciple with a glance. Right now, he wants to devour someone alive, truly alive. Su Chanyu asks the master to calm down because he's still. The sect leader, pulling himself together, decisively says, "Enough. Let the merchant name his price. If it is lower than in other stores, then they leave." The man says, 10,000 taels. That is all he can give. After all, it is not a pure landscape, and there are no poems, so the master says he agrees. The man is amazed. He won't even bargain? The sect leader replies, "No. The merchant looks reliable. Let him take out the money." Soon the master and his apprentice leave the shop and find themselves on a noisy, crowded street. Following the head of the sect, Su Changyu says, he thought the master would go to another shop. The latter replies, "Enough already." They take what they can and stop there. The sect leader adds, "With their power, does he really think they can escape if they get wind of it? A noble person is innocent, but if he has jade on him, the guilt is his." The young man, smiling, says that, as expected, the master is calm and resourceful. He admits that he hasn't even had time to realize what is happening. The sect leader, smiling as widely as his disciple, replies, "Of course, otherwise how could he be his teacher?" They stop and admire the banknote that the master is holding in his hands. The sect leader, placing his foot on a stone, raises his hands with the cherished paper upwards, and continuing to admire it, exclaims happily, "A whole 10,000 taels. They are rich. The sect is saved." Su Changyu, pressing his hands to his chest, says he has never seen so much money in his life. Suddenly the mood of the head of the sect changes sharply, and he angrily grabs the student's hair, shouting, "Why a portrait? A portrait! They lost tens of thousands because of this." The young man screams in pain and tries to justify himself. How is he supposed to know that portraits are worthless? Having calmed down a little, and leaving the young man to check the integrity of his hair, the master, examining the banknotes, says, "Who is this little Ye-Pin? How much is he hiding from them?" Su Changyu assumes that the younger brother simply has his own difficulties. He does not think that he is a bad person. He wonders, or perhaps he himself does not yet know about it. But then what about that precious rice paper? The sect leader says, he also believes that the young disciple is sincere. If so, let it remain between them and be hidden in their hearts. There is no need to seek the truth here. Everyone has their secrets. The man adds, when the boy decides to speak, he will do so of his own free will. Su Changyu, looking at the back of the sect leader, says that he rarely sees the master so serious. With his temperament, he thought that he would try to pull out a few more paintings. The man interrupts him. "Enough empty talk. It is time for them to go." The young man asks, "Where to?" Looking back at the disciple, the sect leader answers, "The younger brother has done so much for the sect. As his mentor, the man must thank him with a worthy gift." Su Changyu is surprised. A worthy gift? Soon they stop near a luxurious building, on which a sign proudly reads, "Pavilion of Mysterious Origin." Su Changyu looks surprised. He asks the master, "Are they really going to the Pavilion of Mysterious Origin?" The young man asks the teacher, "Isn't he caring too much about the younger disciple? This is the most expensive store in the city." The sect leader answers, "What is there to fear? The younger brother earned this money. Since he is a genius, they must do their best to nurture him. This is for the future of their Qingyun sect." He adds that one should not think of him as greedy, lustful, and unreliable. In critical moments, he knows what is important. Covering the lower part of his face with a fan and dreamily rolling his eyes, the man says that in the future, if their sect rises to the 3rd, 2nd, or even 1st level, perhaps everything will depend on Ye-Pin. The young man objects. "But this pavilion of mysterious origin, he heard that it is terribly expensive." The sect leader, waving a banknote in front of the disciple, asks, "More expensive than this?" Su Changyu tries to say something else, but the master does not want to listen. He hastily climbs the steps, saying to the disciple left standing in place, "Stop, let him be silent, and pretend that he is rich." The man encourages himself. Confidence. The key to wealth is confidence. In the pavilion, they are greeted by 2 girls with ample busts and revealing outfits. Smiling sweetly, they welcome visitors. "Welcome to the Pavilion of Mysterious Origin. They are glad to see the honorable immortals. The sect leader bites his lower lip. A slight blush appears on his face as he thinks, wow, this is how the rich live. What luxury all around. And if you remember that pawnshop seller. The man assumes a majestic appearance and fans himself with a fan. The girl in the lilac dress asks if she may inquire whether the man came for magical tools or manuals. The sect leader replies importantly, manuals, the very best. How much do they cost? The saleswoman assures. She can tell right away that he wants the best of the best. The girl in the red dress, bending low to show off an impressive neckline, says that a set of first-class guides in their store costs about 100,000 taels of gold, she adds. Since they have an anniversary event, there is a 30% discount. Su Chengyu, drenched in cold sweat, shouts, stammering heavily, how much? The girl in the lilac dress, winking and smiling sweetly, replies, just a little over 100,000 taels of gold. After the anniversary event ends, esteemed guests will no longer find such a low price. The young man raises his hand to his forehead and lowers his head deeply. He cannot believe what the girl said. Cheap. She actually called more than 100,000 cheap. He thinks that the world of the rich is really not for them, the poor. He cannot understand this world because poverty has limited his imagination. The sect leader whispers to the disciple, why are you panicking like that? Calm down. Let him have at least a little firmness. Su Chengyu whispers back, but their money is not even enough for one set. Didn't he say that it's not worth coming here? The master asks the girl how much one introductory volume costs. The young man even recoils from him, surprised by his persistence. The girl in the lilac dress looks at them thoughtfully, then says, only the introductory volume? Is he sure? Buying a single volume separately is useless. The sect leader replies, let her not worry about whether he is useful or not. He asks her simply to say if it is possible. The girl answers, of course it is possible. But she still asks him to think carefully, as their store does not accept returns. The master asks, how much does the introductory volume of the first-class guide cost? The answer is, naturally, it is much cheaper. Su Chengyu again bows to the master and asks him to calm down. He begs him not to act proud, and considers it madness to spend 10,000 taels on a useless preface to the technique. The sect leader replies, useless, he says. Has the disciple really forgotten how extraordinarily clever his younger brother is? The introductory volume is more than enough. The master adds, so with one introductory volume, Ipin will manage without difficulty. The young man, stepping back from the master, thinks, right, how could he forget? The guy understood the entire set from one random sword sign. Understanding and admiration appear in the young man's gaze. Exactly, precisely. The master is right. For this monster, the introductory volume will definitely be enough. This will be a huge profit. Meanwhile, the girl in the purple dress brings 3 books on a tray. She says she just asked the shopkeeper, and these 3 introductory volumes of first-class guides can be sold separately. The sect leader asks, which one has the greatest power? The girl says, the greatest power? That would probably be the river flow sword technique. It is named so because, mastering it, the sword's power flows like a mighty river, truly formidable. It also comes with higher-level techniques. If someone has exceptional talent, they can even understand the next level of the Linhai sword technique. The girl adds that it is also the most expensive. Even one introductory volume costs 9,000 taels of gold. The sect leader thinks, even a fragment costs that much. But he immediately decides to invest everything and take the most expensive one. He shouts that he is buying. Let them pack it. With the remaining money, the man plans to purchase high-class pills for chi refinement, as well as energy pills. He points with his finger to the counter where the needed remedies lie. Su Chengyu asks fearfully, Master, will you really not leave a single coin? The sect leader decisively replies, he said everything, so it means everything. The young man's face lengthens, and his mouth opens slightly. He is clearly impressed by the master's words. Su Chengyu asks, Master, are you perhaps under the influence of something today? At this moment, the man hands a banknote to the girl, but does not hurry to release it from his hands. He almost cries and orders the disciple to shut up. He is tearfully reluctant to part with the money. The girl, trying to take the banknote, asks the sect leader to let her go. She inquires, so is he buying the book or not? The weeping sect leader leaves the pavilion, holding on to the disciple. He keeps repeating, it hurts so much. Very, very much. The young man, no less distressed than the master, says, "The master keeps crying, enough already." Startled, the sect leader says, "Ah yes, he just remembered. Aren't their second and third younger brothers taking the alchemist and rune master exams at the end of the year?" Su Changyu replies, "He thinks so. But what happened? Is the master planning to return? They have no more money." The man answers angrily, flashing his eyes, "Return? No way! And for the next 2 months, let the disciple not mention money in front of him. It hurts him deeply." The man calls the young man to follow him. He promises to show him a hidden place with treasures. A man with a big belly is selling books, laying out his goods right on the street. He calls out to buyers, shouting, "Sale of manuals, price by weight, 10 taels of gold per caddy. You won't lose, no cheating here." The sect leader and Su Changyu stop next to him, and the man immediately addresses them. "Do you want to weigh?" The young man sincerely wonders, "Huh? Is this the very hidden place with treasures that the master talked about?" The sect leader, smiling, pats the young man on the shoulder, telling him not to be deceived by the price. He assures that real treasures are hidden here. Otherwise, how does he think his 4 seasons technique appeared? Su Changyu exclaims in surprise, "What?" The master leans over the goods, asking, 10 taels for 1 caddy? That's robbery. He offers to give him 10 caddies for 10 taels, and then he will buy. The seller indignantly replies, "No way, these are real goods." The sect leader says, "Real? Does he take him for a fool? He better hurry with the decision. Is he selling or not? If not, they will leave right now," the trader shouts. 5 caddies, no more than 5. While the men are fiercely bargaining, the young man squats down to examine the goods. Bright book covers immediately catch his eye. One depicts a young man. The inscription says it is perfect development of formless visions. On the next book, a green little dragon is drawn. The title, Drawing of 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants. Su Changyu's gaze falls on a cover depicting a woman with luxurious curves, emphasized by her red revealing dress. The book's title, Late at Night, the master's wife knocked on my door. Disgust appears on the young man's face. "What nonsense is this? You can't work with this at all." The sect leader presses a pouch to his chest. He is pleased that they are returning home not empty-handed. The disciple glances sideways at his load. Su Changyu asks the master, "Won't he buy something for himself?" The sect leader is a little surprised. He asks, "What to buy?" Smirking, the man says, "He is just an old bony old man. The main thing is that Su Changyu and the sect are fine. That's all the happiness for him as a mentor." The young man tells the master that he is so annoying today. The sect leader looks at him angrily and orders him to leave. Calling him a kid, the sect leader says he gives him 7 days to quickly master the basics of the river flow sword technique, otherwise a year without any pretense. Su Changyu is surprised. He has to train. The angry master hits him on the head with his fist, shouting, "Of course! Why hand the scroll directly to the younger brother when they need to maintain the appearance of masters? Let him quickly train with the basics. This is just an introductory volume. He will get his wits about it. Then let him pretend he is an experienced master teaching the younger brother. Meanwhile, let him use the scrolls bought at the market as a cover, and make the boy read them first." The young man ends up holding the bag that the master was carrying. Su Changyu assumes that maybe Ye Ping, with his incredible understanding, might even handle these purchased scrolls. The sect leader, pointing at him with his finger, laughs. He asks, "Is the student serious?" He knew that Su Changyu was uneasy about the younger brother. Could he really have thought that the 4 seasons technique came from a stall? That was a joke. He explains that the scrolls on the market take moves from real techniques, but in essence, it's complete nonsense. They can't be called real, neither core nor methods. It's like the difference between fiction and real history. He asks, "Does the student understand this?" The sect leader asks Su Changyu to look at these books, among which is The Drawing of 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants, and asks, "Does even one of them look like a cultivation technique?" He believes they will only fool a complete green novice like Ye Ping. Su Changyu asks, "Then why did the master say he would give them to the second and third younger brothers for training?" The sect leader replies that actually, that was also a joke. He plans to place them in the Sutra Pavilion as decoration. Otherwise, if Ye Ping gets in there, everything will be revealed. He will come up with another plan for the second and third brothers. The master laughs. Even thinking about it is funny. Mastering market scrolls, what a fantasy. If anyone can understand even something from this rubbish, then he, Tai Hua, will eat all these books. All of them. Su Changyu thoughtfully says, "Maybe they are fooling the younger brother for the sake of one more painting. Then the techniques of the second and third younger brothers will also be resolved." The sect leader sighs. He thought about that too. But they have already deceived him once for the sect. Now he fears they will forget the original goal and see Ye Ping just as a money tree. But on the other hand, the boy can paint just one picture, and it will outweigh centuries of work of their sect. And growth of the sect requires expenses. What a difficult choice, the master exclaims. That's why he hates these moral dilemmas. It annoys him very much. He decides that for now they will forget about it. He wants to give himself time to think everything over before deciding. The sect leader adds, but for now, something else. For these 2 months, Su Changyu must seriously teach the boy swordsmanship because he plans to send Ye Ping to the Qingzhou Sword Conference. The young man is struck by his words. Su Changyu, stammering, says, Qingzhou, Sword Conference, is the master serious? The young man begs the mentor not to take risks. He says that the younger brother can quickly grasp sword techniques, but he has no internal strength, outwardly strong but empty inside. This is the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference, real fights, people can be killed there. He asks the mentor not to be reckless. Su Changyu knows this better than anyone else. He participated twice in the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference. All the best talents of Qingzhou gather there. He was only a participant, but with incredible luck passed all the free fights and broke into the top 500. The young man felt out of place there, and Ye Ping now is like a child who has mastered the most difficult combat techniques. If he goes there, it will be pure suicide. The sect leader replies that the disciple does not understand. He will explain everything later. Let him only remember not to tell the other juniors about this, and just say that he returned the money that was taken from them. That is all they need to know. Nothing more. Understood? The disciple answers. Okay. The mountain peak, Ye Ping trains, moving at incredible speed. It seems as if he has simply split in two, so fast his silhouette moves on the cliff top. He makes sword lunges at such speed that he almost manages to touch the tip of his own sword, which is already in another position. Tears fill Su Changyu's eyes. He raises his hand to his face, clamping his mouth to keep a sob from escaping. The young man thinks, phew, he just stepped out for a minute, and the boy has already mastered the sword movement. So frustrating, so enviable. The young man calls out to Ye Ping. The boy freezes and asks his elder brother in surprise, why are you here? Su Changyu asks, has fencing become boring? Ye Ping replies that he improves every day and never gets bored. Mentally, the young man gasps. He almost cries, the boy improves every day. Is this even human? Meanwhile, Ye Ping wonders, why is the elder brother asking? Su Changyu answers, just like that. He simply thought that if the guy is bored, he could give him another scroll to practice. Ye Ping shouts excitedly that he is very bored. He is just terribly bored. The guy beams, anticipating what might happen. If one sword move from the elder brother made him understand the sword technique, then if he gives him a cultivation scroll, won't he soar to the heavens? Su Changyu hands the promised scroll to the guy, who takes it carefully. The young man says, this scroll is called the Art of the Ancient God Demon. Ye Ping looks at the cover, where a muscular man faces a giant monster with a wide-open fanged mouth, from which dazzling light bursts forth. The guy is puzzled. Mentally he asks himself, the Art of the Ancient God Demon. If this were not an outstanding cultivation method, how could it dare to call itself God Demon? A broad smile lights up the guy's face. If this is not an immortal hidden sect, then what is it? Su Changyu tells his younger brother. He once accidentally found this scroll on physical cultivation in ancient ruins. No one knows where it came from. Ye Ping looks at the manuscript with delight. The young man continues. But as cultivators, they cannot train only the sword. Both physical and spiritual practice are important. Su Changyu says that Ye Ping missed the best moment for spiritual cultivation, and his spiritual root is weak. He needs to start with physical cultivation, which might even be better. With a strong body and his understanding of the sword, he will not be inferior to spiritual cultivators in anything. Mentally, the young man blushes and hides his face in his palms. Ah, what nonsense he is talking. He doesn't even believe himself. Who would cultivate the body if they can develop the spirit? Su Changyu decides to retreat. He says, if there is nothing else, he better leave and try to master this himself. Mentally, he orders himself to run away faster. If he keeps talking about this market trash, everything will be exposed. He thinks that once he masters even a little of the river flow sword technique, he can return and put on another show. He believes this is the perfect plan. He can't wait for it. Su Changyu loves to pretend. It makes him happy. Night. On the top of the cliff, the boy continues to hone his skill. His dark silhouette is clearly visible against the sky. Slicing the air with his sword, the boy thinks about the ancient god demon. He believes that the very name sounds cool and daring. Compared to it, the Four Thunders technique is a trifle. He is so eager to start studying it. He thirsts to practice right now. Continuing to refine his movements, he thinks that full concentration is needed for study, no distractions allowed. The boy understands. Especially now he must restrain himself. First, he must strengthen the impulse of the four thunders, then everything else. No rush. Residence of Su Changyu. The young man, settling on the ground, immerses himself in reading a book. He intently studies the contents of the volume handed to him by the master. Su Changyu breaks away from reading, confusion and fear written on his face. He wonders what to do. He understands nothing. It was said that a little cleverness was needed. Ye Ping continues to hone his skill, moving at incredible speed. Clenching the sword hilt tighter in his palm, he strikes blow after blow. After spending half a day, Ye Ping managed to master the power of the Sword of Four Thunders. He freezes, leaning on the sword, lowering his head and catching his breath. Raising his face, from which sweat streams like hail, the young man says, now he only needs to understand the meaning of the Sword of Four Thunders. Heading towards the stone, he thinks aloud. Although his elder brother never directly said how difficult it is to grasp the true meaning of the sword, he himself feels it. After all, the intention of the sword is the very will of the technique, and one must not approach it hastily. He freezes, continuing to ponder. Misunderstanding is far more dangerous than not comprehending at all. It is no coincidence that the elder brother gave him this manual right now, not earlier or later. He clearly foresaw that he might succumb to impatience and stray from the right path. A crooked smile appears on Ye Pin's face. He says, that is his elder brother. He always sees further than others. The young man opens the book that Su Changyu handed him and immerses himself in reading. He reads the section, The Art of Tempering the Body of the God Demon. I am Tao Respectful Moshuan, born even before the creation of heaven and earth, having endured 360 million tribulations, finally achieving unity with the Tao, and becoming one with the cosmos itself. He acquired this tempering method by chance, thanks to his comprehension of heaven and earth. Under the heavens, everyone values only spiritual development, unaware of the true power of body tempering, considering mountain raising its pinnacle. But true body tempering allows one to grasp the sun and moon, tear down the stars, step over the heavens with flesh alone, and destroy all existence with a single strike. The highest realm of bodily perfection, as the god demon believes, should imitate gods and demons, divine organs and the body of a demon, possessing divine innards and the divine blood of gods, as well as the true body of a demon. Only then does a person become the body of a god demon. Ye Pin is amazed by the discovery, divine organs and the body of a demon. One strike and all existence turns to nothing. In one word, awesome. The young man sinks into reflection. But cultivating this method means surviving unimaginably cruel trials. Ordinary people are not given the chance to learn it. Only those with great will, great patience, and great wisdom can master it. Ye Pin asks himself, will he dare to take on this challenge? His face turns fierce. What kind of joke is this? What perfection is there without hardships? The title King of Bookworms, which he earned even before reincarnating into this world, is not for nothing. He hurries to quickly see what is in the main part, and blinks in confusion. The funny little man bends, raising his hands up, and the inscription, the diagram of the heavens. Ye Ping says that this book contains an image of the god demon, a scheme of body tempering, which the great Taoist acquired through understanding heaven and earth. He decides that it needs to be studied carefully. The guy leans over the book again. Sweat streams down his face from the tension. He understands the logic, but his posture embarrasses him greatly. He wonders, how can one practice in such a posture? Ye Ping tries to repeat the movements of the drawn little man, raising his hands to the sky and bending at the waist. The guy clenches his teeth tighter and blushes, thinking that his older brother would not lie to him. He tries again to repeat the intricate movement. Ordering himself to stop thinking so much, Ye Ping commands himself to focus. He is confident that he can master this. Meanwhile, the state of Jin, the pavilion of ink scrolls. The man who entered the office asks the girl sitting at the table with her back to him, is everything ready with Fairy Mo? He adds that it is almost the hour of yin. If the draft is not submitted, then they will really be in trouble. The girl looks back at him. The busty blonde returns to her task and continues to draw characters with a brush. She says, all right, she knows. She is already hurrying. Stop nagging her. The man reports that this ancient book, The Art of Tempering the God Demon's Body, does not sell at all. In the end, fewer than 3 copies were sold. He asks her to stop writing such manuals. It is too exaggerated. No one believes it. In their time, cultivators prefer something simpler and clearer. He asks her to at least look at the bestseller How to make one spiritual stone work 10 times more efficiently. That one sells like hotcakes. The girl wearily lowers her head onto the table. She says that the man is terribly boring. If he keeps nagging like that, then let him write it himself. She thinks that she actually likes everything. Straightening up, she throws over her shoulder. Oh, by the way, what about what she asked him to find? The man replies, he found out. The Academy of 10 Nations will start official student enrollment next year. Blonde exclaims, wonderful. Finally, she will be able to enter the academy. She thinks that the first academy will surely gather many interesting people. 3 days later, the stars shine brightly in the sky. The boy stands on the edge of the cliff. He throws his head back and raises his hands to chest level, and a fountain of blood bursts from his mouth. He presses his hands to the ground again. Blood flows from the corner of his mouth. Standing on all fours, the boy says, he has coughed up blood 3 times already, but has not come closer to understanding. The manual clearly states, the gifted are capable of comprehending the heavenly diagram of the god demon at a single glance. He looks at the book and laments. Could his comprehension really be so insignificant? Standing up and leaning forward, he thinks, no, this is not the end yet. He commands himself, once more, once more. The harder the path, the stronger the perseverance is tested. Yiping straightens up. He says that from this day on, 11 hours of practice a day and 1 hour of rest will be enough. He resolutely declares, if his talent is insufficient, then he must work many times harder than others. He will not retreat until he masters this technique. Morning. The boy raises his hands up again and arches his waist. He orders himself to think without stopping. The simpler the cultivation path seems, the deeper the hidden meaning. And conversely, the deeper the principle, the simpler the words that express it. Night. Yeping continues to stand, raising his hands to the sky. He thinks, it is said for a reason that the great Tao is in simplicity. So, if you reduce the diagram of the sky gazer to its very essence, what is it? Observing the heavens? Or looking at all existence? Maybe it is a gaze into height, a grand perspective? No. All of this is only the surface. Dawn. The boy continues to stand on the edge of the cliff with his hands raised. He tries to understand. So what is the true core? He recalls reading about the 3 eyes and 6 gazes. 3 eyes, the mortal eye, the heavenly eye, and the Dharma eye. The heavenly eye means a kind of extrasensory vision, capable of seeing beyond the visible, what is inaccessible to mortals. He decides that the Dharma eye, if he remembers correctly, is a higher level of insight, allowing one to comprehend the essence and laws of things. Yeping thinks that he must limit himself to the most superficial mortal vision. The guy believes that he must strive for higher levels, for the perception of the essence and laws of all existence. He clenches his teeth tighter. Essence and laws. What is that? Gazing into the heavens, a higher level, the eye of Dharma. Yipin is suddenly enlightened, and he freezes so as not to scare away the thought. The guy speaks. It seems Yipin is even afraid to say the end of the phrase aloud, but he still decides. It seems he begins to understand. He looks at the rising sun, and the wind tousles his long hair. Yipin, looking at the sunset, says, when ordinary people look at the sky, they see only endless expanses above them, but they do not realize what is truly called the heavens. His face becomes focused, and he clenches his teeth angrily. The guy says, addressing his older brother who is not here, he understood. Now he understood. The innate heart. Both gods and demons look at all beings differently because every being has a unique heart. The textbook says that inside every being dwells a god or demon belonging only to them. One only needs to sincerely look inside oneself and find it. Pressing his palm to his chest, the guy reproaches himself for being so foolish. He almost missed the sudden enlightenment. Yipin, closing his eyes, triumphantly raises a clenched fist above his head, holding the other hand at chest level with fingers straightened and pointing upward. He understands that there is absolutely no need to look at the sky. It is misleading. The so-called contemplation of the heavens actually means turning your heart into eyes and seeing the world inside your own soul. He commands himself to go and search. The guy stands with his arms wide open. He feels a light breeze. His eyes open. Streams of air gently flow around him. Yipin sees before him a deity illuminated by flames with 12 arms, holding daggers in 9 of them, and a spear in 1. With another hand, the deity presses a bow to its chest, and the other, clenched in a fist, is held at the chest. The boy's eyes become completely white. Mentally, he commands, enough. He wonders, is this his god or demon? The creature looks incredibly powerful and majestic. The back mountain, ruins of the Academy of 10 Nations. A comet rushes across the sky. People stand on the boulders and stone remains of the building, bulging his eyes and baring sharp teeth. One of them screams hysterically, "This is a celestial phenomenon. Could it really be a divine being descending? The heavens will not abandon their righteous path." A man standing nearby looks at him coldly. He says, "How many times has he told him to keep himself in check? With such behavior, he does not resemble a disciple of the righteous path at all, but rather a demon." The boy immediately slouches guiltily, asking his elder brother to forgive him. He explains that he got too excited. Turning away from him and raising his eyes to the sky, the man replies, "Why get so worked up? Celestial phenomena are never absolutely precise. If they really relied only on them, the path of righteousness would have long disappeared." The interlocutor tries to object to his elder brother, but he interrupts him, saying that he understands. He suggests watching a little longer. Without taking his eyes off the glowing object in the night sky, the man, with a long cloak fluttering behind his shoulders, says, "If this is truly gold, it cannot remain hidden." Meanwhile, the comet continues its path, crossing the star-strewn night sky above their heads. The great imperial palace. A man with long red hair sits by an open window. He is also watching the comet. Behind him stands a girl in a green dress, with slits that do not hide her hips. Sticking out the tip of her tongue, the brunette with a large bust brings a small ball to him. Approaching the chair and leaning her hand on the massive armrest, she freezes. The man sits motionless. His eyes are closed. Behind him on the wall, a golden disc is visible, with dragons on both sides. The man opens his eyes and props his head with his hand. He says he will simply take possession of it. Then he adds that the whole world belongs to the great Zia, not to mention some divine being. Icy plain of demonic beasts. Sharp peaks of icy cliffs stretch towards the greenery-lit skies. Snow is falling. A comet rushes across the sky. Below on the icy plain lies a giant monster, with huge tusks like a mammoth, its eyes burning with red fire, horns adorning its forehead. Near the snarling maw stands a man. By size, he can be compared to one fang of the fallen monster. The man, whose torso is bare despite the cold and snow, and whose feet are bare, raises his head to the sky. His blonde hair is whipped by a strong wind. He lowers his head. His eyes glow with red flames. The man's ears are pointed. His eyebrows are the same white color as his wild hair. Mentally, he asks himself, is a divine being descending? His lips stretch into a triumphant smile. He snorts and adds, "Interesting." Clenching a sword in his hand, he turns to the approaching monster, whose head is crowned with huge ram horns and whose eyes shine with green flames. Residents of Chengdu. A huge moon disk illuminates the mountain peaks, on the slopes of which trees grow. The young man sighs heavily, not taking his eyes off the book he holds in his hands. He exclaims, "How much longer?" He is already tired of looking at this. Throwing the book, he strikes the ground with his fist forcefully. Tears stream from his eyes. He laments that he still understands nothing. Who even invented this cultivation when life was fine without it? Calming down a bit, Su Changyu sits on a stone again. The young man thinks, all right, he has already gotten used to the fact that he cannot cultivate himself. But the real trouble is the teacher. He imagines the master, swinging the sword he holds with both hands above his head, and fiercely flashing eyes burning with red flames, shouting to return his 10,000 taels. That is 10,000 taels. A shiver runs through Su Changyu's body. He understands that this greedy old man will never spare him. A young man sighs. He himself does not understand what is happening to him lately. His mood changes. With a dreamy look, he mentally reasons that as soon as midnight comes, he is overwhelmed by oppressive melancholy. A long smoking pipe appears in his hands. He wonders, could this be the very midnight depression syndrome? Slowly exhaling smoke, Su Changyu asks himself, what is the meaning of life at all? On the edge of a cliff against the backdrop of a huge moon disk, a silhouette of a person is visible. He does not notice that a girl is watching him from below. The beauty, who earlier had a conversation with Su Changyu after his first lesson with the boy, sitting on a stone, says, "What is happening to the elder brother lately? At this hour, he always looks at the stars alone." The girl wonders, could something be troubling him? She asks what the second elder brother thinks about this. Behind her sits a young man with closed eyes, the second elder brother of the Qingyun Dao sect, Luo Cheng. The young man opens his eyes and answers, "It must be that the talent of the new younger brother is too weak. But as the elder brother, he does not show the proper patience at all. He protests. What kind of behavior is this?" Rising, Luo Cheng decisively says that tomorrow he himself will teach a lesson to the younger brother, and at the same time to the elder brother, so that he understands what it means to be a true mentor. A many-armed giant creature looks at the world impassively. Yiping sits in the lotus position with closed eyes. He is focused and calm. His eyes open and the lunar disk is reflected in them. The boy says, "Here it is." This is his own technique of bodily cultivation. Yiping closed his eyes and focused for only a brief moment. However, in his consciousness, it felt as if hours had passed. In his heart rose a god demon whose body seemed forged from heavenly steel, eternal and indestructible. He held the law of the universe in his hands and stood opposite the entire cosmos. The entire essence of the god demon radiated an aura that was unbearable to behold, terrifying beyond comparison. Yiping felt like a bug in his palm. The god demon gazed at him just as he himself tried to see the essence of it. The all-seeing eyes turned to Yiping, and from them it was impossible to hide or conceal anything even in the most secluded corners of one's soul. An unrestrained flow of information about perfection crashed upon him like a raging river flowing into the ocean. It poured into his mind. In the real world, Yiping continues to sit in the lotus position with his eyes closed. The boy's eyes open. An extraterrestrial radiance is reflected in them. He rises and surveys the mountain peaks. Now he knows that the so-called art of tempering the god demon lies in taking the sky as a hammer, the earth as a forge, absorbing all existing things, and reforging the body anew. It is divided into 5 stages: minor god demon, great god demon, supreme god demon, Tao god demon, and Tao progenitor god. Currently, the method residing in Yiping's consciousness is the chapter of the minor god demon. Using the sky as a hammer and the earth as a forge, tempering the flesh 81 times can densify the body of the minor god demon. At that moment, the power of the flesh will become like a true dragon. Blood and chi will rage like a blazing sun, and essence, chi, and spirit will reach their limit. The key to practicing the art of tempering the god demon's body lies in the heavenly hammer and earthly forge. Using the sky as a hammer, the earth as a forge, repeatedly temper the body. Through spiritual energy, a connection with heaven and earth is established, borrowing the power of the earth to form the supreme forge. Then heavenly power is applied as a divine hammer striking the body, tempering it until the body of the god demon is forged. At that moment, the power of the flesh will become like a true dragon. Blood and chi will rage like a blazing sun, and essence, chi, and spirit will reach their limit. This process is extremely dangerous. The body breaks down again and again, then recovers, requiring superhuman will. Yiping tries to comprehend everything. He says, the stronger the cultivation method, the more they test endurance. This he fully understands. He says, but to form the heavenly hammer and earthly forge, he needs a huge amount of spiritual energy to connect with heaven and earth. What to do? The guy grabs his head with his hand. He laments. There is no spiritual energy in his body at all. You can't cook porridge without rice. But he heard that pills in the cultivation world can provide certain spiritual power. Yiping sinks into thought, resting his head on his hand. However, every medicine contains some poison. And since he hasn't even entered the chi purification stage, he doesn't know if it's safe. One must not act rashly. He recalls that the teacher told him about the second elder brother, who specializes in making pills. The guy wonders, can he ask him to teach him too? Meanwhile, in the residence of the second elder brother, Lochin looks at a small fiery sphere hovering above his palm. The orb emits fiery streams. The young man says that another pill has formed. He adds that he must remain calm, not rejoice in success, and not grieve over losses. He decides to show the elder brother tomorrow what it means to be a true teacher and example. Morning, in the residence of the elder brother, desperate Su Changyu, kneeling, bangs his head on the ground. He raises his face, and a mouth twisted with a malicious grimace and bulging eyes become visible. A thought strikes his mind. He doesn't understand, nothing at all. He falls backward onto the ground, deciding, that's it, he gives up. He will no longer think about it. If he works hard, failure cannot catch him. Lying still, he thinks. So what if he didn't understand? In the end, everyone will just become a mound of earth. The young man believes all this is meaningless. All these efforts, all these talks about success, all meaningless. Su Changyu stands up, not noticing that the sect leader is climbing the steps behind him. The master looks thoughtfully at the detached disciple. The sect leader asks, how are the progress? Has he already mastered the art of the river stream sword technique? Radiantly smiling, Su Changyu replies, what difference does it make, whether he understood it or not? Only by letting go of attachments can one find joy. The young man's figure radiates a bright glow. The sect leader closes his eyes and, trying to cover his face with his hand, curses. This dazzling Buddhist light. What exactly has he cultivated? Still radiantly smiling, the young man reports to the teacher. He hasn't cultivated anything at all. He adds that the master's disciple no longer cares about anything. The sect leader shrugs, saying, he knew it would end exactly like this. He suggests the disciple follow him. They are going to the mountains of the silent forest. Su Chengyu's mood changes sharply. He clearly gets scared, and the dazzling light dims. The young man exclaims, "What?" The master replies, "A real life and death trial can help him break through. It will be beneficial for Su Changyu's growth." The upset disciple tries to object to the teacher, but these are the mountains of the silent forest. He looks sad and depressed. The silent forest mountains are the most dangerous area within Qingzhou. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, countless powerful demonic beasts live there. Even a disciple of the strongest sect in Qingzhou can easily die there. The sect leader answers. While he trains him, he can also hunt low-level demonic beasts and earn some technique points for his junior comrades. He declares that he has decided not to deceive little Ye Pin anymore by making him draw another scroll. Su Chengyu rushes off, shouting as he runs that he will not go to the silent forest mountains. His life is more important than anything. The master, rushing after him, shouts back, "Let him shut up! Didn't he just say that he no longer cares about anything?" One of the three great sects of Qingzhou, the sect of the Four Thunderswords. Many people gathered in the courtyard by the gates. A man standing opposite them in a fur-trimmed cloak surveys them, hands clasped behind his back. He says, "Good, very good. 7 disciples who have achieved great mastery in the Spring Thunder Sword technique are participating in this tournament of the sect." He singles out a young man and a mighty person standing next to him with wild chin hair, adding, "And even 2 who have perfected it." The man says, "Excellent, very good, truly worthy to be considered the best talents of Qingzhou." Lights flash in his eyes as he says, "However, the upcoming Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference is no simple event. It is still 2 months away. One cannot be careless. To win a place in the top 10, the sect master himself will personally guide their cultivation. Do they understand?" He is bombarded with questions. The sect master himself will personally train them? Is this serious? Did something happen? One of the young men says he has never seen the master during all the time he has spent in the sect. The man replies, "The reason is unknown to them for now. They should just do their best to get into the top 10. He adds, "Moreover, they have confirmed information that a hidden sect in Qingzhou has also sent disciples to participate in the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference." A man of mighty build exclaims angrily, "Hidden sect! He believes this complicates matters." Above Qingzhou is Jin, and above Jin, the 10 nations. It is said that once the 10 nations underwent a great upheaval. Some huge sects perished, and some of their most valuable forces hid in remote places. Some hidden sects passed down their heritage only through a single line, preserving the highest secrets. These sects cannot even be compared to the sect of the Four Thunderswords. Sect of the Four Thunderswords, Great Hall. The same man in a luxurious fur-trimmed cloak, with 2 elders to his right. One slightly older, the other younger, and to his left, a woman and a tall muscular man, expresses respect to the sect master. The master standing before them replies, "No need for formalities." He announces that today he has gathered them all for an important matter. The master of the sect of the Four Thunderswords silently looks at the people greeting him. Then he says that today he has gathered them all for an important matter. The bald strong man with thick vegetation on his chin asks, "Can they ask what exactly happened?" He is supported by a man with long thin mustaches sticking out to the sides. "Yes, what happened?" The man in the cloak says, "Could it be related to the token of the sword tower Tai Xuan?" The master of the Four Thunder Sword sect answers, "No. If it were only about the token of the sword tower Tai Xuan, it would not be so serious." He asks, "Are they aware of the Academy of 10 Nations?" A woman with pale violet eyes and a dress of the same but more saturated color echoes, "The Academy of 10 Nations?" she asks. "Could that legendary academy be recruiting students again?" The Academy of 10 Nations is the most elite academy of the immortal path on the entire continent. Even students at the lowest level become the pinnacle of the whole continent. But the recruitment of new students there is extremely strict and mysterious. Sometimes they may not accept anyone for 10 years. It is the dream of every cultivator, but almost no one can achieve it. The woman addresses the sect leader, inquiring, "Does he mean that the imperial court of the Jin state will send people to the Sword Path Conference again?" The man replies, "Correct. As before, the imperial court will secretly send special emissaries to select good seeds and recommend them to the Academy of 10 Nations." He adds that he already knows who it will be. Everyone immediately bombards him with questions. What? He already knows who? Who? On the Xianwu continent, the status of the Imperial Court is slightly higher than that of the immortal sects. If it were about the main immortal sect of the Jin state, then even the Imperial Court would show respect. But a sect like the Four Thunderswords, although it is the first sect of Qingzhou and has certain influence, still cannot surpass the Imperial Court. The sect leader unfolds a painting drawn by Ye Ping and asks everyone to look at it. Everyone looks carefully at the painting. Voices are heard. What an amazing work. This is the style of the recluse Qinglian. The bald strong man standing behind others asks, "What does this mean?" The woman asks a question. Is the person in this painting an envoy? The sect leader, standing on the stairs a few steps above the others, says, "Hermit Qinlian disappeared 6 months ago." He suggests to those present to think about where he might have gone. A man who previously announced a meeting with the master to the students speculates. Could it be that he joined some minor sect to cultivate immortality? A woman believes that is impossible. With his reputation, even if he wanted to join their Four Thunder Swords sect, they would have welcomed him with open arms. The sect leader says, as far as he knows, at the court of the Jin state there is an unmatched swordsman who was once a genius of the Academy of 10 Nations. But for unknown reasons he was expelled from the academy, and later became the general inspector and commander of the Jin state. The world only knows the sword lord Tai Xuan, but few know that this general inspector also entered the realm of sword intent. The sect leader ponders and adds, and since a new painting by the hermit Qinlian has appeared here, it is very likely that this person is indeed in the state of Jin. He is confident in his conclusion. There are also rumors that this general inspector is not only an unparalleled swordsman, but also extraordinarily handsome. How could anyone in Jin not know a person of such a level? The man in the coat, addressing the master, says that these are only his assumptions for now. Does he have any evidence? Flashing his eyes and baring his lips in a smile, the head of the sect answers, "Of course there is." He forcefully throws the painting aside, affecting it with inner strength. The sect leader, clenching his fist, strikes her with all his might, but the canvas only glows with a bright radiance. The attendees watch with surprise as he attempts to destroy the painting. The power of the head of the sect almost knocks them off their feet merely by a distant touch. The master lowers his hands and asks the huddled people, do they still think he could be wrong? He says that there is sword intent in the painting. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the artist himself touched the realm of sword intent, but it is known that the hermit Qinglian does not practice cultivation. Only one possibility remains. The person in the painting managed to condense the supreme sword intent and imprint it on the scroll. Therefore, the person in this painting must be a messenger. The attendees exclaim joyfully. The master is truly insightful. As expected from the sect master, to deduce so much from a few details, the sect master is truly a man of divine insight. The sect leader snorts. Of course, did they really doubt it? He says there is another reason. This general inspector is known for despising wealth and women, loving only to wander through mountains and rivers, exploring the world. Sometimes he even casually exchanges state treasures, granted by the king himself, for money which he then spends thoughtlessly. And he accidentally obtained this painting in the ancient city of White Fruit. According to the shopkeeper, the seller looked strikingly similar to the person depicted in it. This exactly matches his habits. A tall man says, indeed, some masters wander through wild places, take out their flying sword and give it to a random peasant just in exchange for a fruit. A woman asks, does the sect master want them to show him respect? The sect leader answers, no, they must not deliberately fawn over him. Moreover, this news must even be hidden. For a person of such a high level, what has he not seen? Such petty tricks will only cause his contempt. If they really meet him, they can respectfully ask for advice. Perhaps that way they will win his favor. Stroking his beard with his hand, the master proudly thinks, truly, is he not unsurpassed in his wisdom? If not for him, what would have become of this sect? Night fell. Ye Ping sits on the ground cross-legged with his hands resting on his knees. The young man says that it is not yet possible to practice the ancient art of tempering the body of the god demon. It is too risky. And regarding whether he can use pills to stimulate spiritual energy, it is better to ask the elder brother. He understands that under no circumstances should he act rashly. Behind him appears the sect's second elder brother, Qingyun Dao Shu Luocheng. He calls out to the younger brother. The youth introduces himself, saying that he is his second elder brother Shu Luocheng, but he can simply call him elder brother Luocheng. Ye Ping is impressed by his arrival. The second elder brother, the very second elder brother. He jumps up and bows respectfully, greeting elder brother Luo Cheng. Crossing his arms over his chest, the youth tells the young man that his elder brother has been busy with affairs lately, so he has come to teach him the art of alchemy. Yipin looks upset. He asks, does his elder brother really think that his talent is too weak, and therefore? Lochin replies, his elder brother is essentially a good person, but this is the first time he is passing on the Tao, so his actions should not be taken too personally. On the path of immortality, each realm has its own master. The fact that his talent in swordsmanship is not great does not mean that his other abilities are not valuable. Yipin says that he is not discouraged. Raising his hand and bending it to show his muscles, he promises that he will simply work harder on swordsmanship so that his elder brother will recognize him. Lochin raises his index finger. The huge cauldron summoned by him, glowing with a greenish light, hangs in the air between him and Yipin. Lochin says, enough talk, it's time to start alchemy. The young man, whose face shows readiness and concentration, answers, yes. Lochin stands opposite Yipin. Between them is a huge cauldron with legs and a lid. The youth says, the great Tao has 3,000 paths, and none is higher or lower than another. However, it is in the Tao of alchemy that the great secrets of heaven and earth lie. He asks, how does Yipin think? Who is the most powerful alchemist? The young man thinks, the most powerful alchemist? What does that mean? He thinks he has heard something like this somewhere before. Meanwhile, Luo Shen, with the elements raging behind his shoulders, asks, what does the young man think is the limit of the sword path? Yipin, in whose eyes the reflections of raging elements can be seen, wonders, maybe the second brother also harbors great power. The young man answers, he thinks that the most powerful alchemist stands above all existence. With just one pill he can make the strongest in the world lose their minds. Any genius, no matter how invincible he seems, will sooner or later exhaust himself. But an alchemist can break the law of heaven and rewrite destiny. Luochin says that just one life extension pill grants the strongest cultivator under heaven another 100 or even 1,000 years. Therefore, even the most formidable rulers of the path are forced to bow their heads in triple reverence. They strive to win the friendship and favor of such a person at any cost. The young man adds, and therefore, indirectly, the alchemist's power is a power surpassing all others. He says the guy thinks too small, and suggests he think bolder. Disconcerted, Yipin says, then perhaps the strongest of pills can transform the very nature of a person, turning the worst talent into the highest, endowing with the favor of fate, or maybe even elevating directly to immortality. Luochen picks it up, and it is still too small. The truly strongest alchemist no longer forges pills. He forges the very sky and earth. Every pill he creates contains an entire world. Such is the greatest alchemist. The guy looks puzzled. To temper the sky and the earth. Each pill. Is it a world? He exclaims, this is impossible. Even in the countless novels he read before moving here, he never encountered such a terrifying alchemist. Everything becomes a pill. Sky and earth are a pill. All existence turns into a pill. What a terrifyingly high limit this is. The eyes of Epina light up with excitement. The path of pills is just as powerful and in no way inferior to the path of the sword. He feels the fire ignite within him once again. Yipin asks the second brother, has he really already reached such a limit? The young man answers, something like that. The guy is struck by his answer. Another hidden master. What is happening with this sect? Could it be that everyone here is a unique master? He believes that the second elder brother has no reason to lie to him. Luochen, looking at the inspired Yipin, thinks it was a pretty good improvisation. He believes he spends too much time with Su Changyu, and that is not good. He is thinking, to harden the sky and the earth into a pill, right? Then let the guy create one pill right now so he can see it. The young man speaks to Yipin, but since he has never before touched the path of pills, for now he can only teach him the very basics of alchemy. Does he understand this? The guy replies, without 1,000 small steps, you cannot pass even 1,000. Of course, he thanks his older brother for the guidance. Luochen admonishingly raises his index finger upwards. He says, they say that in any medicine there are 3 parts poison. Under the heavens, any pill contains poison, and even the most skilled alchemist cannot eliminate it. But what he is going to teach Yipin today is the method of making pills without poison. No trace of poison, no side effects at all. The young man thinks, if his fellow alchemists knew he was boasting like this, they would probably slap him. He mentally orders himself to hold on. He needs to continue this performance. He explains that the root of the toxicity of pills lies in the medicinal ingredients themselves, No matter how much the guy purifies them, the healing nature and poisonous nature coexist. If the toxicity disappears, then the healing power will also vanish. The essence of non-poisonous pill-making is to not use medicinal ingredients at all. Yipin listens attentively, slightly opening his mouth. He says, "No ingredients. Then what do they make them from?" Lochin asks. "Sounds absurd, doesn't it?" Yipin agrees with him. A little. The second elder brother says, "But let the guy remember. He doesn't believe only because he doesn't understand." The young man explains, "It's like when the guy was still mortal. If someone told him that immortal swordmasters exist who can cut through the gates of heaven with one strike, would Yipin believe it?" The guy replies that now he understands. It's like a frog in a well, right? The response is, "Exactly." He says that the life of medicinal herbs comes from the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Spiritual energy is pure in essence, but during growth it is defiled by the influence of the 5 elements, which produces impurity. And non-poisonous pill cooking is to completely abandon raw materials and directly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the supreme pill. Yipin says, "No raw ingredients needed. Directly create the supreme pill. Is this really possible?" He thinks. But if you think about it, it all makes sense. Medicinal herbs are just another form of spiritual energy. Why take such a long path? He asks, can he, a person without a spiritual root, take a pill for chi tempering to raise his spiritual power? Luochen says, "It is possible, yes, but no one does that." The guy asks, "Why?" Thinking, the young man answers, "Because the effect is too small, and chi tempering pills are too expensive. To nourish the spiritual channels in this way requires an incredibly long and constant supply of pills. Even great sects and cultivator clans cannot afford such expenses." Yipin thinks, that is right. Everything is as he suspected. But still he feels such disappointment. What should he do with his problem of spiritual energy? Lochin says, "All right, it's time to start. The elder brother will first teach Yipin the basics of alchemy." The young man readily replies, "Yes." The youth, looking at Yipin, thinks, what a good boy. Mentally addressing Su Changyu, he says, "This is what it means to be a true mentor. Not a bit of patience." With such a character, how does the young man even plan to inherit the position of sect leader? Maybe he should fight for the position of leader himself in the future. Mountains of the Silent Forest. The sect leader and Su Changyu walk in a light mist spreading over the ground. The young man says to the teacher, "Will it be all right if younger brother Luoshen looks after the junior disciple alone?" The master replies, "Luochen, everything will be fine. He has a calm character and strong spiritual endurance. Whatever happens, he will be able to handle it. No need to worry." The young man shrugs his shoulders. He clearly feels uncomfortable. He looks around fearfully and exclaims, "What? What is that sound?" A small, nimble creature scurries away frightened, disturbed by their footsteps. The clan leader laughs so hard that tears flow from his eyes. Pointing at the creature, he says, "Just a rat. How scared the disciple is, and he still calls himself a cultivator." The young man turns away and blushes. The master adds, "He did say that on the outskirts of the Silent Forest Mountains he would not find large demonic beasts." Saying this, the sect leader does not see that above them a giant clawed paw of a saber-toothed tiger, the size of a mountain, is already raised. Early morning, the rising sun illuminates a small building on the top of a cliff. Yipin stretches and yawns, looking with admiration at the sun rising over the mountain peaks. The young man says, "At dawn, entering the ancient temple, the first snow illuminates the tall forest. A winding path leads to a secluded place where among flowers and trees a meditation room is hidden. The glow of the mountains delights the birds. The reflection in the pond cleanses the heart. All sounds have quieted. Only the ringing of bells is heard." Yipin's facial expression changes. Now it shows annoyance. He says, "Ah, what a wonderful world of cultivation. But there is no spiritual energy here. Yesterday he already mastered the basic alchemy techniques, but they also require condensing spiritual power." Walking down the stairs, the young man reasons aloud. Right now, the most important thing is to catch up on cultivation knowledge. He decides that he needs to go to the library mentioned by the master. Even if he cannot find the pill path, it is still good to at least expand his cultivation knowledge. Qingyun Sect, Library Pavilion. The young man stands in front of a small building, carefully examining it. He says, "Just look at this simple and neat style, so different from those noisy Taoist temples outside." Smiling, he adds, "This is the true dignity of the hidden world sect. The external show has become too low for them." Examining the cauldron on legs filled with sand in front of the building, from which a smoking stick protrudes, Ipin thinks. Here is an example. Why outside the main hall of the sect, there is always only one incense stick in the burner? Could it be that the Qingyun sect cannot afford more incense? His lips stretch into a smile. He believes the obvious is simply impossible. No sect could be so poor. Approaching the incense burner, Ipin decides that it most likely means sincerity moves heaven. If a person's heart is sincere, one incense stick is enough. But if the heart is insincere, even a mountain of incense will not bring blessings and luck. Truly, the Tao is hidden everywhere. The young man's palms rest on the door panels. He enters the dark hall where shelves with books and a large unlit lamp stand. Ipin looks around with surprise. He reads the titles of the books lying on the shelves. 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants. The Art of the Primordial Spirit. Method of the Double Pupil of the Immortal Tao. Perfectly Awaken the Supreme Phenomenon. Supreme Divine Power of the True Dragon. The guy moves to the next shelf and continues reading the titles. The Sword Technique of the Heavenly Emperor. 3,600 Arts of the Immortal Aperture. 36 Divine Powers of the Heavenly Clan. 72 Moves of the Earth Demon. He takes one of the books in his hands and, opening it, carefully reads the lines. It slips from his lips. He thinks that just by looking at the titles, their power is already felt. The guy is puzzled. And these manuals are just there, practically by chance on the shelf. His eyes light up with delight. Isn't this the sect of the hidden world? He likes it here. Yeping orders himself to calm down. He thinks that the stronger the excitement, the more one must not lose oneself. One must maintain calm and composure. The guy closes his eyes and slowly exhales, trying to calm down. Standing by the shelf and examining the book he holds in his hand, Yeping says, "One must study them piece by piece, step by step." The next day, library pavilion. Yeping, looking sadly at the rays of the sun penetrating the building, sighs mournfully. It's already morning. He sits at the table, resting his head on his hand and reading the book lying before him. The guy is upset. He felt that he had just entered the right state of mind. He regrets that he already has to start today's practice. He is pleased by the realization that now he at least has a basic understanding of this world and its cultivation methods. He did not expect at all that the influence of mortal dynasties is still so strong in the cultivation world. Although they only govern the mundane world, their power still surpasses many immortal sects. But on reflection, it makes sense. The earliest resources for cultivation must have been under imperial control. Sitting on a bench, Yeping reasons. Over time, the hierarchy became rigid, and probably now it is very difficult to shake it. If he had known this earlier, why would he have even attended those immortal ascension conferences? He should have just passed the imperial exams, become the best student, and entered the court. And then why fear the impossibility of cultivation? He thinks, by the way, what happened to those books and paintings he left in the old house? The guy wonders, if he had really gotten into the yard, would he have missed the chance to join the hidden sect? Maybe this is exactly what they call a blessing in disguise. Behind the guy, light footsteps are heard, and a female voice says, "Little brother." The girl with amber eyes in a revealing outfit leans forward slightly, further exposing her ample bust. She wonders what he is doing here, then adds that he has been here so long and they still haven't met. Stunned, Yeping looks at her, unable to look away. The girl introduces herself. She is his older sister, Chen Linzhou. She is pleased to meet him. He is impressed by the appearance of the new acquaintance. The guy even opens his mouth. He thinks, such a beautiful older sister. The girl leans even closer and her bust threatens to come close to the guy. She asks, "Why did he blush?" Ipin answers, "It's just very hot today." He rises from the table, and Chen Linzhou approaches him closely. Placing her hand on the guy's chest and looking him in the eyes, she says, "Little brother, you must have tried so hard." After some time, she will also teach him the Supreme Tao. Like lightning, it pierces the boy's body. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He thinks, to the Supreme Tao? Could this sister also? He looks up and raises his hand to the back of his head. A smile lights up his face. He thinks, of course not. What is he imagining? This older sister looks even younger than him. How can she be an unsurpassed master? Having taken a few steps and found himself on the other side of the table, Ipin, raising his hand to his temple as if recalling something, says, Yes, he just has something he wants to ask." Chen Linzhou replies, "What is it?" Let him ask. Handing her the book, he asks if he can cultivate according to this guide. The girl reads the title, 3,600 Arts of the Immortal Whole. Taking the book in hand, she replies, "Of course, why not?" The guy's face is serious. He does not take her playful tone. Yepin asks, "But without spiritual power, isn't he risking straying from the path and getting chi deviation?" Chenlin-jo assures him, No, this is just a very basic technique. How could he stray from the path?" The girl thinks that all these are fake guides from street vendors. If they could drive the guy crazy, then ghosts would really be around. Yepin's face darkens. He heavily leans his hands on the table and bows his head low. The girl asks, "What happened?" Worried by his silence, she calls out to him, "Little brother." Tears flow from Yepin's eyes. He thinks, perfect, finally, a way to preserve his spiritual roots. Chenlin-jo anxiously asks the guy, "What happened?" He, calling the interlocutor older sister, replies that everything is fine. He has finally found a cultivation method that suits him best. The girl says, "Excellent! From now on he must work even harder. He must believe in his strength." She adds, "Oh yes, and he should no longer just call her older sister. Let him call her older sister Linner." The guy obediently says, "Okay, older sister Linner." Flirtatiously smiling, the girl heads to the exit. Looking back, she says she was just passing by, so maybe she'll go. Meanwhile, she thinks she can't stay long. If she stays, she will definitely give herself away. Today, just a short greeting is enough. Yepin says goodbye to her, calling her older sister Linner. The guy leans again over the open book. He says that these 3,600 arts of the immortal aperture are actually very simple. They explain that the human body is actually like a demonic beast, holding countless hidden treasures. They are all simply sealed in apertures, an opening or disclosure that can have different meanings in various fields. If these apertures are opened, the body can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like a demonic beast. With each opened aperture, the absorption speed doubles. If all 3,600 immortal apertures are opened, his cultivation speed will be 3,600 times higher than that of an ordinary mortal. Yiping continues to ponder. His greatest problem is that his natural talent in cultivation is extremely low. What is called lack of spiritual roots actually means only a very weak ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he can master this art, won't it completely eliminate his flaw? By this time, he has already grasped the basics of the four lightning sword technique. Yiping has also mastered the art of tempering the body of the primordial god-demon. The guy studied the non-toxic alchemy art of the second elder brother. All he needs now is spiritual energy. The guy thinks, as soon as it appears, how powerful he will become. Yeping tries to imagine it, but then decides, no, he can't even envision it, and even. Yeping decides, enough fantasizing. It's time to start cultivating the immortal apertures technique. He runs to the door, anticipating that his best days are about to begin. Meanwhile, Jinling mountain range. Somewhere among the trees, a powerful explosion is heard. The sect leader, arms spread, lies in a crater matching the contours of his body. The master rises and sees Su Changyu standing against a huge tiger with a spiked crest running along its spine. The beast's eyes glowing red are fixed on the man. The sect leader shouts to the disciple, "Come on!" He says he still has a talisman for digging in his pocket. Otherwise, they will definitely die here today. The young man points his sword at the tiger. He replies to the master. What is he saying? Does the teacher want him to abandon him and become a vile traitor? Not even in his dreams. Without looking back at the master, he orders him to sit still and not move. It's not time to run away. The sect leader looks at Su Changyu in surprise, wondering, when did this child manage to grow up? The young man's weapon and body are enveloped in a bluish glow. The master cannot believe his eyes when bolts of lightning run along the student's arm and the sword blade. The sect leader, still sitting, again wonders, could it be that this guy is still hiding his last trump card? But even so, it is impossible to defeat an enemy 2 levels above. And yet, where does this strange feeling of confidence come from? Su Changyu rushes into attack. His cold energy clashes with the fiery energy of the beast radiating from it in circles. The young man's teeth are tightly clenched. In his eyes burn the same cold sparks. Su Changyu shouts furiously, showering the beast with curses. With a powerful strike of a giant clawed paw, the tiger sends him flying, during which the sword falls from his hand. The young man falls to the ground. Face pressed into the earth, he freezes, spreading his arms and sticking his rear end up. The frightened sect leader shouts, mouth wide open, "Wow!" Su Changyu gets to his feet, blood flowing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. The master freezes with his mouth open. The young man says, well, he has already shown all he is capable of. If he is destined to die, he will do so without regrets. The sect leader asks, does he really need to look cool even in such a situation? Meanwhile, the tiger looming over them lets out a furious roar. From his mouth appears a lump of concentrated energy, sparkling with lightning discharges. The master and the disciple freeze, standing shoulder to shoulder. Both look frightened. Tears stream from their eyes. Su Changyu tells the master that they will meet in the next life. He adds that he will still be his disciple. The sect leader replies, let him forget about it. In the next life, he does not want such a disciple. Suddenly, a female voice sounds. What kind of evil spirit dares to rampage right in front of her? Pushing off the ground with his hind legs, the tiger makes a leap directly at the people standing before him. A powerful explosion sounds. The flame momentarily blinds the master and his disciple. Stones fall directly on the sect leader and Su Changyu sitting on the ground. The smoke disperses. The young man shouts fearfully, this clothing, it... A woman in a deep purple dress from the Four Thunder Swords sect, behind whom stand two men and a girl, looks at the huge paw lying on the ground and at the sect leader and Su Changyu sitting nearby. She asks, what are these two with such a weak level doing running around the Jinling Mountains? Did they come here to become food for demonic beasts? Pointing at the woman with his finger, Su Changyu shouts, addressing the master and asking him to look. Isn't this the third elder of the Four Thunders sect from the poster? The master stands behind the disciple, mouth agape. The woman peers intently at them. Confusion is read in the young man's eyes. Under her gaze, he gets lost and loses all his enthusiasm. The woman looks shocked. Suspicion arises in her mind. Her companion's eyes become as round as hers. Without taking their eyes off the young man, they whisper to each other. He looks so much like that special envoy from the painting. Looks like it's him. Sweat streams down the woman's face like rain. She mentally orders herself to calm down. She tells herself they cannot panic in such a situation. She commands herself to carefully recall all the details of the conversation with the sect leader, specifically, what he then ordered them. The master quietly tells the disciple, let him not panic. He must not panic under any circumstances. Even if the other side belongs to one of the three great sects, they must remain calm. Su Changyu carefully supports the teacher sitting on the ground. The woman with three companions continues to watch them, making no attempt to approach. The young man examines the two men accompanying the woman. They study him with the same intense attention, trying to see if he is a messenger. Su Changyu wonders, why are these two men looking at him like that? He suspects they like other men. Mentally, he curses. He understands that he will not be able to resist them. The young man wonders, what should he do? Su Changyu has an old habit. The more nervous he gets, the more serious his face becomes. The woman covers her eyes, thinking, as expected from a swordmaster. His gaze is simply terrifyingly scary. She remembers that the sect leader ordered them not to reveal under any circumstances that they know who he really is. She thinks, but what should she say then? She orders herself to think faster, realizing the situation is becoming awkward. Sweating profusely, the woman forces out a greeting, trying to figure out how to address them, settling on the neutral term, Taoists. She asks their permission to inquire what they are doing here. Mentally, she orders herself not to stammer. She tells herself to behave calmly, without any flattery. The sect leader is no less worried than she is. He wonders, why such politeness all of a sudden? And why is she asking such questions? What are they doing here? What is this anyway? How should he answer this? Sweating and stammering, the master says, nothing. They were just walking. Both sides feel awkward. And with every second, the awkwardness grows more and more. A woman notices with horror a tear on the sleeve of the master's kaftan. She rushes to him with a question. Is the venerable Taoist wounded? Looking at him with a compassionate gaze, the woman says that she just happened to have a white dew pill for restoring spiritual muscles. She assures that it can heal his wounds. Handing him the pill, the woman thinks that he, of course, will not touch such an ordinary pill with a finger. But if he wants to play a role, she is ready to play along. This is not flattery, but acting skill. She considers herself a genius. The master and his disciple look shocked. Su Changyu cannot believe it. The white dew pill for spiritual muscles? The sect leader is amazed. Isn't that the one worth more than 1,000 taels of gold? The young man whispers to the teacher. What is happening? Why is she suddenly so kind to them? The sect leader quietly replies, perhaps this is simply a manifestation of the virtue of a disciple of the great sect, to help the weak during travels. The disciple does not think it is that simple. If something seems strange, then there is definitely a reason. He suggests leaving while they still can. Su Changyu loudly thanks the woman and her companions. Thank you very much. But he and his comrade urgently need to attend to matters. The road is long. May fate allow them to meet again. He turns around but is immediately stopped by a call. Stop! The young man's face darkens. Su Changyu thinks. He said there was a catch, and he was not wrong. The master and his disciple freeze but do not hurry to turn to face the representatives of the great sect. One of the woman's companions says he would like to ask them something. The sect leader grumbles. He said it. There is always a price. These people clearly have hidden motives. What if they plan to take their kidneys? The man who stopped them respectfully bows and says, "May I ask what they consider the true essence of the sword path?" Thoughts rush through his mind. Oh no. Did he say that too directly? But he simply could not resist taking advantage of such a wonderful opportunity. The master is surprised. What? What kind of question is that? He thinks these people are getting stranger and stranger. But then the acting skills of his student awaken, and the passive technique of pretended superiority, Su Changyu, activates. Folding his hands behind his back and smiling mysteriously, the young man says, "Oh? The true essence of the way of the sword? Good question." Without looking at this man, he says, "If they want to know this, then they have come to the right place." The sect leader is shocked. He hisses through his teeth. What is the disciple doing? He demands that he calm down. These people are from one of the 3 great sects. He should not act like he is some kind of god. Su Changyu says he can no longer hold back. He tears off a blade of grass and raises it above his head, standing with his back to the stunned group of 4 people. Thousands of stars shine above his head in the night sky. Su Changyu says, "This blade of grass, this is the way of the sword." On the face of the woman and her companions was written sincere bewilderment. What is he saying? The attendees are shocked by Su Changyu's statement that the blade of grass is the way of the sword. The struck woman clarifies. Did he say that the blade of grass is the path of the sword? What does that mean? She has never heard anything like it. The sect leader, red with shame, hides his face in his hands, thinking he is finished. He sincerely wishes to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and hide. The woman says that this younger brother who asked the question is a bit slow. Could the young man explain more specifically? Without turning around, Su Changyu answers, "The way of the sword is in the heart. Wherever the heart goes, the sword will reach." The young man proudly raises his head, thinking, all right, no more words. One sword to destroy the stars. A revised version of Su Changyu. He smugly thinks that the highest skill of posing is to make sure no one understands anything. The woman and her companions froze, impressed by Su Changyu's wisdom. The man who asked the question speaks. He thinks he understood. He rejoices. Right, he understood. His companions are upset. Each of them mentally curses, wondering, is he the only one who understood nothing? Doesn't this prove that his understanding is worse than everyone else's? Each of them decides, no, even if that is so, no one must find out about it. All 4, 2 women and 2 men, smiling joyfully exclaim, I understood, me too. As expected, the way of the sword can be easily understood. The sect leader ponders. Master of the way of the sword? Maybe they confused him with someone else. The man is angry. What nonsense. They all understood. They are all crazy. Su Changyu stands with his back to them, stretching his hand forward. The long sleeves of his robe flutter in the wind. The young man says, forget it. He says he has already said what he needed to. How much they understand depends only on them. Everything will be decided fairly if they meet again. The woman and the girl accompanying her are impressed. He is so handsome. They are sure they really met a true master. They will be able to boast about this later in the sect. At this time, on the other side of the rear mountain of the Qingyun Dao sect, Ye Ping, sitting on the ground, cross-legged with arms stretched out, lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is completely immersed in himself. His face expresses calmness and confidence. Above his head spreads the night sky on which the stars shine. Yi Pin opens his eyes and says that he has already found spiritual openings in his body. He raises his hand to his forehead and thinks. He did not expect that activating them would require such a huge amount of spiritual energy. With his worthless spiritual roots, where can he get so much spiritual energy? Doesn't this just bring him back to the very beginning? He examines his hands, saying that he still vaguely feels that what seems like simple breathing is actually much more complicated. He adds that he should imagine himself in the place of the first person who created the technique breathing qi into the body, and try to think like him. One cannot look only at the surface. The young man imagines himself striving toward the light and rising above the crowd, reaching out their hands to him. He thinks. The way to draw qi into the body seems simple. But in reality, every cultivator just follows in the footsteps of others without understanding the essence. They are just imitating. The young man imagines it like mathematics in his past life, where even a child knows that 1 + 1 = 2. But no one knows why that is. The young man believes that if he can solve this 1 + 1 of spiritual energy, he will earn the right to follow his own path. He says, whether it will be successful or not, it will be something different, distinct from all the others. He cannot waste time. Ipin believes that every moment must be used. He decides, if he does not figure it out, he will change his approach and continue trying. Time flew by like a white foal galloping across a chasm. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Ipin is immersed in meditation, sitting in the lotus position. Birds calmly sit on his shoulders, and one of them has settled on the hairpin holding his long hair gathered at the crown. He opens his eyes. The young man looks upset. He has not made any progress. Looking at the mountain landscape spreading out before him and the flock of birds, he decides, forget it. Territory Ipin. A small building stands on the rock. The guy sits on a stone, holding a tablet with paper in his hand. He wants to draw something to relax. He feels that drawing is what he likes most. Looking at the mountain peaks covered with a light haze, he decides that the weather is good today, so he will draw a landscape. Behind Ipin appears a dark silhouette. A voice is heard, the younger brother. The second elder brother stands in front of the guy. He is surprised. The guy can even draw? The young man adds, he has long wanted someone to draw his portrait. Lochin asks, can he draw his portrait? Ipin gets up and answers, of course he can. Pointing with his finger at the mountain peaks he just admired, the guy asks, does Lochin need a background? The young man thoughtfully tilts his head to his shoulder and says, background? Why at all? No need. Let it be just a clean portrait. Ipin bows respectfully, saying, no problem. He will try to draw as best as he can. After all, Lochin taught him alchemy, and he was just thinking about how to thank the second elder brother. The young man stands with his back to the guy, looking at the mountain peaks. Ipin, settled on the stone, draws his portrait. After some time, the guy announces that he has finished the drawing. Lochin takes the scroll from his hands. He is surprised. So fast? The young man looks at his image, where he stands half-turned. Lochin is amazed. Is he really that handsome? The second older brother says to Ipin, he thought he was just an amateur, but did not expect the younger brother to be so professional. The embarrassed guy replies, no, the older brother overestimates him too much. Ipin asks if Luocheng wants him to sign the portrait with a poem. The young man refuses, saying it is not necessary. It is already beautiful. The second elder brother hides the scroll in his wide sleeve, thinking, to sign the poem? Why is it even necessary? The main thing is to show its appearance. He believes that a signature would only spoil the composition. Standing with his back to the guy, he throws over his shoulder that he was a little worried about his cultivation state. But seeing that everything is fine, he is calm and will probably go back. The guy does not argue with his older brother, replying briefly, okay. Leaving, Lochin thinks, when the master and elder brother return, he will show them the portrait. They will definitely say that he is as handsome as Su Changyu. He believes that the poem, however, would not be bad either, and decides that perhaps when he returns, he will write it himself. Looking after the departing young man, Ipin thinks, when he was drawing his older brother, he suddenly felt a moment of enlightenment. The guy, placing the scroll on a flat stone, leans over it, holding a brush in his hand. He decides that it is better to try to paint one more picture. His specialty is a pure landscape. The brush touches the virginally clean sheet of paper, leaving a dark mark on it. Ipin is selflessly creating a new masterpiece. In his head flashes, a drop, then a line. Not noticing anyone or anything around, the guy is completely immersed in the process of creating the painting. His movements are swift and sweeping. Fragmented thoughts flash through Ipina's mind. A swing, a shadow. He seems to see himself from the outside. Eyes burning with excitement, precise and measured movements. Ready. He looks at the canvas he created in gray tones, where a flock of birds circles above the abyss. Yipin stands frozen. In his eyes, the reflections of the madness that gripped him while creating the painting are still visible. Looking at the sky painted in orange hues, he says, painting is Tao, and Tao is painting. The boy's eyes are closed. He says, let the brush move following the heart. When he opens his eyes, a starry scatter is visible in the sky. Yepin says, Tao follows nature. He sees many constellations in the sky, but his attention is fixed only on one of them, the dragon. Yipin thoughtfully says, however, instead of stubbornly drawing spiritual energy of the sky and earth into the body, it is better to open the mind and allow the immortal points to merge with the sky and earth. Immortal points are the sky and earth, and the sky and earth are immortal points. Only then can infinity and eternity be achieved. The power radiated by the star dragon seems to reach out to the boy. He says that everything in the universe has spirit. If spiritual energy wants to connect with a person, it will merge by itself. If not, there is no need to force it. Energy flows gain strength and become more and more powerful. From their spiral flow bursts a huge dragon with an open mouth. With a wild roar, it rushes from the sky straight at the boy, standing completely still. Yipin freezes, unable to look away from this stunning spectacle. The immortal point, Dragon Candle. As it fills with spiritual energy and unfolds, one can gradually receive the ancient heritage. The dragon's head is so close to the guy that it seems one more moment and it will devour him. But Yepin bravely looks it in the eyes, standing in the center of energy circles radiating from his feet. The guy wonders, Dragon Candle, Jujuyin? It can't be. Even in his past life, Yepin knew that Jujuyin was one of the most terrifying creatures mentioned in the classic of Mountains and Seas. Jujuyin is a serpent with 1,000 human faces and a body 1,000 li long, a deity with a reddish body commanding time, and even in ancient Orthodox sect texts, he is said to be the origin of all existence, governing time and space. The dragon of the candle knows all that exists. When he opens his eyes, day comes. When he closes them, night falls. He is almighty, incorporeal, and infinite. Looking with wide-open eyes glowing with turquoise light, the boy says, whoever he is, Jujuyin or not, since he has opened the immortal point, he can practice the art of god and demon. He decides that he must try. The guy is looking at the painting continuing to lie on the flat stone. He intently gazed at the landscape he had created, pondering what he needed to do. Yepin says that before cultivation, he needs to change this drawing. He takes the brush in his hands again. Now the gray gloom in the picture is dispersed by sun rays breaking through the clouds. The guy says, this is how it should be. The clouds and fog have cleared, and the blue sky has opened. When the state changes, the picture changes too. Cliff for cultivation. The second elder brother sits in the lotus position, his eyes closed. Behind him, mountain peaks are visible, above which dark clouds have gathered. Behind Lochin, lightning flashes, thunder rumbles, and he opens his eyes. The young man, sternly furrowing his brows, looks back. His gaze expresses surprise. He jumps to his feet and says, it's a storm. Could it be, maybe? Lochin's face darkens, and from his lips falls, bad business. He rushes off, running headlong, shouting that a downpour is about to pour. And he hasn't even packed his clothes yet. The things drying now are Su Changyu's favorite outfits, residents of Yeping. Lightning flashes dazzlingly and strikes a rock almost at the feet of the boy who fearlessly stands, gazing into the fury of the elements. Dark clouds disperse around the dragon constellation, forming the outline of a warrior figure around it. Yeping's eyes are closed. He is enveloped in an energetic cold glow. The boy opens his eyes and looks at his palm. He feels how after opening the immortal aperture, spiritual energy surged into his body like an uncontrollable river. He doesn't even need to do anything. The aperture itself absorbs the energy. Yeping suddenly realizes, but wait. The mentor said that automatic cultivation is only possible after reaching the nascent soul stage, right? The boy sinks into thought. And even then, he had never heard of anyone absorbing spiritual energy at such a crazy speed. Behind Yeping, a cold flame of energy rages. He thinks about how ordinary cultivators draw qi into their bodies and then purify it, gradually turning it into part of themselves. This is the essence of qi purification. But Yeping, possessing the immortal aperture, allowed the spiritual energy itself to decide whether to enter, bypassing the entire purification process and using it directly. At that moment, Yeping did not yet know that he had stepped onto a path completely different from all traditional cultivation paths, a path belonging only to himself. The boy continues to stand, gazing at the starry sky. Closing his eyes, he brings his palm to his forehead. What kind of immortal aperture is this? A glutton, or what? He decides, all right then. Since the second one is not opening yet, it means he will have to wait. Yepin wants to start tempering the body of the god demon. The guy makes a sharp swing of his hand, and the cold glow of energy recedes. He wants to direct spiritual energy to connect with heaven and earth. Yepin raises his hand above his head, and immediately a stream of fiery energy appears around it. He sharply lowers his hand to the ground, saying, to borrow the power of the earth itself. Yepin draws the supreme divine seal. Above him hangs a huge seal decorated with a serpent coiling around it. Everything around is engulfed in raging flames of fiery energy. He says, then turn the heavenly power into a divine hammer. The guy straightens up sharply again and raises his hand to the sky. The dark sky is illuminated by flashes of lightning. Dark clouds part, letting through a huge golden hammer radiating bright light. The hammer rushes to the ground, to where the guy stands in a frenzy of energy. Ipin rejoices. It worked. With the conductor in the form of spiritual energy, it really worked. A huge vortex forms high in the sky above Yepin's head. Sparkling lightning strikes the ground at the feet of the guy who raised his hands above his head. Yepin's face becomes focused. His eyes burn with the cold light of inner chi. He is puzzled. This power, it is somehow wrong. He wonders, isn't it too strong? Will he even endure it? From the vortex, a stream of energy rushes straight at the guy, aimed at his chest. Yepin stands, raising his face to the sky, waiting for it to fall upon him. His pupils narrow. The moment he has longed for is about to happen, but at the last moment he doubted that everything was done correctly. A stream of energy crashes down on him, flooding everything around with a dazzling glow. The energy strikes the boy's body with force, nearly knocking him off his feet. The right side of Yepin's torso along with his arm dissolves in its flame. The boy's face contorts in a grimace of pain. Yepin's body is catastrophically damaged. He staggers but continues to stand on his feet. Bent over in pain, he clenches his teeth tighter, thinking that he will probably die now. He freezes, feeling the changes happening to his body. Confusion and incomprehension of what is happening can be read in his eyes. A bloody flash bursts from the damaged part of the boy's body. Yepin stands bent over, leaning on his knee with his hand. His body is intact, and his right hand is in place. Only the sleeve and part of the shirt are missing, reminding that there was a terrible wound there not long ago. Drops of sweat stream down the boy's face. Dried blood is visible around his mouth. Beneath his feet, flames rage. Fiery streams intertwine, forming a whimsical pattern. In the distance, a gigantic golden seal adorned with dragons is visible. Fiery rings narrow around Yepin, who is under the protection of a sphere glowing with gold. Fiery energy crashes down with force onto a small sphere. Yepin's body burns in the fire. His mouth is open in a painful scream of agony. He continues to scream, and his body dissolves in the energetic flame. The guy turns into a black charred lump, inside which fire blazes. Flames rage around him, not letting him out of the fiery trap. Nothing human remains in this burnt mummy, with empty eye sockets filled with fire. He falls to his knees, and it seems the fire begins to slowly die down. Yepin's gaze falls on his hand, which has no skin, and only charred muscles are visible. In his once shining eyes of icy energy, now flickers a red light. The whites of his eyes are speckled with red vessels. The guy's body bends unnaturally, and the last flickers of flame extinguish on his body. Smoke rises upward. The charred, skinless creature into which the guy has turned raises its face to the sky and emits a scream. Then, exhausted, he droops, hunched over and lowering his hands. As the smoke dissipates, his body becomes covered with skin. It all starts with the left hand. A triumph appears on the disfigured, lipless face. Yepin watches as skin covers his burned legs. He raises his face to the sky, expressing all that he had to endure. Terrible, agonizing pain, near death. Then he falls prostrate to the ground. The naked body, covered only by long hair, freezes motionless. After one stick of incense, the guy supports himself on the ground with his hand, intending to rise. His crooked fingers touch the ground. He struggles to get on his knees. Pain. He will never be able to forget it. He stands up, but his back is hunched. He thinks, unbearable, unforgettable pain. When he straightens up, he vomits blood. Yepin's body is struck by muscles. The guy lifts his face, smeared with streaks of blood. He decides that he likes it. A wide smile appears on Yepin's lips, and madness in his eyes. Mountain range Jinglin. White mist spreads over the forest located at the foot of the cliffs. The girl, among the accompanying elders of the Four Thunder Swords clan, asks, "Was that elder really the commander of the imperial inspectors of the Jing country?" The man who previously asked Su Changyu also wonders, "Is it true?" The woman in the luxurious purple dress seems to be in confusion. Casting a sidelong glance at the companions, she asks, "Do they doubt the decision of the sect leader?" The man, raising his hands conciliatorily, hastens to assure, No, they are just curious." The girl, repeating his gesture, confirms, "Yes, just interested." After all, that elder seemed to have only the third or fourth level of the chi purification stage, and the envoy was even walking behind some mentor. The woman angrily flashes her eyes and calls the companions a herd of brainless idiots. She asks, "Do they really think?" The elder sharply turns to the disciples and finishes the sentence. "That he is his mentor?" They look at her in surprise. So the so-called mentor and disciple was just a disguise? The woman is angry. Squeezing her eyes tightly, she says, "Nonsense, isn't it obvious?" The disciple asks, "But why go to such lengths?" Is it really necessary? The woman explains, of course it is necessary. He is called a special envoy, not just like that, it means. It is a secret mission. If his identity were revealed, how would the Jing King act according to them? Power often goes hand in hand with wisdom. Therefore, knowing how perceptive Elder Shu is, she does not think he is just pretending to be a master. She even begins to suspect that he secretly founded his own sect. The man who asked her questions looks at the woman with amber eyes in bewilderment. Founded a sect? The girl's pink eyes radiate the same distrust. The stern, reddish eyes of their more silent companion also look puzzled. The woman says, with just a single blade of grass, he could cut through the sun, the moon, and the stars. Do they really believe that a person at the stage of purification is capable of such a thing? It was all a game, every little detail. She adds, anything can be forged except the aura. Such a character cannot be acted. She recalls the proud posture of Su Changyu. The woman says, and let them just remember his mentor. What a cunning face he has. There is no way such a person is his real teacher. At that moment, the head of the Taoist Taihua sect sneezes loudly and says, who is babbling nonsense about him? Looking at the disciple who bothered her the most with questions, the woman says, with such a way of thinking, if one day they encounter treacherous demonic cultivators, she will have to sincerely worry about them. The disciples respectfully bow their heads and say in unison, the teacher is right. The elder says, let them remember that besides the head of the sect, no one should know about this matter. She believes they will probably meet them again at the upcoming Dao Sword Tournament in Qingzhou. Let them not dare to do anything foolish. The response is a united, yes, teacher. The woman turns away from them, covering her face with her palm. She thinks, these reckless disciples. Without such a brilliant mentor like her, how would they even survive? The elder sighs. She has a headache. Somewhere on the jingling ridge, the trees are finally left behind. Relief appears on the exhausted faces of the master and his disciple, and tears stream from their eyes. They made it out. The master, trying to hold back the treacherous moisture that is about to roll down his cheeks, mentally vows that he will never return to this cursed mountain. After parting ways with the Four Thunder Swords sect group, the mentor and his disciple faced several more deadly situations. The most dangerous opponent was the Firebird. Each time they barely managed to survive. The sect leader recalls how they escaped by fleeing from a huge dragon. If it weren't for the high-rank pill given by the elder of that sect, Taoist Taihua, he probably would have died more than once already. He remembers how, exhausted, he collapses to the ground, and the disciple shouts for him to take the pill quickly. The master falls to the ground, practically melting onto it. He exhales. This jingling ridge. He thought it would be an easy journey, but in the end, he left half of his life behind. Su Changyu, completely exhausted, sits nearby on a stone. He says they should be grateful. The teacher at least managed to get the necessary materials, but the young man is in despair. He has no slightest progress in cultivation, or even understanding. He wonders, what happened to the saying, great fortune after great disaster? Where is his well-deserved luck? Struggling to get up, the sect leader sighs. The materials he gathered are worth only a couple of coins. They won't be enough to buy new techniques for the younger brother and sister. The disciple sits on the ground, crossing his legs. The master's face brightens as he says, but thanks to this journey, he finally understood something. The disciple looks at him suspiciously. The teacher continues, reputation? Morality? It's all an illusion. The only truth is money. Damn money. If it comes to that, he will shamelessly beg Ye Ping to paint another picture. Su Changyu, tiredly closing his eyes, agrees, yes, making money is hard. He asks the still struggling mentor, does he think the second elder brother has already asked Ye Ping to paint his portrait? He always wanted that. The sect leader raises his index finger. Right! How could he forget about that? The master and his disciple rush headlong to the sect. The mentor urges the young man, come on, let's hurry. They need to ask quickly. If Ye Ping really painted it, he will give this child the nickname God of Wealth. The next day, the residence of the second elder brother, Lochin wonders, why has his eye been twitching all day? He suspects that something bad will happen soon. The second elder brother says that early in the morning his alchemy technique improved again, and he is now in quite a good mood. He adds that he could go visit the younger brother and make sure he is not getting too carried away. Looking at the clouds drifting across the sky, the young man says that Su Changyu, honestly, is just pathetic in terms of self-control, like the first elder brother. Just because the kid has little talent, he throws tantrums and stands on the back cliff, pretending to be all poetic. Isn't that ridiculous? Morning at the residence of Ye Ping. The boy sits on the ground in the lotus position, eyes closed, immersed in meditation. Lochin approaches and asks, "How is the younger brother's cultivation going?" Yeping opens his eyes and turns his head towards him. He jumps up and, smiling radiantly, bows, saying, "The second elder brother has arrived." He reports that he has made a small progress. Yeping thinks that although he made a complete breakthrough yesterday, he must remain humble. He asks himself to calm down, and orders himself, no matter how much he wants to boast, he must keep himself in check. Luochin darkens. What did the younger brother just say? Small progress? That's impossible. The young man asks, how did he say it? Small progress? Yeping answers, non-toxic alchemy, which the second elder brother taught him. Luochin tells the boy, although his abilities are ordinary, and both the sect master and the first elder brother said he has a good character, he is honest, kind, and humble. Even if he cannot make a pill, he should not lie. Does he understand that? Yeping's face lengthens. He is clearly upset. The boy says that he did not lie. The young man looks at him with regret, thinking, good boy, said it so boldly. Non-toxic alchemy? Even the first elder brother wouldn't have boasted like that. Yeping replies, true, this pill here. He extends a small sphere on his palm. Luochin takes the pill and examines it carefully. He asks, what is this? A spirit-gathering pill? The guy confirms, correct, that's right. The second elder brother gets angry. He decides that Yeping is not only lying but also passing off a purchased pill as his own. He clenches his hand into a fist, thinking, it seems he finally understands why Su Changyu is so depressed. The second elder brother decides he cannot let this go. He longs to teach the guy a lesson in honesty. Luochin says, not bad. If so, let the younger brother show him the process again, so he can give him some advice. The young man thinks, now he will see how Yeping tries to wriggle out of this situation. The guy says that this pill-making process takes several hours. Wouldn't it be a waste of the second elder brother's time? Lochin replies, no problem. Today he just happens to have free time. He sighs. As expected, the guy does not want to agree and is already making excuses. Well, kids make mistakes, so... Yeping replies, fine. Lochin cannot believe his ears. What, he agreed? The young man says aloud, good. Then let him start. Mentally he adds, well done, he has outdone himself. Yeping says he is starting. The guy sits on the ground, cross-legged. A light cloud of internal energy envelops him. The angry second elder brother thinks, well then, he will teach Yeping something he will never forget in his life. An hour later, Luochin's face shows bewilderment. 2 hours later, the young man's face shows anger and confusion. 3 hours later, the second elder brother looks a bit shocked. 4 hours later, Lochin feels like a betrayed dog sitting at his master's feet, waiting for a tasty morsel. Yeping hands the young man the exact same pill, saying he is finished. The pill in his palm shines with energy. Luochin, with dark circles under his eyes, raises his hand warningly, asking to wait a minute. He needs a little time. The young man turns away and brings his hand to his forehead. Yeping is puzzled. Is something wrong? The second elder brother has a sudden realization, and his face tightens. Stop! Could it be that Su Changyu is so depressed because of a lack of talent? Yeping looks at the second elder brother anxiously. He asks, is he okay? Is the pill of poor quality? Luochin's face is distorted with a grimace. He tries to pull himself together, mentally ordering himself, calm down, calm down. He reminds himself that from the very beginning of his cultivator path, his strength was in composure. Composure. He clenches his teeth, trying not to burst out shouting. The young man's eyebrows are drawn together at the bridge of his nose and rage blazes in his eyes. The second elder brother is holding back with his last strength, but unable to endure it, he shouts without choosing his words. What calm? His Tao heart has just shattered into pieces. Continuing to extend the pill to Luochin, the boy notes with surprise that the second elder brother seems to be worried. The young man immediately droops and replies that he is fine. His body trembles with barely restrained fury of despair. A smile appears on Yeping's lips. That's great, otherwise the elder brother scared him. Luochin's face wrinkles, he thinks. No, something is wrong. There is no such thing as non-toxic alchemy. Moving the hand with the pill away and slightly tilting his head back, he examines it closely, thinking. And the color is wrong, incorrect. The appearance of this spirit-gathering pill depends on its quality. The higher the rank, the brighter its color. They say the best of them shine with 4 or even 5 colors. But this pill, although it has the aura of a spirit-gathering pill, is so crystal clear that it is almost transparent, and its size is too large. Even a highest-rank pill would never look like this. Almost looking at the pill created by Yeping with hatred, the young man thinks that if he swallows it, the lie will be immediately exposed. He is sure it cannot be a spirit-gathering pill. Lochin brings the pill to his lips and orders himself to take a breath. He expects some consequences that will confirm his suspicions. Drops of sweat run down his face. The young man is beside himself with anger. The features of his face are distorted by a malicious grimace. Dark shadows lie under his eyes. His teeth are bared. He understands that this is really the spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, it is the spirit-gathering pill of the highest possible quality, and it is transparent because it has reached its absolutely pure form. Ye-Pin, standing a little apart, watches the actions of the second elder brother. The young man turns away, trying to hide his face from his gaze. He remembers that the mentor told him 1,000 times before leaving never to reveal himself. But in such a situation, how can he not reveal himself? He orders himself again. Calm down. He needs to clear his mind and think about nothing. The second elder brother tries to pull himself together, understanding. If he continues to think, he will definitely reveal himself. Standing with his back to Ye-Pin, Lochin tells him to continue cultivation. He himself needs to take care of something, so he will go. The boy replies, okay. Ye-Pin scratches the back of his head, not understanding what is happening. The second elder brother was supposed to teach him, wasn't he? The boy sits down on the ground again, saying, maybe he feels unwell. He decides to continue practicing alchemy. Ye-Pin remembers that he has not yet told Luochin about his breakthroughs in body tempering and breath control. The boy is sure. The elder brother would definitely be surprised if he found out. He restrains himself, ordering not to get conceited. Squinting tightly and gritting his teeth, the boy reproaches himself. What is he thinking about? He achieved a tiny success and already got a big head. He reminds himself that he must remain humble at all times. Only then can he continue to grow. Moreover, the second elder brother is a hidden master, and Ye-Pin's meager progress means nothing to him. Straightening his back and looking at the mountain landscape spreading out before him, he orders himself to focus and stop daydreaming. Residence of the second elder brother. Gloomy and depressed, Luochin stands with his head lowered. His face distorts with a grimace of despair, and tears stream down his cheeks. With a trembling voice, the young man says, 10 years. A whole 10 years he studied alchemy, and not once. Not a single time did he create even a pill of average quality. And his younger brother did it in less than a month. Sobbing, the young man asked the absent Su Changyu, how can he live like that? He would have died of shame long ago. In rage, he throws away the pill he created, shouting that it's better not to cultivate with it. Falling to his knees, Lochin sobs desperately and loudly, asking, what kind of person is this? Tired, he lies down on the ground, pulling his knees to his chest and hiding his face in his hands. Sniffling, the young man says, he swears he tried to stay calm and strong. But this genius, no, this monster, this is too much, he exclaims. How can this be called alchemy if not a single ingredient was even used? Empty and exhausted, Luochin lies on the ground, arms spread out, staring at the sky. His body still twitches slightly, but the tears have stopped. The young man wonders, will he die like this? This is shame and disgrace. Late night. Under the coal-black sky, another lonely figure stands on the cliff of azure clouds. Luochin sits on a stone, and raising his face to the sky, he says, ah, life. Why does it have to be so complicated? And he is only at the chi tempering stage now. Tears flow down his cheeks. He says even the moon seems so lonely today. The second elder brother adds, well, since the mood is like this. He places his hand on the portrait lying before him, painted by Ye-Pin, and says, he will write a poem about the younger brother's drawing. Standing by the stone on which the portrait lies, Lochin raises his brush above it. He says that perhaps it is worth turning all this sorrow in the heart into poetry. Probably the great poets of antiquity did just that. He wonders, what should this poem be called? Raising the brush above the painting, the second elder brother says, snow is falling, the wind is howling. Seized by inspiration, he waves the brush broadly, exclaiming, the 3rd of April, warm wind and cold heart. He stops and, resting his chin on the hand holding the brush, says, no, the first line is good, but the second does not fit. The young man decides to rewrite and crosses out the written line. Resting his head on his hands, he thinks, alone on the cliff, gazing at the silent moon? No, that doesn't sound right either. No one can understand his sorrow? No, that's terrible. Lochin is struck with inspiration and he exclaims, I've got it! The second elder brother leans over the portrait and makes a brush stroke. Raising the hand with the brush from which ink drips, he proudly exclaims, done. On the painting is written, only the elder brother can understand my grief. and "snow is falling, the wind is howling." Between these two phrases, a crossed-out line is visible. The young man covers his mouth with his palm. He is delighted. A masterpiece. A true masterpiece. Lochin says that art really is born from life itself. It perfectly expresses his sorrow and at the same time involves the elder brother, fitting both the mood and the painting. Perfection. Lochin brings his hand to his forehead, saying, "When the elder brother sees this, he will surely shed tears." Finally, it feels a little lighter at heart. He proudly straightens his back, saying, "When the older brother returns, he will definitely show him." The young man removes both the painting and the brush from the stone. Looking at the mountain peaks, he notices dark clouds thickening above them. Luo Cheng is surprised. He didn't even notice that it was already so dark. He doesn't know why, but every time midnight comes, this melancholy grows stronger. The young man adds, "Hey, all right. He will probably stay here a little longer tonight." He repeats the line he invented. "Only an older brother can understand my sorrow." Lochin sits on the edge of the cliff, dangling his legs down and closing his eyes. So he sits, lost in thought, with a huge moon disk hanging above him. The young man does not notice that a girl standing at the foot of the cliff is watching him. Chen Linzhou, biting into a cucumber, asks the third elder brother, "Why is Luo Cheng sitting alone on the cliff again, like the first elder brother?" She asks, "Has he also started to like sitting alone on the cliff?" Behind her, a voice sounds. Its owner says he has no idea. But she must not let herself be deceived by the calm face of the second elder brother. In fact, he simply loves to imitate the first elder brother when he is not looking. The third eldest brother Van Zhouyu adds, "Does he really think that makes him cool?" Looking back at him, the girl answers, "Probably not." When she saw the elder brother Lochin earlier, it seemed he was even crying. She thinks it might somehow be related to the younger brother. The young man is puzzled. Cried? With his younger brother? How could that possibly be related to him? The girl suggests maybe the younger brother's talent is so hopeless that the first and second older brothers simply cannot bear it. She asks the third older brother, maybe he will try to teach the younger brother formations later? Van Zhouyu answers, no way. The formations exam is soon. He should better ask the fourth and fifth older brothers. Chen Linzhou says that the fourth and fifth have long left the mountain and will not return anytime soon. She asks, then maybe should we turn to the elder sister? Wan Zhouyu replies, to the elder sister? It's hardly a good idea, although she is the strongest among them. But her way of thinking. He tries to find the right words, and, having found them, continues. It can be said, quite peculiar. It's better if Luochen holds the defense for now. The girl thinks that apparently the second elder brother won't last long. Wan Zhouyu runs away, shouting on the go. All right, if trouble starts, let them deal with it themselves. She knows he hates getting involved in all sorts of hassles. He'd rather go rest. Chen Linzhou, looking after him, exclaims, there he goes again. Always runs away at the first sign of trouble. The girl wonders, maybe she should still go ask the elder sister for help. Lochin continues sitting on the edge of the cliff, lost in thought. The young man frowns and looks around. He curses. It's already past midnight and his right eye keeps twitching. Could something even worse be coming? He bursts into mad laughter. No way, impossible. What could be worse than yesterday? What, will he accidentally get beaten up again or what? Lochin rushes home, exclaiming, no way! It's time to sleep! It's time to sleep! Qingyundao sect, early morning. The sect leader and his disciple fall to the ground at the foot of the stairs leading to the master's residence. Tears stream from this man's eyes. Finally, they have returned. How good it is to be home. He vows that from this day on he will value every coin. Tired and exhausted Su Changyu, shedding tears, begs the teacher not to take him along next time he goes to the Silent Forest Mountains. He adds that he wants to live at least a few more years. The sect leader replies that he is not an idiot. Why would he go there again? The master's mood immediately changes, and radiating joy, he leans over the young man. He asks, isn't he going to visit Yipin? Su Changyu looks at the teacher suspiciously. The teacher continues, and at the same time find out if he has drawn something. If not, then let him come up with something so that he still draws. Glancing at the master, the young man appeals to his conscience, saying that he himself also needs to remember her, every day devising schemes to extract money from the younger one. When he grows old, just the memory of this will become a stain on his life. He sighs and agrees. All right. He will try for the sake of his younger brothers. The master does not even hide his joy. He says that's why Su Changyu is his favorite student. The young man asks him to leave and leave him alone. Qingyun Mountains, secret hut. A blonde girl in a pink dress with slits stands at the very edge of the cliff. She sighs. Finally her isolation is over. The air is so fresh and sweet outside. The girl is called, being named the older sister. She turns around and sees Chen Linzhou rushing towards her, saying, "Has the older sister's isolation already ended?" And she was already wondering where to send the letter. The blonde girl embraces her, saying, "Look who has come. It's her dear younger sister." Chen Linzhou clearly did not expect such a warm welcome. The older sister, laughing, tickles Chen Linzhou, who immediately blushes. The blonde beauty says, "Let her come here. She will see what she has learned." The younger sister protests and asks not to be tickled. The girl laughs, noticing how she has turned red. The blonde takes a sip from the flask, saying that the younger sister has grown up. She adds, "I wonder which of the brothers will be lucky to be with her." Chen Linzhou protests. "The older sister is drinking again. The master forbade her." The blonde, raising her hand with the flask, exclaims, "This is so refreshing!" Hugging Chen Linzhou, the girl puts the neck of the flask into her mouth, saying, "What is there to be afraid of? Wine is medicine for happiness. Does she want a sip?" Chen Linzhou, freeing herself from her grasp, exclaims, "Big sister got drunk again, didn't she?" The blonde tries to close the distance between them, offering to hug her. The girl in the pink dress puts her hand on her younger sister's shoulder and asks, "Has anything interesting happened in their sect lately?" Her useless older brother. Has he finally formed his spring thunder sword power? Chen Linzhou replies that she is not sure, but it seems he hasn't changed at all. Although the teacher recently accepted a new younger brother, and this apparently upset the first and second older brothers a lot. The blonde, bringing a piece of watermelon to her mouth, is surprised. A new younger brother? Upset them? How so? She asks her younger sister to tell her everything quickly. Chen Linzhou says, "When the younger brother just arrived, the teacher asked the elders to teach him the sword art, but it seems his talent was weak. No matter how hard they tried, he simply couldn't master anything, and their psyches were already starting to fail. Lately, both of them have been sitting gloomily on the rock behind the palace every midnight." The blonde laughs. She thinks it's terrible. Chen Linzhou is surprised. Big sister is laughing? But she feels that the second older brother is at his limit. The blonde, leaning toward her younger sister's ear and calling her little Linzhou, says she must definitely study well the techniques she teaches her, and she must not adopt the habits of those two useless older brothers. She is not like them. Chen Linzhou, listening to her older sister's instructions with an extremely serious expression, replies that she understands. The blonde, pushing off the ground, soars into the air and rushes forward, shouting that she will see the younger brother herself, and she tells her younger sister not to forget about training. Watching her go, Chen Linzhou says, "If big sister said so, then everything is fine, probably." Residence of Yiping. A blonde is heading towards the guy sitting in the lotus position on the ground. Yiping is immersed in meditation. His eyes are closed, and he does not notice the guest. The girl, touched, presses her palms to her cheeks. Oh my, he is so cute. She thinks that this old man really knows how to choose disciples. This one is just to her taste. The blonde decides that she must not miss such a cute find. Suddenly she realizes that a strange aura is emanating from the guy. The girl looks surprised. This energy. After all, this is the very unique constitution, like her father's. She steps decisively, approaching Ye Pin, thinking, impossible. This must surely be just a mistaken feeling. How can such a small sect have two incomparable geniuses? Approaching the guy, she leans over and looks intently at his face. The girl is shocked. The feelings did not deceive her, it's true. But this is impossible. This power should have disappeared back in ancient times. Yipin opens his eyes and looks puzzled at the luxurious bust right in front of him. His pupils widen in surprise as he realizes what his gaze is fixed on. Reeling back and falling on his backside, he yells, "Big! Who is she anyway? What does she want?" Yipin stands up, and the girl immediately places her palm on his shoulder, saying, "Let him come to her, and he will be good. She will check his body." The guy looks at her in amazement, not understanding what she means by the phrase, "check the body." The blonde looks touched, she thinks. It's true. So alike. She never thought that this little Qingyun sect would produce both a younger sister and a younger brother with superior physical constitutions. It's simply incredible. Since she won't receive such a blessing, at least she will definitely gain some benefit from it. Trying to keep his distance, the guy shields himself with his palms from the threateningly approaching bust. Stammering, he asks, "Who is she?" Approaching him closely and pressing her luxurious bust against his chest, the girl, holding his forearms and bringing her face closer to his, asks him not to be nervous. She says she is the eldest sister of their sect. Her name is Xiao Musue. but he can just call her Sister Xiao. Ye Ping says in surprise. Eldest sister? Blushing, he says that the master told him about her. He cautiously asks, could she step back a little? Men and women shouldn't. Pressing his head to her chest, the girl giggles. The younger brother is embarrassed. So cute. Ye Ping's complexion turns crimson. He thinks he can't take it anymore. Can't. He feels dizzy. As if through cotton wool, he hears Xiao Musui exclaim, "Younger brother!" The guy sits on the ground. The girl kneels beside him and supports his head with her palm. She looks anxiously into his face. She thinks, exactly. He definitely has the same constitution as their father. She doesn't know how it happened, but with his appearance, their plan to fight their father finally has a chance. She decides to train him with all her might. Xiao Musui is confident that technique will finally be able to appear again in this world. Ye Ping regains consciousness and raises his hand to the back of his head. The girl claps her hands. The younger brother has woken up. The guy slowly comes to his senses. He asks, what happened? Xiao Musui says that she was just examining his body. He has been training without rest for some time, and his yang energy has risen to his head. Everything is fine now. Nothing serious. She adds that he should try hard, but the path of the immortal is long. Let him combine effort with rest. Does he understand her? Ye Ping feels dizzy. She was examining his body? The girl places her palm on his head. Right. She has already checked every inch of him, and found several special peculiarities. She heard that Su Changyu and Luochen have already taught him fencing and alchemy, but she has a Dao skill that suits him perfectly. She asks, is he interested? The boy's eyes light up. Dao skill? Of course he is interested. Smiling gently, Xiao Musui warns that her training is quite strict. Can he definitely endure it? Ye Ping's face becomes serious. Determination is red in his eyes. He brings his fist to his chest and confidently answers, he can. No matter how painful it is, he will endure it just to learn. The girl says playfully, what if it is that kind of training? The boy recoils from her and blushes. What? That kind? Xiao Musui turns away and laughs. Ye Ping looks at her confused. The girl admits that she is joking. And he was so scared. She thinks it is very cute. The boy smiles shyly, promising his elder sister that he will definitely study diligently. He asks her not to hate him for being a bit slow. Xiao Musui looks at him with interest. Slow? With such a constitution that absorbs spiritual energy like a bottomless pit? Slow? She realizes that the sect leader is scheming again. Folding her hands under her ample bust, the girl says, judging by his body, the boy must have been reforged dozens of times already, right? Ye Ping is confused. The elder sister can see that too. The girl gives him a stern look, saying that she also went through several reforgings. She admits that the pain was unbearable even for her, then adds that he really is a little madman. Xiao Musui speaks to the guy standing opposite her. Although she understands part of the pain he has endured, and she does not doubt his determination, she still must remind him that he must strive. The girl says that most people in this world do not realize that great changes are coming. This world is not as peaceful as it seems. Very soon it will show cruelty never seen before. She says that in this era of crisis and opportunity, their human race is not the strongest. The demon and beast races can easily crush humans at any moment. Xiao Musui is extremely serious. It is hard to see the laughing and joking girl who appeared before the guy at the beginning of the conversation. She explains, it does not matter what his elders or teachers say about his talent. Let him remember one thing. As long as his older sister protects him, he will reach the top of this continent. She warns Ye Ping, but the greater his power, the heavier his responsibility. So let him work harder than anyone else. He must not let down this era or himself. The guy literally absorbs her words. He is impressed by her turns of phrase. To stand at the top of the continent. As befits a hidden sect, what a lofty tone. Filled with determination, Ye Ping answers with solemnity worthy of this epic moment. Very well. He will put in all his strength. He will not disappoint her. Their attention is drawn to a butterfly circling above their heads, surrounded by a halo of energy. When the energy butterfly lands on Xiao Musui's shoulder, she utters words in an unknown language. Glancing at the insect, the girl thinks with annoyance. The demon god's palace again. She adds, it's just a talent to always choose the worst time. She mentally promises that this time she will definitely make sure that none of them leave alive. Around the girl, the space seems to thicken and darken. An energy spear matching the color of her dress appears in her hand. The girl tells her younger brother that she needs to teach a couple of naughty kids a lesson, so she won't be able to train him personally for now. With delight, Ye Ping looks at Xiao Musui. Her aura has suddenly become terrifying. The girl extends her hand, and stretching out 2 fingers forward, from which energy circles immediately spread in all directions. creates an energy mark. She says she left all the technical details inside it. The guy can start training on his own. On Ipin's face appears an expression of distrust and admiration. From his lips escapes, the highest technique of chi purification? The highest chi purification technique is called the greatest chi purification technique under the heavens. If fully mastered, one can forget about the stages of foundation establishment or golden core, and even a group of golden core level cultivators will not pose a threat. If we speak only about the field of cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that anyone who can master this art will surpass all cultivators, but the price is almost unbearable. Firstly, it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to rise from the stage of chi purification to the golden core, and this technique requires going through this process 36 times. The stronger the foundation, the higher the future achievements. If the reserves of spiritual energy can reach a level exceeding the norm by 36 times, then the results in battle are easy to imagine. Secondly, and this is the most difficult part, this technique must be mastered independently. The instructions within it are extremely vague and abstract. This means that all progress entirely depends on one's own understanding and luck. At a great level of comprehension, even immortality is not the limit. With weak, it will be impossible to even reach the stage of creating a foundation. Therefore, despite being the strongest cultivation art existing in the world, these two almost impossible conditions have so far stopped everyone. Ipin is stunned. He freezes like a statue, realizing what lies ahead of him. The guy says, 36 times is not so bad. He already has a newly formed spiritual aperture that automatically absorbs spiritual energy. Maybe it is feasible, but the understanding. He settles on the ground, and in despair grabs his head with both hands. The boy says that he is a worthless, talentless person without a spiritual root. Isn't that equivalent to a death sentence? Understanding? What understanding does he even have? He lowers one hand, raises his head, but his eyes are still closed. Yiping says, all right. He cannot waste the kindness of his older sister. He will just grit his teeth and try to cultivate. Yiping stands up and wonders, when did the older sister leave? He decides to start immediately because every second is precious. Behind Yiping, a voice calls the younger brother. He looks back. In front of the boy stands Su Changyu. He says they haven't seen each other for a long time, and asks how Yiping is. The boy is glad to see him. He exclaims, "Big brother is back." Su Changyu asks, "Why isn't the boy cultivating? Is he lazy?" Yiping objects, "No. The older sister just gave him a couple of instructions." The young man is horrified. His face pales, and his eyes become round. He is shocked by the words of the younger brother. Older sister? He feels that the girl is standing right next to him and gently asks, how is his sword training progressing? In an instant, the frightened Su Changyu finds himself in the arms of the surprised Yiping. The young man shouts in horror, "The older sister should be in isolation!" The boy, holding his older brother close, replies that the term is already over. Su Changyu comes to his senses and realizes it was an illusion. He immediately ends up on the ground and looms threateningly over Yiping, angrily asking, why doesn't he finish what he is saying? The boy, not understanding anything, apologizes. In Yipin's head, a multitude of questions swarm. He cautiously asks, does the elder brother fear the elder sister? Su Changyu immediately puts on a carefree expression, and chuckling replies, what do you mean, younger brother? He just saw a bug. He is painfully ashamed of his intense reaction. Yipin thinks, so, the elder sister is the strongest disciple in the sect. With a bored expression, the young man says that the guy would do better learning from the elder sister. Yipin happily agrees. Su Changyu is nervous because he has not yet reached his goal. Slightly blushing, he says, it is so beautiful here, isn't it? The young man gets angry. He thinks he cannot say that. It's shameful. How can the elder brother ask such a thing of the younger? Angry and sweating, Su Changyu asks himself, has he already forgotten what happened in the Silent Forest Mountains? What is more important, his pride or his life? To hell with everything. Blushing and smiling, the young man asks the younger brother, while he was here, did he perhaps draw something? Or maybe wrote a poem? Yipin answers confusedly, drew? Yes, he drew 2 pictures. Su Changyu triumphantly raises his fist. Yes, success! Smiling broadly, the young man asks Yipin, where are those pictures? The guy answers, one is at home, and he gave the other to the second elder brother. He asks, does Su Changyu want the picture? He can give it to him. The young man blushes like a boiled crayfish. Raising his hand to the back of his head, he replies, no, he just asked like that. How could he ask him for something? He laughs artificially, thinking that he still can't say it. But it's good that Lochin has one. That will be enough. Approaching Ipin, he places his hand on his shoulder, slightly embracing his younger brother. Su Changyu says for the guy to keep working. He just came to check on him. And now he will probably leave. The young man adds, by the way, the guy looks stronger than usual, right? Yi Pin, pleased with the praise, replies that it is thanks to the supreme technique that his older brother gave him. Su Changyu is confused. Supreme technique? Which one? The guy is surprised, he reminds his older brother. The tempering of the god demon. Doesn't he remember? He thinks, as expected from the older brother. Even divine technique seems like an ordinary roadside manual to him. Then is that older sister he fears just as strong? Su Changyu leaves, leaving the guy watching him go. The young man's face darkens. Mentally, he orders himself to hold on and not ask anything. If he asks, he will only disgrace himself. His Taoist heart will break. Su Changyu mentally repeats, he is the younger brother, he is the younger brother. He is a monster. He is a monster. Yi Pin looks puzzled. He is bewildered. The older brother's behavior seems strange to him. Wasn't he going to ask about progress in training? Su Changyu realizes that he can no longer hold back, really can't. Looking back, the young man asks, what does the younger brother think about the technique he gave him? The guy says admiringly, it is strong, very strong. This tempering even shakes the heavens. Su Changyu breaks into a run, throwing over his shoulder. That's good. Running away without looking back, he throws a parting word. Let the younger brother train hard and not waste the older brother's efforts. With a victorious look, Yi Pin raises his hand clenched into a fist. Yes! The older brother is so cool! Su Changyu runs at full speed, tears streaming down his face like a river. He is beside himself with grief. A cheap street aid. Did he really manage to cultivate it? This is just mockery. Su Changyu himself hasn't even mastered the real authentic version yet. He's leaving. This is too much. Calming down a bit, the young man comes to the thought, oh well, he is the younger brother. They are not on the same level. He decides that he needs to focus more on the future of the sect. The young man heads towards the building visible ahead. Su Changyu, addressing Lochin, whom he is just approaching, says, whatever he does, let him not repeat the older brother's mistake. He means the portraits and all that nonsense. Otherwise, the teacher will scold him again. The young man laughs. He is confident. No, that won't happen. Lochin is much more sensible than him. He will surely fully preserve the idea that the creator put in. Standing in front of the door, he asks the second older brother to open it for him. Su Changyu is surprised. Scratching the back of his head, he wonders, what's going on? It's already lunchtime. Why is he still sleeping? This doesn't seem like Lochin, who is so disciplined. Before him appears the second older brother with a sad face. Su Changyu angrily lashes out at him with reproaches. What is he doing? And why is he? He is interrupted by Lochin, who rushes swiftly towards him. The young man embraces the confused Su Changyu, asking him not to say anything and assuring him that he understands him perfectly. Sobbing, Luochin says that the older brother is the only one who can understand him. Su Changyu fills with anger. Trying to break free from the young man's tight grip, he shouts, what is he doing? He always saw him as a brother. Freeing himself from the young man's embrace and increasing the distance between them, the young man asks Luochin to step back and not come closer. He scares him. The second older brother says, he understands. He understands why he sits on the mountaintop every night in silence. The younger brother turned out not to be a useless fool, but a genius. Isn't that so? Su Changyu sadly bows his head, saying, Luochin also noticed this. He adds that it won't help. The young man throws himself into his older brother's arms again, exclaiming that the guy's talent is too cruel. Luochin now can't force himself to cultivate. His heart is broken. Su Changyu is the only one who understands him. The young man pushes Lochin away, shouting, enough! Let him come to his senses. What kind of behavior is this? If the younger sister sees them, rumors will spread. The young man sitting on the ground replies, she already heard. He admits that he just got too emotional when he saw his older brother. Su Changyu asks him to forget about it. He asks, did the younger brother give him a painting? Lochin looks at him in surprise. He asks, how did the older brother find out about this? The young man says, yes. The younger brother painted one picture for him. He suggests going to see it. He was waiting for Su Changyu to show it to him. He shows his portrait and asks, what does the older brother think about it? Luochin asks him to pay attention to these inscriptions that only he can understand. He reads the lines. Snow falls, the wind howls. Then a crossed outline. Then, only the older brother can understand my sorrow. At the bottom, written by Shu Luochin on the 3rd day of the 4th lunar month. Su Changyu raises a heavy suffering look at the second older brother. Luochin shows the scroll with his image to the older brother with a slight smile, not noticing how the young man's face darkens. In anticipation of pleasant words, the young man's eyes shine. He asks, "What does the older brother think?" Meanwhile, he mentally begs Su Changyu to praise him quickly. The young man looks shocked. His face turns gray and his aura reddens. Continuing to smile widely, Luochin wonders, what is this strange reaction? Maybe his poem turned out better than expected. The young man asks the older brother not to hold back. Let him apply his strictest judgment to this work of art, and spare him not. The elder brother continues to watch the painting intently. Mentally, the young man notes that Ipin has painted the portrait again. Then he shifts his gaze to the poem, wondering, did Luochin write this himself? But most of all, his attention is drawn to the crossed-out line. His eyes widen. The poem is even written across the drawing, sideways. Mentally, he appeals to the gods. He could never have imagined such a bad outcome. The young man interprets Su Changyu's silence as admiration. He believes his brother is flattering him too much. Not noticing Su Changyu's gaze burning with deadly energy, and the sword that appeared in his hands, Luochin turns away and closes his eyes, saying, he is not boasting. But this poem is not even at the peak of its form yet. If he approaches the matter more seriously, he turns his head and looks at his elder brother, who at that moment raises his hands with the sword above his head, preparing to strike. Now Luochin's eyes widen in surprise. The sword is about to fall on his head. The young man recoils, and Su Changyu lowers the sword. The young man freezes, slightly bowing and glaring maliciously at Luochin, from whose lips escapes a surprised, "What?" Stammering, the second elder brother asks, "What is Su Changyu doing?" The young man's hair even stands on end. Piercing his interlocutor with a burning, angry gaze, he repeats after the young man, "What is he doing? He should be asking him that." Pointing his index finger at his elder brother, the angry Lochin says, "He understood everything. He is just jealous that his writing talent is better. He lost his temper because of this." Su Changyu literally explodes with overflowing indignation. Lost his temper? He calls Luochin a spendthrift and swings his sword again. The second elder brother decides to flee for safety. Looking back and glaring fiercely, the young man demands that his elder brother answer him. Is it true or not? Does Su Changyu really think he is afraid of him? Let him not be mistaken about his usual calmness. It does not mean at all. The elder brother knocks him off his feet, sits on his stomach, and starts beating him with his fists. Luochin shouts, "Father!" He admits he was wrong and asks, "Isn't that enough?" He tries to break free and run away, but Su Changyu pounces on him like a vicious tiger. The young man shouts that he truly admits he was wrong and begs him to let him go. He asks to stop beating him because he might die like this. He tries to crawl away, shouting, "Help!" The young man, flushed with anger, raises his leg to strike him in the back. Luochin screams, "Someone faster! He is dying. Su Changyu has gone mad." He manages to break free and runs, looking back. He sees the elder brother bending down to pick up a stone. The young man thinks angrily. It would be one thing if it were just a portrait. Su Changyu straightens up and looks at Luochin with hatred, thinking, well, he wrote his poem, damn it. Even the fact that he kept crossing out and correcting everything he could have endured. The young man bolts from the spot and rushes in pursuit of the fleeing second brother. He catches up to Luochin, jumps on his back, and starts choking him, thinking, but to sign his name? How dare he? He ruined everything completely. Who does he think he is? A saint of the brush? A saint of the pen? Does he even understand how he behaves? What right does he have to sign on something like that? Su Changyu screams from the anger, despair, and helplessness overflowing him. Luochin ruined such a treasure, threw all the students' skills into the trash with a few strokes. The young man breaks free and tries to escape. Su Changyu chases him, shouting that today he will just crush him for the students. Luochin is puzzled. For what? For them? The young man catches up to him and knocks him down. He attacks the youth with his fists again. Luochin screams desperately. Crazy, completely crazy. He calls for help. Half of the young man's face was swollen, tears streaming from his eyes. He said, "Cursed Su Changyu." It was one blow, but a whole poetic stanza. He is struck by a sudden realization. This is not the end. Absolutely, absolutely. This is not the end. He fearfully covers his mouth with his palm. Residents of Su Changyu. The dimness of the room is dispelled by a lit lantern. A young man sits on the floor, shedding bitter tears and lamenting. Loss, what a loss. Just the thought makes the heart ache. Su Changyu feels anger and, clenching his hand into a fist, says that he really wants to beat that scoundrel again. His body is shaken by a slight tremor. Continuing to be angry, he sticks out his upper lip, saying, "Fine, forget it. It happened, and he has already let out his anger. Under no circumstances should the master be informed about this." The young man thinks that, knowing his attitude towards money, Luocheng might not live until tomorrow morning. He decides, if the master asks, he will swear that his younger brother gave him nothing. After all, Luo Cheng is still his second younger brother. Chen Linzhou looks through the open door and asks questioningly, "Older brother?" The young man asks, "Why did the younger sister come here?" The girl enters the room and asks, what happened between him and the second eldest brother. She says that she saw Luo Chen crying and running to the teacher. He kept shouting that he was going to file a complaint against Su Changyu. The older brother recoils from her in horror. "What? To the teacher?" The girl is surprised by his stormy reaction. She replies, "Yes, so what?" Su Changyu replies that she can forget about his words. Lochin is to blame himself. Smirking, he adds that he cannot blame his elder brother for this. Residents of Dao's Taihua. Indignant and burning with righteous anger, Luo Chen shouts, addressing the teacher to come out faster. He adds that his student was almost beaten to death. The sect leader, appearing in the doorway, asks, "What happened? Who beat Luo Chen?" The young man throws himself around the master's neck and hugs him, shouting that the teacher must stand up for him. The suffocating sect leader tries to push him away with his hand, saying, all right, let him come in and tell everything in order. What actually happened?" Luo Chen enters the house. Crying and wiping tears with his sleeve, the young man says it was the elder brother. He envied his writing talent and beat him half to death. The master is surprised. "Su Changyu?" The man says that this cannot be. Although the young man sometimes behaves arrogantly, he would not oppress the younger one. Moreover, the sect leader has never heard that Luo Chen had any talent in poetry. The young man shouts indignantly. He was beaten, and the teacher still defends Su Changyu. He says he is not trying to sow discord, but if the elder brother beats him today without reason, tomorrow he will get to the master himself. The sect leader asks him to calm down and start the story from the beginning. Luo Chen, beside himself with anger, shouts, "Nothing happened. Su Changyu is simply crazy. The younger brother drew his portrait, and the elder brother just glanced and beat him almost to death. Isn't this pure provocation?" The man immediately becomes wary. A portrait, he thinks. And why does it seem to him that something is wrong? He asks the young man, "Did he bring the portrait?" Luo Chen, unrolling the tally, says, "Here it is." The young man says that he even snatched it back from Su Changyu's hands as proof. He shows the picture to the sect leader. The man leans in to examine it, and his aura turns red. His face elongates. The master raises an indignant look at the young man. Holding back with his last strength, he asks Luo Chen, "Did you write the poem yourself?" The young man, not understanding anything, answers, "Yes." Flushed with barely restrained rage, the sect leader clarifies, "These notes too?" He adds, "Ah, Luo Chen even wrote his own name." The beaten young man's face reddens, sweat streams down his cheeks. He realizes something is wrong. The teacher's reaction is too strange. He wonders, why is it so similar to the elder brother's reaction? The sect leader, restraining anger, says he will ask Luo Chen again, "Are you sure this poem was written by you?" The young man answers, "Of course, it's his poem." He looks puzzled after the departing man, asking, "Where's the teacher going?" The mentor, closing the door, answers, "Nowhere. He's just worried it will get too loud later, and the elder brothers might come and interfere." He turns to the young man, and the feigned calm falls away. His eyes burn with red flames, and his hand reaches for a weapon. The sect leader says everything is fine now. Even if he screams at the top of his lungs, no one will come to save him. Lochin asks in surprise, "What is the teacher doing?" He admits he is scared. From the house, shaking with footsteps, comes a cry begging the teacher to stop the beating. The young man is sure the mentor wants to kill him. He asks for help because the teacher seems to have gone mad. After a quarter of an hour, the young man lies face down in a pool of blood. One of his hands twitches slightly. He shows no other signs of life. The sect leader, calling him insignificant, says, "Does he even understand that he and his elder brother almost got caught, and the male bear demon almost violated them over a few dozen lion of silver, which these medicinal herbs are worth? Does he even understand what violation means?" The sect leader is overcome by a state of cold rage, and he becomes furious again. He turns his face to the young man, so distorted by malice that it resembles the face of a madman, and says, "No, he needs to beat Luo Chen once more to release his anger." The young man jumps up from the floor and retreats backward, trying to cover himself with his hands. The sect leader, from whom waves of malice emanate, advances on him. A voice is heard. "If the teacher continues to beat the second elder brother, he will die." In the room behind the mentor, Su Changyu appears at high speed. The young man wraps his arms around the sect leader from behind, preventing him from approaching Luo Chen. The man shouts for the student not to stop him. Luo Chen does not even understand what they have been through. Su Changyu, trying to calm the man, says that the younger brother has another painting. The mentor stops struggling and calms down a little. He asks, "Another one?" The student is not joking. Su Chengyu releases the teacher and steps back. The sect leader turns his head to him and says he will look himself. It's a pure landscape. The young man, holding an unrolled scroll with a landscape, replies. The younger brother realized that he likes his paintings and gave him another one. He says his student is so good that he is about to cry. Tears appear in the sect leader's eyes. The man thinks he is too good to be human. The sect leader says, "Wonderful. That means the other students have a future secured." Su Chengyu supports him. Yes, with this painting they can afford high-ranking cultivation techniques. Moreover, their expedition to the Silent Forest was not in vain. Holding hands, the mentor and his student start dancing. Beaten and dejected, Lochin turns away from them. Unable to bear it, the young man exclaims, "High-ranking techniques? Are they crazy or has he lost his mind?" The sect leader and Su Chengyu stop. The man, looking at Luochin, says, "All right, for the sake of the younger brother, they will turn a blind eye to this incident." He tells him to remember that one should never touch other people's paintings. The younger brother's paintings are priceless treasures. The young man's face is distorted with rage. Bulging his eyes, he shouts, "Turn a blind eye? They will, but he won't." He shouts that they beat him and pinned a ridiculous charge of destroying a painting on him. The young man sobs, tilting his head back and covering his eyes with his palms. He shouts, "What painting can be worth tens of thousands of lion? At least come up with a plausible reason." He knows the teacher always spoils the older brother, but to so openly protect Su Chengyu, he declares that he cannot accept this. They must explain everything to him today, otherwise it won't end. Su Chengyu, approaching from behind, places his palms on the young man's shoulders, smiling broadly and saying, "All right, the teacher said everything is over." But Luochin does not want to calm down, and shouts angrily, "No, it's not over." Turning to face the young man, he demands that he stop pretending to be good. He beat him, and that issue is also not closed. Luochin, holding the older brother by the chest with one hand, raises the other clenched fist to strike. Su Chengyu, raising his hands in reconciliation, cautiously steps back, shouting that the younger brother's paintings really are worth money. The young man replies, "Nonsense. For his own safety, he should shut up right now and not interfere." The young man says, all right, he won't interfere." Inspired by the small victory, the young man declares, if this painting really is worth tens of thousands, he will distort his own handsome face himself, and Su Chengyu doesn't need to do it. But if not, they all must allow him to get revenge. The sect leader and the older brother look at him sympathetically. The man asks, "Is he sure?" Showing them his middle finger, filled with anger, Luochin declares, "Yes, absolutely sure." They leave the building. The sect leader says, "All right, then they need to descend from the mountain." Luochin readily agrees. They walk down the mountain slope. Ahead, cliffs are visible, illuminated by the setting sun. A slight smile glides over Lochin's lips, confident that he will receive satisfaction. 7 days later, Yahello Forest. Su Chengyu walks along a forest path next to the sect leader, who carefully holds a small bag close to himself. The young man tells the teacher that he is scared. He expresses hope that there will be no monsters here. He asks the mentor, "Isn't that so?" The man frowns and asks, "What is he afraid of?" "This is not the Silent Forest," the disciple says, "once bitten by a snake, afraid of a rope for 10 years. The sect leader laughs and asks him to just think about what they obtained this time and the fear will pass. Su Chengyu joins in his laughter. He says their younger brother is too strong. A single one of his paintings was exchanged for high-level techniques for their entire sect. Behind them appears a woman who says in a questioning tone, "Chen Taihua?" The mentor and teacher turn their heads towards her in unison. The woman, behind whom stand 2 guys and a girl, says, "She did not expect it to really be him, Taihua's younger brother." She laughs, then adds, "So many years have passed and he is still such a ragamuffin." The sect leader blushes, thinking, why did they have to encounter this disgusting woman? Meanwhile, she asks, "What are they doing here? Just don't tell me they are also going to the Sword Dao tournament?" Unkind sparks flash in her eyes, and bringing her palms to her cheeks, she mockingly says, feigning embarrassment, she apologizes. She completely forgot that their sect has not even risen to the 3rd rank yet. Pointing a finger at the blushing sect leader, she, not hiding a mocking smile, says, "What participation? In 2 days their sect might be disbanded altogether." She laughs loudly. Then, becoming more serious, the woman adds, "It's good that their younger sister did not listen to the mentor then and did not go with them, useless scum. Her Dao partner is now much stronger than they could ever dream of." Her words clearly struck the man to the core. In his eyes, one can read surprise, pain, and resentment. The woman addresses Su Chengyu, telling him not to blame his aunt for these words. But what use is his handsome face? His teacher used to be a respected man, and now he has such a useless student, like a young man, a complete disgrace. Su Changyu, staring intently at the woman, replies, "Indeed, being unattractive truly adds strength to a person. Let her at least look at herself. A perfect example." The woman flies into a rage, her eyes fill with blood. She screams, opening her mouth wide. "Who did he call ugly?" She exclaims, "What audacity!" and insults the young man, then strikes him with her hand. Su Chengyu falls to the ground from the blow. The teacher is clearly unpleasantly shocked by what is happening. Continuing to hold her hand in front of her, the woman, whose eyes glow with malevolent energy, says, "If his teacher did not teach him manners, then she will." The outraged sect leader attacks the woman, shouting that his disciple is not the one she will teach. For a few moments, the woman parries his attacks with swings of her hands. A smile appears on her lips and a triumphant gleam in her eyes. The woman takes a step forward and swings her fist. She delivers a powerful blow that knocks the opponent off their feet. The sect leader, falling to the ground, holds her second hand. A woman looms over him, threateningly raising her free hand clenched into a fist. She says that her younger brother has neither improved in appearance nor gained strength. Then she adds, "If he misses her second strike, he will die." Su Chengyu tries to rush to the teacher's aid, but one of the woman's companions grabs him from behind and tells him not to move. A condescending smile appears on the woman's lips. She says, "Let him not worry. She will not ruin her future because she kills one piece of trash. She is not like them." She straightens up. It seems that even the air around them has thickened with tension. Looking down at the man, the woman says, "If he really has the courage to take revenge for what happened back then, let him bring his student to the tournament." She adds that she will make sure her pupil kills him right in the arena. But knowing him, he probably doesn't even have the courage. She laughs. The pupil, hearing her words, stands at attention. The woman says they are leaving. The ousted head of the sect lies on the ground, looking at the sky. He addresses Su Changyu, saying that following such a useless mentor like him, the young man really suffered a lot, right? The sect leader, continuing to lie on the ground, says, "If it weren't for this, the level of training of his older brothers wouldn't be like this." He desperately slaps his forehead. The young man crouches down beside him. Su Changyu applies a combat technique, resulting in the man being flipped onto his stomach, and his disciple, straddling him, grabs his legs and bends them so that the mentor screams and hits the ground with his hand. The young man, calling him an old man, asks why he sighs as if he is dying. If he has the strength to whine, then he should heal him faster. The mentor, calling him a little scoundrel, shouts, "He dares to rebel against his master? He promises to expel the disciple from the sect." Soon the mentor and the disciple, bowing their heads, sit side by side on the stones. Su Changyu tells the teacher that he has decided. The sect leader turns his head to him and asks, "What has he decided?" The young man, looking ahead, announces that he is going to participate in the Qinzhou Sword Dao tournament. The master's face, on which large drops of sweat are streaming down, turns gray. He glances at the disciple and asks, "Him? Has he gone mad?" The sect leader asks Su Changyu not to act rashly. He says that this woman is just a petty, insignificant person from his former sect. It's not worth ruining your life because of her words. The disciple replies that the mentor did not understand him. He will go not because of her. Now angry, the mentor asks, "Then why?" Last year at the tournament he didn't even fight. He passed through by connections. But he himself saw how strong the participants were. They were on a completely different level, not like themselves. He sighs, and now his annoying older sister has targeted them again. Su Changyu says, "It's all because of the younger brother." The mentor asks in surprise, "Because of the younger brother?" Lowering his eyes, the young man answers, "Yes." Since he saw him, he finally understood what real geniuses look like. And only then did he truly realize how huge the gap was between him and the others. Looking into the man's eyes, Su Changyu says, "Yes, he is really injured. But when you stand before such a monster, it's hard not to want to try to become at least a little stronger. Even if he can get just a little closer, that will already be enough. Otherwise, life turns out too miserable." He laughs bitterly. The mentor looks at Su Changyu with concern. The young man says that this tournament will become his oath, his promise to himself. And if by some miracle he enters the top 500, that would be wonderful. Residents of Yeping. A small building on the top of a cliff is visible against the backdrop of a sky painted in sunset colors. The boy trains with abandon. He rushes forward, and an explosion sounds behind him. Yiping stands, gripping a sword in his hand while numerous stones fly toward him. With one movement, he deflects the stones. Not a single one even grazed him. He sheathes the sword and freezes as if expecting something. The boy says that after 72 cycles of chi tempering recovery, he has finally reached the second level of chi tempering. That means even the second level can be so frighteningly powerful. The immortal world is truly incredible. He does not understand that only he can be so abnormally strong. Looking at the sun dipping toward the horizon, he decides that today's training is enough. His older sister told him to maintain a balance between work and rest. Yipin does not notice that Su Changyu is watching him from behind a huge boulder. Tying a scarf around his head and thinking that it will help him hide better, the young man thinks, "No one must see him here, otherwise he will be disgraced." The young man crawls on the ground, examining the furrow previously studied by Yipin. Su Changyu says that the younger brother manages to understand sword marks even from complete nonsense, and this one is real. A genuine mark of a sword genius. It will definitely help him break into the sword of the galaxy. Su Changyu's gaze becomes puzzled when something catches his attention. Looking closely, the young man wonders, what is this? It seems to be a pirate book that he gave to his younger brother. On the rock against the backdrop of a giant moon disk, the silhouette of a person sitting on the summit is clearly visible. He says, "Moonlight is dark, like ink, on the rocky peak beyond the mountain." Lochin says, "Midnight is so hard to endure, so gloomy, so suffocating." Su Changyu approaches him, exclaiming, "Oh, Luo Cheng is here too!" A smile wanders on the young man's lips. The young man stands up and looks puzzled at his older brother. Scratching the back of his head, he asks, "Why is he so inspired? Shouldn't they be sad together?" Su Changyu, making a mysterious expression, turns away from the young man. He raises his hands to the sky and arches his waist. The same movements were once made by his younger brother. At Luo Sheng's, literally, his jaw drops. He stares wide-eyed at his older brother. The young man decides that he has really gone crazy. They do not notice that the people standing at the foot of the cliff are watching them. The third eldest brother, Van Zhouyu, bends over laughing. He says the brothers have gone to the back mountain again, real-born little devils of chaos. He asks the younger sister standing nearby not to even think about taking them as an example. He reminds her, the elder sister said that she is the only reliable heir of the sect. Turning away from the cliff where two dark silhouettes are visible, one of which stands with hands raised above the head, the girl says, "If it weren't for these two great geniuses, she wouldn't want to inherit the position of head of the sect at all." 3 days later, residence of the first elder brother. The sect leader hands Su Changyu a sheet of paper, saying it is his registration pass for the sword tournament. He has already registered him and Yipin, and the young man glances over his shoulder at the pass handed to him. He squints his eyes and looks intently at the sheet of paper, puzzled. A registration pass? He grabs the pass and raises it above his head, shouting, "Did the mentor really think he was serious about all this?" The sect leader, angry, shouts back, "Wasn't he the one who spoke about some oath-bound decision?" Su Changyu is beside himself with anger. He claims that he was just pretending to be cool. The mentor is confused. So he was just pretending to be cool back then? The young man, plopping down on his butt, shouts indignantly, "Of course. Does the teacher not know what an idiot he is?" The sect leader grabs his head. Oh no, terrible. Falsifying the application for participation is illegal. The Qingzhou Prefecture Department will arrest him. The disciple rushes to the teacher, shouting that he doesn't care. He insults the master, demanding that he quickly figure out how to cancel the registration. Their fingers intertwine in confrontation. They stand forehead to forehead and shout furiously at each other. The mentor asks, "How will he cancel it? You just need to participate." Su Changyu repeats indignantly, "Just participate." He insults the sect leader again. Residents of Yeping. The guy stands with wide eyes. He says distrustfully, "Participate in the sword tournament, him?" The sect leader, smiling gently, replies, "That's right. He has already registered him and Su Changyu." Yeping asks, "Will he even be able to? What if he loses and disgraces himself?" The sect leader says, "If a cultivator is afraid of this and that, then what kind of cultivation can be talked about?" Blushing and embarrassed, the guy says the teacher misunderstood him. He doesn't mean losing, just he is worried that he might disgrace the sect. The man says he shouldn't worry about that. The sect sends him not because he must win. He explains that this is needed to temper his Taoist heart. Training and real combat are two completely different things. Demons will not stand still and allow him to perform movements step by step. With a thoughtful look, the sect leader adds, "If Yeping sits on the cliff every day and trains alone, he will remain a theorist forever. When he meets a real enemy, he might not even have the courage to draw his sword." Does he understand this? The man, laughing inwardly, orders himself to keep a straight face. He admires himself. He's good at lying. Inspired, Ye Ping says he understands everything. The guy asks the teacher not to worry. He will prepare properly and go through the tournament with full dedication. The sect leader replies, yes, worthy to be his disciple. He adds that the guy is actually not as bad as his elder brother says. He explains that Su Changyu just wanted to motivate him. Ye Ping disagrees, saying it's all thanks to the opportunity of the gentle wind given to him by his elder brother. Smiling at the guy, the master thinks, gentle wind opportunity. He wonders, what nonsense has Su Changyu done? Ye Ping says that it is time for him to go. He needs to finish the final preparations. He rushes away, exclaiming on the run, sword tournament, sword tournament. Watching him leave, the mentor thinks, this child acts so quickly. The head of the sect decides, in any case, he must notify Xiao Muxui about the Dao sword tournament. Otherwise, if Ye Ping encounters the disciples of that scoundrel, he will be in danger. But with the support of his elder sister, he has nothing to worry about. Unknown Mountain. The setting sun illuminates its peak, and twilight is already thickening at the slope. Elder sister Chen Taihua watches the girls training. The young men stand a little apart. The woman says, not bad. They have all improved. This time at the Qingzhou sword tournament, they will definitely take a good place. This concerns their quota for the 10 Nations Academy, and therefore, it concerns the future of their sect. The girl, standing straight as a string, just like the two guys standing behind her, asks the woman, their master, not to worry. She adds that in small Qingzhou, taking first place is practically a trivial matter for them. The woman calls them fools and asks, do they really think that in Qingzhou there are only those forces they have seen on the surface? The disciples exclaim, what? The girl asks, what does the teacher mean? The woman explains that there are hidden sects in Qingzhou. One of those she knows about is the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun. The girl says she has never heard of such a sect. The woman's hand forcefully falls on her head. She again speaks disparagingly of their mental abilities. If they had heard, how could she be hidden? Let them use their brains. She tells, long ago it was said that the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun was so powerful that even the venerable Void Sword sought guidance from them. But since their power was too great, Emperor Xia became wary and dispersed them into 7 separate branches. And according to reliable information, one of these branches is now secretly dormant in Qingzhou, awaiting the revival of the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun. The woman asks the girl, who has closed her eyes in fear of being struck again, and does she think she can defeat a hidden line like this? Qingzhou, Sect of the Sword of 4 Storms. Night. On opposite sides of the mansion's roof stand 2 people wrapped in long cloaks. One of them says that their princess of the great Xia Empire has run away from home and gone into enemy territory, which means she is probably in serious danger. Therefore, by the Emperor of Xia's order, the missing princess must be found within 1 month. The secret envoy of the Xia Empire asks, is that clear? According to reliable information, the princess is somewhere here, in Qingzhou. The Taoist of the 4 Seasons bows respectfully. He clarifies, may I ask, is this about the very same long-missing eldest princess? The interlocutor asks, what is he thinking? This is the 10th princess. Even if there were 10 eldest princesses, neither he nor the Taoist of the 4 Seasons could compare to her. What danger could possibly threaten her? He reminds that this mission must be carried out secretly. If they succeed, the issue of relocating their sect to the Great Xia Empire will be resolved. The Taoist of the 4 Seasons, raising his hand before him enveloped in purple energy, asks the interlocutor not to worry. He promises that they will complete the mission. The man declares that in Qingzhou he is king. There is nothing he cannot do. If any faction dares to interfere with their return of the princess, they will destroy them without mercy. Qingzhou, World Pawnshop. A blonde in a lilac dress, Fairy Mo, slightly bent over and sticking out her rear, intently examines a painting hanging on the wall depicting Su Changyu. The man addresses the merchant, saying that their lady is interested in this painting. He asks the shop owner to name the price. The person holding a tray with a cup replies that the girl indeed has excellent taste. This painting is a treasure of their shop. In honor of the shop's anniversary, it costs only 10,000 taels. He offers the interlocutor a cup of tea. The man cannot believe the number he heard. How much? Did he hear correctly? The merchant replies, 10,000 taels, and that is already with a discount. The man, staring intently into the merchant's eyes, asks, has he gone mad? The girl, calling him Xiao Xiang, asks him to behave properly. Looking at them, she says that the painting is indeed authentic, but the owner cannot just raise the price because she loves this artist's work. She asks, "How about 3,000 taels? That would be a fair price." A man rushes at her and whispers loudly, 3,000 lion for one painting? Has the princess lost her mind? The girl replies that he understands nothing about art. She grabs his cheeks with her fingers and stretches them sideways, saying, how many times has she asked him not to call her princess in public? Let him call her the ink fairy. The man replies that he understands everything. The merchant says that he agrees with the proposal of the esteemed guests. Let it be 3,000 taels. The girl beams. Excellent! Another masterpiece by the hermit Qinlian. She regrets that it is not a pure landscape, but since it is the work of her idol, that is enough. Even if she fails the exam at the Academy of 10 Nations because of her escape, she will not regret it. Qinzhou, the Jinglin mountain range. A vortex forms in the night sky from which a powerful lightning strike emerges. The lightning enters the back of a hunched monster with a necklace of fangs around its neck and bony spikes on its body, and exiting its chest goes into the ground. The monster, curled up, falls to the ground. Nearby stands a young man gripping a sword in his hand, and behind him stands a mentor. The majestic old man says, "Not bad. In just 1 year, he has fully mastered the 4-storm sword impulse." He adds that even throughout the Jing kingdom, he would be considered a genius among geniuses. The young man stands, continuing to hold the sword in front of him. He replies, "The beasts in Qinzhou are too weak. Only the Jinglin mountains are suitable for real training." Hiding the sword, he turns to the mentor and folds his hands in a gesture of respect, the palm of one hand covering the fist of the other. The young man says that it is mostly thanks to the teacher's guidance. He is grateful for his mentorship. The mentor waves his hand, saying, "Enough flattery. The main thing is that he becomes stronger." The young man draws the sword again and holds it in front of him. He complains that he still does not understand. The sword art of their great sun sect is much more powerful than the 4 storms sword technique. Why bother studying some second-rate technique? The mentor, calling the student Minghao, says that it is time to tell him the truth. He had not told him before so as not to distract him from preparing for the competition, that their great sun sect is much stronger than he can even imagine. It only declined because of an extremely serious event. He says to the young man standing humbly before him, to restore the sect, they need to enter the Academy of 10 Nations and find the sect's treasure hidden there. To keep his identity as a descendant of the great sun sect secret, he must participate using another technique and secure a place in the Academy of 10 Nations. Minhao answers that he understands everything and asks the teacher not to worry. He will take first place. The mentor says that confidence is good, but he should not turn it into arrogance. He should not disgrace himself by losing to a cultivator who has just advanced. The young man throws his hands forward. His palm covers the hand in which he grips the sword hilt. He says, yes, he understands everything. It sounds as if he has taken an oath. Qinyuan Taoist sect, back mountain. A silhouette of a person is visible at the top. Hunched over, Ye Ping freezes in a half squat, stretching one leg forward. His body is covered with abrasions. He lifts his exhausted face. A small stream of blood flows from the outer corner of his left eye. He thinks, not enough. 1 month remains until the competition. He needs to train more. If he has little talent and is not ready to give his all, how can he compare to anyone? But the sword intention of the 4 thunders and the supreme art of qi tempering of the elder sister are still insufficient. At the 2nd level of qi tempering, he cannot compete. This competition is not to prove how incredible he is. He simply cannot let down the mentor and senior disciples after all they have done, and how many hopes they have placed on him. Yiping tells himself he will manage. He orders himself to continue. 1 month is enough to achieve a lot. Su Changyu runs at full speed to the sect leader, shouting that they are in trouble. A young man with a bare torso, holding a sword and surrounded by a faint aura mist, asks, "Why is the mentor here?" The out-of-breath teacher says they have just received news from the organizers. The competition has been moved to an earlier date. It starts the day after tomorrow. He orders to follow him immediately. They must set out right now. Su Changyu recoils in horror from the mentor, shouting that he is not prepared yet. The teacher says, "No time, prepare on the way!"